The story kicks off with a massive explosion. Through thick smoke and crumbling rubble, the streets are flooded with unconscious bodies, while mindless husks wander aimlessly. From his balcony, our main character curses under his breath. He desperately needs sugar, because his coffee tastes bitter as hell. He steps back inside, completely ignoring the massive horde swarming the streets below. Back inside, he glues himself to his monitor halfway through a match. His squad chatters over the mic about breaking news, claiming people are morphing into zombies. A teammate's mom interrupts the voice chat, and the squad just laughs off the apocalyptic warnings. Our guy snaps, yelling that even in a tower defense game they are acting like absolute elementary school toddlers. He scolds them to lock doors so parents stop crashing the game, calling the constant interruptions insanely annoying. Slipping his headset on, he casually asks his duo partner if his girlfriend is still hanging right beside him. He warns him she is about to bite. Blushing hard, the buddy asks how the heck he knew, wondering if he is some psychic prophet. Right on cue, her teeth sink in. The guy stares at her confused, asking why she randomly stopped moving. But as she glares back, she is already mutating into a rotting, undead freak. His teammate screams in pure terror, begging the monster to let go. He screams for backup, but our protagonist just ignores him, relentlessly pushing the final tower to clutch the absolute victory. Seconds later, he rips off his headset, hyping up his glorious win. Suddenly, frantic knocking echoes alongside his neighbor's desperate voice. She begs him to open up quickly. He casually asks what the big deal is. She stammers that she lost her keys. Panicking, she wants to hide in his place because a mob of absolute psychos is outside, tearing people apart. Agreeing to help, he demands one strict condition. She must close her eyes. Obeying instantly, she breathes out a massive sigh of relief, until a lightning-fast strike decapitates her instantly, sending her lifeless body dropping one way and her severed head flying the other. He stares at the bloody aftermath, completely unfazed. He would rather score a system point than risk this girl mutating into a literal monster, a beast he would fight later. He questions his reality, wondering if he is truly Lin Fan. This makes absolutely zero sense. He was no chosen one or overpowered novel hero. He was just a brilliant architect who constantly lost track of his brutal overtime shifts. Stuck in an office, one freak accident later, and suddenly he gets dragged straight into this catastrophic disaster. A literal apocalypse. Sitting there, flashbacks hit him of trying to save a stunning neighbor, yet totally desperate. In a split second, that beauty mutated right before his eyes and sank her fangs into him. He was dying. But death was not the end. It was a bizarre new beginning. The zombie apocalypse survival system had successfully established a mental connection. Then he respawned. Glaring at his glowing status panel, he realizes these rotting zombies actually drop valuable experience points. Snagging one extra point, he wonders if the system is rewarding him. Suddenly, creepy noises echo out. He strides toward the front door. Peeking out again, he spots a nightmare creature casually munching on the dead girl. This grotesque freak is covered in squirming tentacles and eyeballs. Startled, the beast shrieks violently. Wasting zero time, our guy obliterates it with one flawless strike, coldly ordering the corpse to shut up. He just wanted to know if saving her was even possible. Now her bloody remains are definitely going to attract a massive zombie swarm. His best bet is locking down the heavy door and boarding up windows. Fast forward a bit, heavily panting and absolutely exhausted. After grinding multiple points by slaughtering monsters, he surveys the bloodbath outside his apartment. He softly tells the dead girl not to worry. Neighbors should always look out for each other. But seeing her lifeless body, reality hits hard. The virus already took her. Sighing heavily, he realizes this is a huge mess. Disgusted, he complains out loud. Once these dead bodies start rotting, this entire hallway is going to reek. Ironically, staring at his own blood-soaked clothes, he wonders what the local residents would actually say, catching him strolling through the lobby, looking like a serial killer. He grabs the fallen neighbors, dragging their heavy corpses to a new spot. A few steps down the hall, the overhead lights start violently flickering. He squints curiously until a menacing shadow crawls up the concrete wall. Creaking wheels echo through the silence. Something is rolling closer in a rusty wheelchair. Suddenly, the mutant growls and forces itself to stand up. He instantly recognizes that twisted face. It is Uncle Sang from the second floor. One lethal strike later, he drops dead. Smirking, he jokes the old guy came upstairs just to deliver a free wheelchair. How incredibly thoughtful, promising to return it soon. Unbothered, he loads up the corpses and keeps moving. Strolling past Unit 203, he finally reaches the outdoor dumpsters. Tossing them in a wave of uncertainty hits him. Is this genuinely the actual end of the world? To survive this hell, he desperately needs to hoard supplies. Meanwhile, he debates if zombie corpses count as organic recycling. Living solo honestly brings too many annoying downsides. Nobody is around to help him solve these weird moral dilemmas. Turning his head, his eyes lock onto a nearby balcony. A creepy dude in a tank top is staring down, flashing a subtle, chilling smirk. Our guy knows that face immediately. It is the neighbor's junkie son. In that exact fraction of a second, a flood of dark memories strikes him. This same punk used to terrorize him, even jacked his ride back in the day. The coward smirks, plotting to use the kid's loud mouth as the ultimate zombie bait to make his own getaway. Or better yet, his personal apocalypse butler. He barks orders demanding the boy fetch him snacks and drinks immediately. Our MC instantly rejects him. The bully spits curses, trying to manipulate him, but seeing the kid stand his ground, he loses it, screaming and smashing plates to draw the horde. A vicious pack of undead sprints straight toward the noise. The MC just gives a cold side-eye. Up on the balcony, the punk laughs, thinking our hero is frozen with pure terror. A mutated tentacle freak lunges, but flash. One clean strike drops it dead. The system chimes in, tallying up his sweet EXP. Sweating bullets, the bully's jaw drops. He desperately masks his panic, screaming that one undead is still crawling around. Our boy just nods. This one is a gift, he smirks. He violently hurls the zombie straight up. The bully catches it perfectly. While blood-curdling screams echo, our hero casually grabs a bike. "Enjoy your new roommate," he yells, pedaling into the wasteland. Slicing through mutants, he hits the supermarket. Stacking loot, he sarcastically tells a brain-dead cashier to ring up his massive haul. His master plan: start a farming base and go entirely off-grid. But surviving out here demands way more than a kitchen blade. Suddenly, a deep rumble shakes the ground. A massive bus tears down the street, its roaring engine dragging an absolute ocean of walkers. Blinded by the glaring headlights, our hero flinches. In that split second, a traumatic flashback violently crashes into his mind. The apocalypse fades. He is back in that claustrophobic back seat. Deafening memories echo as his aunt mercilessly screams at his poor father. An endless toxic war, while little him sobbed, clutching a worn-out teddy bear. Her vicious abuse was an everyday living nightmare. "Dump the brat," she shrieked. In pure madness, she snatched the steering wheel. Boom, a speeding truck obliterated their entire world. Snap back to reality. The smug bus driver barks down at him, sarcastically asking if he wants a VIP ride to safety, or stay and get chewed up. Inside the rig, a brave kid steps up to defend our solo survivor. But the twisted driver snaps, poisoned by the chaotic new world. He brutally kicks the good kid out, leaving him as monster chow. Flooring the gas, the villain cackles at his pathetic kitchen knife. But right then, a wave of pure emotion hits. His mother's dying wish echoing, urging him to be fiercely brave. Lin Fan's eyes glow with deadly resolve, raising his blade. Swish. The weapon slices through the air, shredding the massive tire. The metal beast violently spins out, smashing straight into a steel pole. Crawling out, the tyrant begs for mercy. Rolling up on his bike, our absolute menace of an MC flashes a chilling smile. "Looks like your buddy missed you," he taunts. Out from the shadows, the innocent kid is now fully infected. The transformed boy lunges, tearing into the driver. As the bloodthirsty horde swarms him, karma delivered. Level up, his strength and stamina explode. Cruising down the apocalypse streets, a desperate mother shrieks from a high-rise balcony. Clutching her starving little girl, she drops to her knees, begging. Ever the businessman, our MC offers an apocalypse trade. Shocked by his cold capitalism during Doomsday, she still agrees. Stepping inside, a glorious weapon instantly catches Lin Fan's gamer eyes. Her late gamer husband's prized replica. Touched by his help, the mother gladly hands over the legendary blade as payment. Holy loot drop. It is the legendary Frostmourne slicing. Mutant skulls with this absolute beauty is going to be epic. But wait, a blood-chilling shriek shatters the vibe. Thud. A broken body brutally slams into the cold pavement outside. Way up above, some arrogant trash smokes a cigarette, glaring down at the shattered girl like she is absolute garbage. Seeing the poor girl covered in savage wounds, righteous fury ignites within our hero. He demands to know why this psycho snapped. "I am the king of this block," the scumbag sneers. Knowing this lunatic is a threat to the sweet mother and child, Lin Fan carries the broken girl straight up to the 5th floor. The sick villain laughs, assuming our MC has twisted intentions, and taunting them, the coward locks his heavy steel door. Bam, heavy knocks rattle the frame. He peeks through the peephole and completely loses his mind. The dead girl is staring right back. He collapses before Lin Fan absolutely obliterates the door. Superhuman power shatters the steel. Stepping into the sick freak's dungeon, the hero's eyes turn ice cold. The verdict is death. He hogs-ties the villain, dragging him through the dirt like a stray dog toward the precinct. The psycho just cackles madly, spitting that the law is dead. But a terrifyingly dark smirk creeps across Lin Fan's face. "Oh, you are dead wrong. Justice is still serving." The tyrant looks up, his blood freezing as dozens of zombified cops slowly circle him in the dark. Even undead, these officers are hungry to execute this trash. Cut to the next morning outside the city library. A stealthy squad of survivors hunts for critical medical textbooks. Moving like ghosts, they suddenly jump as our MC casually strolls past, nearly causing heart attacks. Lin Fan just flashes a goofy grin, casually explaining he is just reading up on farming carrots. Baffled by his chill vibe during an apocalypse, the survivors choose to ignore him. But as they scramble to escape, our main character blocks their path. He demands they officially check out the books. Because library property is sacred, the group stares at him, absolutely speechless. Who the heck worries about library rules at the end of the world? Lin Fan introduces himself, offering a helping hand, but they bolt like lightning, convinced his brain is totally fried. He just shrugs and resumes reading. Meanwhile, deep inside a top-secret desert bunker, scientists uncover a terrifying truth. The infected are mutating. This virus breaks all the rules, morphing into something entirely unprecedented. One chilling question remains. Are these monsters merely reanimated corpses, or a dominant new species here to claim the Earth? Back outside the neighborhood borders, dead leaves suddenly crunch with menace. After spending his entire yesterday grinding through farming manuals, our main character feels incredibly pumped about mastering agricultural survival skills. Eager to flex his newly acquired knowledge, he scopes out a massive, wide-open plot of land, right inside the district. It is the absolute perfect spot to kickstart his farm. But first, he screams at the top of his lungs, broadcasting his personal info and announcing his grand vegetable-growing plans to the world. Instantly, a ravenous zombie horde swarms in, lured by his loud voice. But he does not flinch. He is ready for war. With terrifying calmness, he unleashes a flawless combo, slaughtering the monsters. One by one, every kill instantly racks up sweet system points. With the massacre completely finished, he casually goes back to planting his crops completely unbothered. He lets out another massive shout, just to lure out any hidden stragglers. The dead silence finally confirms his precious veggies are safe. Afterwards, he realizes he needs some serious fuel before tackling the heavy lifting. He takes this chance to visit the mother-daughter duo he saved days ago, viciously scarfing down his meal with pure desperation. He absolutely demolishes his instant noodles, apologizing deeply for the lack of fresh groceries in this post-apocalyptic wasteland. The deeply grateful mother thanks him profusely. Hesitantly, she makes a bold request and he instantly agrees. Without breaking a single sweat, stunned, she begs to pack up her daughter and follow him, cheerful as ever. He totally gets their desperate need to relocate. He casually mentions his old neighborhood has crazy cheap rent. Without missing a beat, he whips out his phone to call the landlord. The woman stares, utterly mind-blown by his everyday attitude, while modern society literally burns to ashes. Meanwhile, on a distant rooftop, that ringing phone instantly triggers massive panic among the hiding survivors. The guy desperately answers the call, praying for a military rescue team, only to get casually asked about apartment leases. He furiously hangs up, his face twisted in pure rage, utterly convinced some psycho is making sick prank calls, while humanity rots away. Slumping to the cold floor, he ponders this hellscape. He counts his lucky stars, because their specific compound features a fully operational closed-loop electric security grid. Otherwise, they would be zombie chow by now. Suddenly, the phone shrieks again. He answers frantically, then slams it down. But our relentless main character just redials. He casually explains his housing needs, and the absolutely fed-up landlord dares him to come over to their base. Hyped up, Lin Fan accepts the meetup, promising the mother he will secure them a bulletproof sanctuary to live in. Back on the roof, a sketchy dude slithers up to the boss, questioning his sudden meltdown. He pulls him aside for a dark private chat, laying out the grim reality that their food supplies will not even last 30 days for 15 mouths. Their cold eyes shift toward the elders, resting nearby. The creep whispers a twisted suggestion to just let them perish. They both silently agree to keep this sinister plot a total secret from the group, especially since two of those old folks actually helped scavenge the survival stash. The guy flashes a demonic smirk, telling Chen to just relax. He will handle the dirty work. Next on their hit list, the guys and the unattractive women. They plot to hoard the pretty girls, totally clueless about the incoming karma. Meanwhile, our main character is happily pedaling his bike. Right behind him, a colossal zombie tsunami. He glances back ruthlessly, taunting them to work on their cardio if they do not want to fall apart. As he speeds up, the undead army multiplies. Terrified survivors peek from their barricaded windows, jaws dropping at the crazy kid, joyriding through literal hell. Someone even considers begging for his heroic rescue, but their partner violently shuts the foolish idea down. Muttering that this busted bike wouldn't last, our main character pedaled hard until reaching a ridiculously high-end neighborhood. This was the exact meetup spot with Boss Chen. Glancing back in pure shock, he realized his crazy speed actually ditched the entire zombie horde. Meanwhile, up on the rooftop, some guy is hyping up the crowd. He tells everyone to chill out. As long as Boss Chen is leading, they are totally safe. Even in this apocalyptic nightmare. Off to the side, 4 elders watch quietly. One of them, Wang Chong, a retired veteran, stares at his weathered hands, tracing the heavy scars of countless battles. He gently grasps his wife's hand. With quiet, heartbreaking dignity, he accepts that their days as protectors are officially over. That last tiny spark of hope, that fragile lifeline of survival, wasn't theirs anymore. In that heavy silence, he realized his final duty wasn't fighting the undead, it was simply walking away. Wei Feng listened silently, nodding in grim agreement. Just then, another elder, Zhou Hyun, a retired master engineer, chimes in, sharing their heavy burden. He exhales a shaky sigh, his voice cracking with a crushing apology, devastated for dragging his own partner into this nightmare. Liang Yang, a retired teacher, straightens up with a fierce, gentle strength, reaching out to offer comfort. Her eyes hold absolutely zero blame. Instead, they blaze with iron resolve. This isn't giving up. It is the ultimate sacrifice from a generation, ready to fade into the shadows so the youth could actually see tomorrow. Meanwhile, that same youth is aggressively taking control. Boss Chen stands tall, oozing a toxic, arrogant kind of confidence. He brags to his sidekick Xia about easily manipulating the whole group, flashing a wicked, satisfied smirk. She praises his terrifying talent for brainwashing the survivors. His charisma isn't a safe haven at all. It is a deadly weapon of control. The traitor secretly plans to ditch the elderly deadweight first, then eliminate the other men, and finally betray Chen himself, claiming all the loot and the gorgeous girls. Stepping up, Grandpa Wang calmly tells the group they don't need to stress. They won't drain the rations or be a burden. Nobody needs to push them. They will just go home and wait for death. But his heavy words hit a brick wall of brainwashed fear. Blind panic spreads through the younger survivors like a virus. They don't see veterans or grandparents anymore. They only see walking zombie bait that could ruin their safe zone. The paranoia is so absolutely insane that just letting the elders walk away feels too risky. Instead, the twisted crowd starts demanding a much more permanent, brutal solution. Right at that boiling point of pure tension, the silence shatters. Two massive, echoing knocks slam against the heavy door, followed by an urgent voice shouting out for Boss Chen. Our main character keeps hammering the entrance, explaining his deal. Chen coldly barks back that nobody cares about his living arrangements. Suddenly, a deafening crash cuts him off. The reinforced door literally explodes off its hinges, slamming onto the floor. The main character casually stands in the clearing dust, his hands thrown up in an awkward, apologetic gesture. Sweating bullets, he awkwardly says, "My bad, he totally didn't mean to obliterate the entrance that easily." Boss Chen freezes his eyes, locked onto him. Xia slides uncomfortably close, whispering a totally ruthless strategy into Chen's ear. The plan is pure evil. Use this random new guy as absolute bait for the massive zombie horde swarming downstairs. While the undead swarm him, he will be forced to sprint for his life, dragging the danger away. The twisted villains openly smirk at how brilliantly toxic this trap is. They secretly celebrate this dark, manipulative genius, willing to sacrifice an innocent life for their own survival. Unbothered, the main character just asks who Boss Chen is. The boss scoffs, telling him to just get lost, the place is all his. Feeling totally relieved, our guy nods. He steps right up, drops a stack of cash as a thank you, and promises to wire the rest later. Chen is left utterly stunned, brain completely short-circuiting at the kid's bizarre vibe. He yells that he can stay forever, just get out of his face. The sinister trap was set. Someone was about to run for their life just so these snakes could hit their goal. Our guy happily thanks Boss Chen, but before bouncing his eyes lock onto one of the elders. He freezes, staring intensely at the old man. He gasps, "It is Grandpa Zhou." The elder blinks in pure shock that this random kid recognizes him. This was not just some retired engineer. He was the literal legend on TV who stood against foreign nations trying to sabotage their weapon tech. He led that exact strike team, eyes shining. Our hero shouts, "You are a literal hero." The old man stayed completely silent. He just stared at the young hero's hands, gripping his own with desperate, crushing intensity. A dry, hollow chuckle escaped the elder's lips. That single exhausted sound carried so much heavy nostalgia, it practically froze the room's atmosphere. Though spoken softly, his words carried devastating weight. The pure heartbreak of watching everything he built turn to absolute dust. Our main character, however, absolutely refused to let that heavy silence drag on. The utter respect on his face instantly vanished. Genuine dark dread washed over his expression as his eyes locked onto the exit. He gave the elders a brutal reality check. Stepping outside right now was pure suicide. Flashing a tragically resolute smile, the old man dropped a heartbreaking truth bomb. Their clocks were already ticking down to zero. They chose to surrender every last scrap of food and hope to the new generation. Why waste precious survival gear on dying ghosts? In that exact split second, something deep inside our hero completely shattered, only to reforge into pure, unbreakable steel. His previously respectful gaze morphed into something entirely terrifying. His eyes now blazed with a cold, ruthless apex predator energy. This aura shift was so insanely intense that even the bystanders instinctively backed up, feeling a bone-chilling shiver crawl down their spines. Radiating absolute boss energy, our hero extended his hand toward the seniors. He was officially offering them his god-tier unconditional protection. Deep gratitude heavily saturated the room. but it mixed with that toxic, bitter resignation of people who felt like total dead weight. Dripping with tragic sweetness, the elders gently rejected his lifeline. They were totally convinced their fragile bodies would only drag this rising star down. Just knowing a fiercely pure heart still existed in this hellscape, that was all the absolute peace their weary souls needed. But our main character straight up refused to accept their sacrificial nonsense. Flashing a crazy, confident smirk backed by ironclad resolve, he laid down the law. His overpowered stats were more than enough to carry everyone. He casually suggested they crash at his personal turf while they hunted for a permanent sanctuary to lease out. The word rent totally short-circuited the elders' brains. The entire group just froze, trapped in a stunned, jaw-dropping silence of pure disbelief. Slicing through that awkward tension, a sudden laugh echoed out. It sparked a massive realization about this wildly unpredictable young hero. The guy was just built completely different. His savage willpower and unique vibe made him literally outshine every single survivor out there. Zero hesitation allowed. Our main character violently hijacked the room's pacing, radiating an absolutely overwhelming take-charge aura. Rocking a blinding smile and eyes squeezed shut with sheer hype, he locked onto the elders' hands and physically marched them toward the exit. Totally overpowered by his insane youthful momentum, the bewildered group had literally zero choice but to ride his chaotic wave. But lurking right behind this hopelessly wholesome moment, a brutally twisted nightmare was secretly taking shape in the shadows. Mr. Chen instinctively moved to block them, but his shady partner yanked him back, whispering that their sinister master plan was flowing perfectly. Co-op survival was never an option for these snakes. They fully planned to exploit this exact moment to hand those seniors a permanent game over. By purging the weak dead weight on the stairwell, they would aggressively lure the infected horde. Problem solved, hands completely clean of the blood. Hitting the pavement outside, our main character casually reached for his parked bike. But then, the dead silence violently shattered. A deafening crash echoed as heavy clay planters practically detonated against the concrete streets. Right behind our hero, the seniors literally froze in time. Sheer paralyzing terror and massive disbelief violently warped their aging faces. Snapping their heads toward the rooftop, the agonizing truth dropped. Chen Xia and two punks were aggressively bombarding the streets with heavy ceramic pots. Chen barked a frantic order at his lackeys. He desperately demanded they avoid landing direct headshots on the helpless squad below. "Don't you dare accidentally secure a kill," he roared. They were strictly dropping noise bombs to summon the infected horde. Let the undead handle them. Soaking in the toxic command, the thug's face twisted with ugly strain. He hoisted another massive planter high above his skull, ready to strike. His twisted squad watched with sickening, arrogant smirks. They were totally feeding off the panic below, treating this brutal betrayal like a casual video game. Eyes glued to the deadly ledge above, the seniors desperately searched for a reason. But zero logic existed in this level of sheer, unhinged cruelty. One elder cursed out the rotting morals of this new generation. Beside him, the women could only stare, totally paralyzed by raw horror and crushing heartbreak. Locking an icy death glare on the roof, our hero decoded their evil strategy. He growled a warning these scumbags were infinitely worse than they imagined. In that terrifying second, the seniors finally realized they were intentionally pulling the undead's aggro. That sickening realization hit the vulnerable group way harder than any shattered clay pot ever could. Their survival odds plummeted to zero. They were completely sandwiched between the toxic malice of the living above and the flesh-eating hunger of the dead below. But Old Man Chow totally ignored the roof. His wide eyes tracked the massive pile of slaughtered infected littering the asphalt, forcing a shocked question out loud. Did some absolute legend finally find a cheat code to wipe them out? That insane theory sounded mathematically impossible to the crew, yet it instantly synchronized everyone's racing thoughts, making every single head slowly turn back toward our insanely overpowered hero. Our main character awkwardly scratched his neck, flashing a completely clueless expression. Squeezing his eyes shut, with a forced modest smile under their heavy stares, he casually justified his insane rampage. He defensively claimed there was literally no other choice. If he had not completely annihilated those monsters, blocking his path, reaching the rooftop would be impossible. His casual excuse sparked utter chaos. The elders screamed in absolute disbelief, cold sweat drenching their pale, shocked faces. The sheer scale of his epic feat totally shattered their minds. They simply could not process how one kid single-handedly slaughtered that entire zombie horde. Meanwhile, up on the roof, an exhausted teenager frantically yelled at Mr. Chen. Despite tossing everything, they had eerie silence reigned. Beside him, the other guy stared down, completely paralyzed by this terrifying dead quiet. He spotted a massive pile of motionless corpses below. Mr. Chen, refusing to believe it aggressively, shoved past them. He demanded they move aside to see for himself. As he peeked over the ledge, heavy tension suffocated the group. Before anyone could even react, pure horror painted everyone's faces as they witnessed the absolutely brutal scene from the edge. After that ruthless push, deadly silence consumed the roof. Xiao, the culprit, felt zero remorse. With chilling calmness, he simply adjusted his tie, standing tall with a totally defiant aura. Everyone around him stood completely frozen, yet he just glared back with arrogant, carefree superiority. He coldly stated that throwing random trash to bait those zombies had become completely useless. The dead were totally ignoring those cheap sound decoys now. Hearing this dark strategy, Mr. Chen flashed a wicked, knowing smirk. They immediately praised Xiao's twisted genius and ruthless cunning. Down below, the main character and elders jumped as the teenager's body brutally slammed into the pavement. Instantly, savage growls erupted as the monstrous horde mobilized, zeroing in on their fresh prey. The rooftop squad watched pure chaos explode below them. Xiao's twisted master plan worked with terrifying perfection. That bloody trail of fresh meat perfectly transformed the entire zone into an inescapable death trap. Sadistic laughter quickly echoed through the air. They celebrated their dark victory with absolute zero empathy. Panicked elders questioned his next move, yet he reacted with an insane chillness despite the deadly threat. He casually asked an elder if they had any getaway ride to ditch this hellhole. The old man confirmed a car was parked out back. Our hero declared that vehicle was their ultimate escape ticket, since his motorcycle definitely could not carry everyone. But shockingly, his grand escape plan completely excluded himself. Instead of joining them, he bravely marched in the opposite direction. Without glancing back, he threw up a cool farewell wave. While dropping one final order, the elder must drive to their safe zone while he handled this bloody mess alone. The elders screamed in absolute despair, begging him to stay. Desperately trying to save him, they emphasized his young age. They frantically begged him to ride along, promising they would help fight back those flesh-eating monsters. But our lone wolf remained totally unbothered, walking forward. The elders helplessly watched their heroic guardian willingly march into pure hell. The squad accepted this kid possessed absolute god-tier skills and hidden reasons for staying behind. Realizing their best support was just not being dead weight, they followed his command. Facing that grotesque mob, our guy mockingly laughed, calling their sad stamina absolutely pathetic. I have waited forever, and you losers are barely catching up. Those rooftop villains watched in sheer disbelief as the kid willingly strolled toward the ravenous horde, wondering if insane bravery or mind-breaking terror had completely shattered his judgment. But their mocking grins morphed into pure shock when he casually yanked the main gate wide open himself. Totally baffled by his sudden swerve, the spectators wondered why he suddenly started sprinting again. One guy assumed pure survival instincts kicked in, thinking even a fake tough guy would run from actual deadly danger. But the ultimate plot twist hit when they realized the kid was not actually retreating at all. It was a savage maneuver that completely terrified those rooftop thugs. Absolute dread consumed them once they realized he was not fleeing, but intentionally leading that entire zombie army straight toward their hideout. Finally, with the massive horde breathing down his neck, our boy stood his ground. He forced his haters to face their ultimate nightmare, the same monsters they casually ignored before. With a mocking smirk, he reminded them that they practically begged for these freaks. He casually strolled away, totally satisfied, letting the infected horde dish out some brutal poetic justice. He kicked back to watch his brilliant trap unfold, throwing them a savage wave goodbye. He abandoned them to the terrifying nightmare they foolishly underestimated. The very next day, a stunning sunset painted the neighborhood's sky bright orange. Suddenly, a familiar voice shattered the absolute silence inside a cozy house. It was time to wash off the apocalyptic grime and gather around the dinner table. The mouth-watering scent of freshly cooked meals promised pure comfort and family vibes. Sitting together, these former strangers were sharing way more than just survival rations. Under the dining room's warm, soft glow, the woman who handled the cooking leaned in with genuine affection. She served a massive portion to Lin Fan. This simple gesture screamed pure hospitality and deep unspoken respect. Her soft words were not just a dinner invite but a heartfelt thank you for giving them their sanctuary back. Because he stepped up, she and little Feifei could finally lock the terrifying chaos outside and actually embrace the sweet peace of a normal life. From across the wooden table, an elder's raspy voice chimed in. He echoed that deep gratitude, totally admitting that without Lin Fan, all four seniors would be monster chow by now. Lin Fan stayed dead silent, locking his intense, intimidating gaze right onto little Feifei. Feeling the crushing pressure of his stare, the kid froze mid-bite and slowly raised her massive doe-like eyes toward him. She looked totally confused and shy. Then our main character suddenly demanded to know where her school supplies went, because in his mind, a literal zombie apocalypse was zero excuse to skip out on childhood education. While everyone watched in stunned silence, Lin Fan pointed straight at Grandma Liang, a retired teacher whose massive experience was absolutely crucial for the kids' daily lessons. The sweet elder happily accepted the mission. She flashed a gentle smile. Meanwhile, our hero secretly vowed to raid the wasteland for a backpack and textbooks. Poor little Feifei processed this devastating news with absolute horror and total disbelief. Her big eyes immediately welled up with dramatic tears. She desperately looked to her mom for backup, her tiny face totally shattered, wondering how this nightmare was real. Homework was still mandatory during the literal end of the world. However, she found zero sympathy there. Her mother, flashing a perfectly calm smile, completely backed Lin Fan's savage ruling, reminding her that studying was the only thing they could control in this twisted, totally unpredictable, apocalyptic wasteland. Faced with this ultimate family betrayal, the poor kid burst into the most hilariously desperate, dramatic sobbing ever, cursing her terrible luck and calling her protectors totally evil. But honestly, her childish tantrum didn't ruin the vibe at all. It actually made the whole table burst into laughter. Just like that, Lin Fan's Sunshine community officially welcomed 6 new survivors, transforming a once dead empty ghost town into a warm home packed with chaotic noise and bright buzzing life again. Waving his hand casually, our main character told them to dig in without him. He just needed to take out the trash. Oh, and hunt down some textbooks for Feifei. Across the room, the little girl whined with hilariously over-the-top dramatic energy. She seriously wondered if he had some secret grudge against her. Meanwhile, a few blocks away, the atmosphere felt suffocating. A squad of survivors huddled in dead silence, locked inside an abandoned house. Through the window, a young guy carefully tracked the twitchy, erratic, infected freaks prowling the streets. With lethal precision, he sniped the last few stragglers guarding their perimeter, successfully locking down the danger zone for now. The sniper tilted his head slightly, analyzing the entire battlefield with icy calm. He quickly briefed his nervous squad. He confirmed that the mindless biters roaming the open roads were mostly wiped out. However, that wasn't the real problem. The ultimate nightmare lurked deep inside the grocery stores. Those dark aisles hid mutated threats that made scavenging a suicide mission. The squad's only female fighter dropped a hard command. They were absolutely avoiding those death traps until they geared up properly. She confidently added that their clean water was still flowing, and their current loot could easily keep them alive for another solid week. But that temporary peace shattered instantly. Cold, terrified sweat poured down the young scout's pale face as he froze. He witnessed a massive, ear-shattering explosion outside the window. The girl instantly gritted her teeth in pure, agonizing panic. As deafening sounds of total chaos multiplied outside, they frantically wondered what kind of lunatic triggered that massive blast. In a split second, the terrifying, imminent threat of an unstoppable mutated zombie horde became a deadly reality. Out of nowhere, a soul-crushing scream for help pierced the air. And right then, they finally spotted the terrifying source of the destruction. This wasn't some random accident. It was pure nightmare fuel. A colossal monstrosity ripped right through the absolute chaos. Bulging with sickly blue muscles, the beast flexed its blood-soaked claws and bared rows of razor-sharp teeth. The girl froze, staring at the nightmare, before stuttering out a bone-chilling realization. These weren't your average brain-dead walkers anymore. A deadly new mutation of the virus had just claimed this entire block as its personal hunting ground. While the beast's roar shattered their eardrums, a blur of motion caught her eye. Smash! A massive metal dumpster slammed right into the monster. She stood there, completely stunned. Staring in pure disbelief, she realized the guy casually dragging that massive dumpster was our main character. Completely ignoring the apocalyptic horror show around him, he actually apologized for the collision with insane, borderline psychotic politeness. Flashing a soft smile, he acted like he just bumped into someone on a busy sidewalk instead of a literal war zone. The entire squad stood completely speechless, absolutely baffled by this weirdo's aura. But instead of panicking, our guy just kept chatting with creepy, unbothered politeness. The girl's jaw practically hit the floor, realizing this was the exact same stranger from the library. Completely ignoring basic survival instincts, her little brother gasped in pure awe, pointing out how the dumpster dude had effortlessly aggroed the zombies. Walking away from the absolute mess, our hero locked his eyes on some lit-up windows, realizing this wouldn't be a straight walk. He had some serious business to settle first. With Feifei, taking out the trash would just have to wait for a better drop-off spot. The atmosphere grew incredibly heavy. High up on a balcony, 4 heavily armed, intimidating thugs were staring him down like prey. Zero sweat on his brow, our guy casually admitted he was literally just strolling around looking for a trash can. That flex hit them with instant brain lag. One of the thugs aggressively nudged his bro, demanding he listen to this absolute nonsense. This random dude was literally risking a brutal death just to do chores. Doing mundane housework during a zombie outbreak felt way more unhinged to them than chucking an explosive barrel into enemy territory. Up on the balcony, the tense silence shattered into loud, mocking laughter. The squad leader viciously clowned on his innocence, calling him a pathetic noob who hadn't grasped the dark rules of this apocalyptic server. However, rocking a look of pure, innocent confusion, our hero dropped a question that totally shattered their tough guy logic. He honestly asked if taking out the trash wasn't just basic human decency. Keeping up his unreal polite NPC energy, he actually offered them a helping hand. That triggered the balcony boss entirely. His arrogant smirk instantly twisted into blazing fury. Spitting pure venom with his words, he delivered one final deadly warning. Just one command from him and an entire squad of ruthless mercenaries would hunt him down relentlessly. It was a straight-up death threat. Yet the hero's reaction was completely unhinged. Showing absolutely zero fear or care, he just hit them with a lazy goodbye and spun around. Walking away from the seething squad, that ice-cold disrespect was the ultimate breaking point. Boiling with rage, the boss ordered his men to lure the zombie horde toward the kid, desperate to watch his cocky facade crumble. Safe inside their second-floor fortress, they executed their cowardly scheme. They started screaming and hollering, mocking chants into the streets, desperate to aggro the infected mobs, ignoring that their high-ground safety was a fragile illusion. Suddenly, after all that noisy sabotage, a bone-chilling silence slammed right back down onto the street. Panic set in as they frantically realized there wasn't a single walker left in the entire area. Their brains short-circuited, trying to process where the horde went. Right then, absolute dread crushed their souls as a massive shadow loomed directly over their balcony. Our guy had warned them not to panic. They knew danger was close, but reality was about to hit them like a freaking freight train. When the beast finally stepped into the light, it wasn't some slow-moving zombie. It was a fiercely gigantic, mutated powerhouse. Towering over their pathetic squad with bloodshot eyes and a jaw packed with razor-sharp fangs, the monster unleashed a roar that literally shook the concrete foundation. Instantly, all their trash talk died in their throats, replaced by the icy sweat of doomed men realizing their safe house was now their tomb. Down below, our hero paused to watch the carnage unfold. Dripping with absolute irony and unbothered chill, he casually noted that those loudmouths seemed to be bonding nicely with the very monsters they tried so hard to summon. Without another word, he kept walking, escaping the bloodbath. His focus shifted to a brightly lit bookstore pulled in by what sounded exactly like a screaming newborn inside. The pale indoor lighting exposed a scene that finally halted his footsteps, though his stoic expression never even twitched. He locked eyes with a silhouette dangling from the ceiling. A woman. A thick, heavy rope dropped from the rafters, gripping tight around her throat. Despite the grim reality of the noose, endless desperate crying echoed through the deadly silence pouring out from a tightly wrapped bundle. The dangling figure belonged to a little girl. He locked eyes with the mother's face, a dark mask burying her ultimate agony. One brutal question kept pounding in his brain. Why did this woman take her own life? Leaving a helpless kid behind felt like absolute weakness, a complete and utter betrayal. He awkwardly rocked the infant, desperately trying to muffle her wails before they attracted the bloodthirsty freaks lurking outside. As the baby finally quieted down, his gaze drifted sideways. Right there, scattered among the dead woman's belongings, sat a tiny blue-covered notebook. He snatched it up with his free hand, weighing the mysterious diary with deep curiosity. This journal was the hanged mother's final voice, a grim explanation buried deep within its pages, decoding the absolute nightmare he just witnessed. Cracking it open revealed a pure, unfiltered testament of utter despair. The shaky handwriting, traced by starving and frail hands, exposed the tragic truth behind the noose. With zero rescue in sight and starving daily, she had watched survivors mutate into walking corpses after taking their last breath. Knowing her doom was locked in, she chose this ultimate sacrifice while a sliver of strength still remained, setting up extreme precautions so she wouldn't resurrect as a flesh-eating monster and tear her own daughter apart. The mother executed a ruthlessly necessary plan. With trembling fingers, she tightly wrapped heavy-duty tape around her entire face, forging a hardcore containment muzzle. To her, the agonizing pain of shattering her own teeth was absolutely nothing, compared to the nightmare of sinking infected jaws into her baby's flesh. This brutal self-mutilation was her absolute final line of defense. If the virus took over, her deadly weapons would be destroyed before that unnatural hunger could take the wheel. Nearby, a final scribbled note acted as her will. The baby's name was Mung. The mother's last request was gut-wrenchingly blunt. If whoever found them decided the kid couldn't survive this hellscape, she begged them to make the end fast and painless. Her ultimate nightmare wasn't Mung dying, but the horrific fate of being left behind as live bait for the infected swarm. With a heavy, solemn nod, Lin Fan shouldered the weight of that silent vow, swearing to do whatever it took to keep Mung breathing. Suddenly, a stray basketball bounced right out of the shadows, followed by a terrifying, inhuman roar that shattered the dead silence. A grotesque mutant erupted from the darkness, possessing wildly long hair and clusters of glowing, bloodthirsty red eyes. Its movement was unnaturally fast, completely outclassing any infected nightmare the young survivor had ever clashed with. Our main character barely had a split second to react. He instinctively drew his blade perfectly, parrying a flurry of savage strikes. A deeply chilling thought suddenly clicked in his brain. Watching the monster's twisted cunning, a horrifying realization hit him like a truck. This mutant wasn't wandering randomly. It had been intentionally lurking, literally using the crying infant as live bait to lure desperate survivors straight into its deadly trap. With one surgically precise flash of his steel, the young warrior absolutely obliterated the evolved infected, finally pulling baby Mung out of that literal house of horrors. Right then, a glowing system prompt popped up. Slaying a speed-type evolved zombie had just scored him 3 sweet bonus points. He froze for a second, his eyes darkening with heavy suspicion. Until now, his entire survival playbook relied on one basic rule. The infected were just brainless predators, driven by blind hunger. But the game had changed. The sinister behavior he just witnessed revealed a deeply terrifying intelligence. A sudden spark of dark realization violently illuminated his face. As the twisted irony fully clicked, despite the massive danger, he absolutely refused to waste this golden opportunity of stumbling into this untouched sanctuary of knowledge. Locking his intense gaze onto the dusty bookshelves, he decided to loot some valuable educational materials for Fei. Swiping the heavy tomes, he just knew the little girl would absolutely light up with joy when she saw this epic loot later. While our hero crammed the heavy books into his backpack way out in a brutal remote desert, a massive underground base sat hidden, burying insane tech and dark secrets beneath the shifting dunes. An elderly scientist, rocking a white beard and a monocle, stared at a mysterious object in pure shock. Cold sweat beaded his forehead as he gripped an utterly impossible discovery. His trembling voice, dripping with both absolute horror and insane academic obsession, shattered the lab's mechanical hum. He aggressively questioned if this artifact was actually ripped straight from a mutated infected skull. Across from him, a stern woman in a flawless military uniform firmly gripped a high-tech cylinder. Inside, a razor-sharp blood-red crystal floated eerily within glowing stabilization fluid. She coldly confirmed this crystal wasn't some random foreign object. It was a literal biological core that organically mutated right inside the monster's brainpan, signaling a genuinely terrifying power gap between basic walkers and these heavily evolved nightmare variants. The scientist desperately demanded a full debriefing. The officer explained how Xiannan, wielding her heavy sniper rifle, took the very first shot of the raid. It was a completely flawless headshot, but then the unthinkable happened. The zombie refused to stay down. Tanking the damage, it flexed an unnatural, terrifying endurance. It took a rapid-fire barrage to totally obliterate its skull before the monster finally collapsed into the dirt. Up until this exact moment, basic survival rules dictated that any walker could get dropped with standard rudimentary attacks. But this freak surviving a point-blank blast, that was a straight-up terrifying anomaly. The bitter truth hit. These weren't just basic walkers. They were evolving into literal demons, way beyond reanimated corpses. The professor's face shadowed over, dropping the grim news that only 2 national bases remained operational, Dragon Palace and Galaxy. He bitterly questioned if saving this rapidly decaying world was even possible anymore, increasingly hostile. But a spark of hope ignited when one of the crew pitched an extra wild theory ripped straight out of pre-apocalypse web novels. She pointed out that those glowing crimson crystals lodged inside zombie skulls were the exact catalyst fueling their evolution. The professor just stared, completely dumbfounded, hearing that their grand survival strategy came from fantasy fiction. Still, a cautious fire lit in his eyes as he studied the blood-red core, wondering if this insane trope could actually work and grant humans overpowered superhuman stats. Meanwhile, hidden safely inside her apartment, a girl knelt frozen by the windowsill. Peeking through the heavy curtain folds, she scanned the ruined streets outside with absolute paranoid caution, her eyes glued to the pavement. She gasped. Someone was out there. Pure shock paralyzed her as she realized that, despite the avenue swarming with bloodthirsty nightmares, a lone guy was strolling through with unnatural, chilling calmness. He glided forward with eerie, zero-stress energy, treating the wasteland like a casual park stroll. What apocalypse! As if sensing the heavy weight of her gaze, the boy slowly tilted his head toward her window, perfectly aware he had an audience, hiding in the shadows. Instantly, her heart flatlined. Pure ice-cold panic hijacked her entire system. She slapped a trembling hand over her mouth, suffocated by one terrifying question. Did that mysterious dude just spot her? While she shuddered in the dark, our main character, casually flexing a massive greatsword on his back, kept his gaze locked onto her hideout without a single ounce of killing intent. A chill thought crossed his mind, matching his breezy vibe. Suddenly, a harsh metallic clank snapped his attention away. Pivoting, he spotted a rogue vehicle with its high beams blazing, parked right outside the police precinct. His relaxed expression shifted into guarded curiosity as a squad of sketchy dudes, straight out of a street gang, piled out. Our guy just watched, casually tossing up a hand to greet them. But that polite wave was pure camouflage. Despite the gap between them, his combat senses spiked. A dark realization hit him as he analyzed them. Regardless of their cover-up attempts or the physical distance, the foul stench of raw violence leaked off them like a blaring siren. Meanwhile, absolute shock completely hijacked the gangsters' faces. Their features twisted in pure glitching disbelief. They stared down the road, their brains totally short-circuiting at the impossible sight. With flesh-eating hordes swarming the block, it felt like a glitch in reality, a twisted, macabre miracle that some random dude was actually alive and casually strolling the pavement. Standing behind him, a lackey analyzed the threat with zero hesitation, his mind running cold survival math, and instantly suggested wiping the stranger out to eliminate any wildcards. This random guy wasn't just another survivor, he was an unpredictable liability. But before they could strike, cold logic choked out their bloodlust. They absolutely couldn't risk pulling aggro from the massive undead swarms, lurking nearby over some pointless street brawl. A harsh reality check hit them. They weren't here for side quests. They had a massive critical raid assigned by their boss. The absolute terror of failing easily outweighed killing a random guy, knowing damn well that crawling back empty-handed meant facing a brutally horrific execution from their merciless leader. With suffocating tension electrifying the air, the mob stood frozen in a defensive stance, totally torn between their ticking mission clock and the menacing aura radiating off the sword-wielding kid. Meanwhile, chilling inside the whip, sat the designated getaway driver, a bald, battle-scarred brute glaring daggers at our main character with ultimate disgust. His toxic brain started mapping out a brutally savage end for the street-walking target. A twisted, deeply sadistic smirk slowly infected his face as his dark ambitions ran wild. But on the other side of the windshield, the kid who looked like total cannon fodder teleported directly to the glass, totally glitching the laws of physics and space. Zero panic registered on his face. Instead, he dropped a death stare so insanely terrifying, it made the undead horde look like a joke. His piercing eyes locked onto the driver, burning with psychotic, unhinged hype, topped off with a wildly exaggerated mocking grin. A grin stretching from ear to ear, a sudden gasp shattered the dead silence. The question demanded an instant explanation for the crazy scene going down, yet the reply dropped with a maddening ice-cold chill. The newcomer barely even glanced their way. He casually flexed that his sudden arrival was no big mystery. He simply rolled up to say what is good, dripping with absolute sarcastic politeness. He instantly flipped the script casually, asking what exactly they thought they were doing here. Eyes totally wide and jaw clenched hard, the guy could barely process the imposing aura that just ambushed him out of nowhere. A bitter realization hit like his racing heart flatlined. For a split second, pure, chaotic confusion hijacked his brain completely, swallowing his initial panic. He simply could not fathom how this kid practically teleported right up to his face. His eyes literally tracked him, in a totally different spot just a millisecond ago. From the back, the crew's voices erupted in pure hostility. Four shady dudes glared daggers at the dark-haired kid rocking a crossbody backpack. The heavy tension snapped with a furious shout, demanding some immediate answers. They desperately wanted to know what he was plotting against their bro, and why he dared to pull such a suicidal stunt. Swallowing the massive humiliation of getting sneaked up on the guy by the ride, desperately tried to flex his fake authority again. He slightly looked away, trying hard to ignore how this absolute menace moved way faster than humanly possible. Barking orders though, clearly sweating bullets beneath the surface. He demanded to know if they finally snagged the exact loot the boss ordered them to find. It was a pathetic play to act normal. The deadly vibe actually faded a bit when the stash dropped. Gripping a heavy duffel bag tight, one lackey smirked back with a confidence that screamed pure arrogance. Scoffing hard, the leader admitted this kid either had some insanely massive guts, or literally zero survival instinct left. He could not wrap his head around someone solo roaming these cursed streets, and actually staying alive long enough to cross their deadly path. When asked how he was not dead yet, our boy did not even flinch once. With terrifying chill, he broke down his bizarre survival meta for traversing this ruined wasteland. He claimed that upon running into zombies, his first move was never running away, or throwing hands but starting a chat. Straight-faced, he described how he tried to reason with the flesh-eaters, begging them not to give in to their base hunger. Only when peace talks completely crashed and burned did he bring the heat. One clean, lethal sword slash was all it took to drop them and keep stepping. Following that insane flex, dead silence hit. The main character's confession dropped on the squad like a freezing ice bath. The logic was so unhinged, so divorced from this bloody hellscape, that one guy literally questioned his own sanity. Were they staring down a sword god, an absolute psycho, or someone playing on a totally different reality server? For a crew baked in, brutal street rules chatting up monsters was not bravery at all. It was straight-up brain rot. One thug finally snapped, ditching his total shock to go full aggro mode. In a lightning flash, he whipped out his piece, aiming right between the kid's eyes. Smirking like a true villain, he asked if the kid had any clue about the fatal danger, staring right back at him. The whole squad held their breath for the weirdo's next move. But even staring down a loaded barrel, his creepy calm never cracked. Instead of showing any fear, the protagonist narrowed his piercing eyes, dissecting the room with a coldness that instantly froze their veins. Voice smooth but lethal, he totally dodged the death threat to drop one final heavy question. He just needed to know if these 4 goons actually crashed this exact location, simply to loot the weapon stash. The gunman raged out, defending his hustle in this brutal dog-eat-dog world. To him, in a literal apocalypse, stealing was a dead concept anyway. The only rule left was taking absolutely whatever you needed to survive. But before his finger could even twitch on the trigger, a blinding flash sliced the air at superhuman speed. Disrespectfully calm to the very end. The main character apologized for killing the mood. Suddenly, a raw scream echoes out, and another thug yells, asking if he is seriously begging for death. The gunman dropped utterly clueless to his own defeat, leaving everyone shook. If a mere mortal could move with such blinding speed, the driver did not even bother looking back. Their echoing shouts were absolute zombie bait. The grotesque shuffling emerged from the shadows, closing in like a flesh-hungry tide. The crew could only watch the getaway car burn rubber, leaving them totally stranded in a living nightmare. Fear completely crushed loyalty. That coward floored the gas, leaving his squad behind as literal dead meat. He tossed out one final warning to our main character, while the ditched thugs threw a massive tantrum over being betrayed. Our hero just laughed it off. Not even a literal apocalypse could stop these hardcore neighbors from crushing street trash. Chapter 12. Up above, the girl by the window peeked out once again, trying to track down all that insane chaos. She cautiously leaned over the ledge, and her blood ran cold. A terrifying swarm of grotesque monsters had flooded the streets. The sheer volume of infected was mind-blowing. There was zero chance this was just some random coincidence. That crazy dude causing drama earlier, he absolutely triggered this horde. His reckless stunt acted like a massive zombie magnet. Letting out a heavy, stressed sigh, she backed away from the window, sinking deep into her own anxious racing thoughts. What was that idiot thinking running out into a literal death zone? In her mind, that guy's fate was already sealed in blood. By now, he was definitely nothing more than an all-you-can-eat buffet for the walking dead. But suddenly, the dead silence shattered. A sharp tongue click echoed right behind her, making her shriek in pure, unfiltered terror. Floating just inches away, wearing a completely unbothered smirk that defied all logic, was our main character. Not only was he breathing, but his cocky vibe completely crushed her grim theories. Her panic instantly morphed into mind-bending confusion. Eyes wide with raw shock, her brain totally short-circuited. How on earth did this guy scale a 3-story building from the outside? Crouched on the air conditioner with freakish cat-like agility, our hero casually watched the poor girl's absolute mental breakdown. He read the room with cold but caring logic. He totally understood why she was freaking out of her mind right now. He wanted to save her, sure, but he knew she was not mentally tough enough yet to face this brutal apocalyptic wasteland, so he decided to give her some space. He would patiently chill up there in the sky until her racing heart finally slowed down. To win over her trust, he cooked up a seriously weird and unexpected strategy. He made a vow right there. He would pop up at her window every single day just to flash her a reassuring smirk. He planned to show relentless kindness, desperate to prove he wasn't a monster. But that strategy shattered instantly the second their eyes locked in dead silence. Panic swallowed the girl whole, knowing she could never outrun his insane speed. She gripped a hidden blade with one chilling thought. Capture was not an option. Miles away at the Shanshui Gardens in Wan City, a battered vehicle roared. Fresh crimson splattered across its doors, painting a gruesome masterpiece of their nightmare escape. The driver screamed for his older brother, his voice trembling with absolute terror. Meeting his boss, the ruthless mad wolf, Wang Dafu, the driver frantically explained the bloodbath. Dragging his cigarette with terrifying calmness, the boss coldly demanded the grim details. Shaking on his knees, the lackey spilled the whole police station horror story. He claimed rival survivors purposefully dragged a massive zombie horde right to their doorstep. Yet a dark, cowardly secret rotted deep inside the driver's mind. Pure terror had possessed him, abandoning his crew to die. Judgment Day dropped when Dafu, with absolute ice in his veins, smashed his burning cigarette into the driver's forehead. Searing agony melted his skin, but showing weakness meant instant, brutal death. Swallowing the fiery pain, he forced a sick smile, begging to stay useful behind the wheel. Disgusted, Dafu kicked him out. The tyrant then plotted to slaughter every infected in the Villa district, claiming it as his fortress. Hearing about a rival squad raiding the police station triggered his killer instincts. He knew dangerous predators lurked out there. Meanwhile, inside Sunshine District, hope bloomed. An elder worked the soil planning to ask Fan for precious seeds to secure their survival. Grandpas hammered wooden planks into heavy barricades, sweating tirelessly to fortify their safe haven. Indoors, Grandma Liang hovered over little Fei Fei's desk, tossing English books aside. She pushed hardcore math and physics. Only cold, hard logic mattered in this broken world. To reward her grind, Fan gifted Fei Fei a sick backpack from Ice City. Suddenly, a piercing wail shattered their peace. Pulling back his gear, Fan revealed a tiny infant sobbing its lungs out. Fei Fei's mom froze, asking if it was his kid. Lin Fan sighed. Epic story. Remembering Grandma Shu's hardcore army medic past our hero, begged her to examine the newborn. After a tense checkup, Shu exhaled sharply. 1 second later, and this kid was a goner. She warned against relaxing. The baby's shattered immune system demanded extreme non-stop protection. Fan introduced the girl as Men. Her late mother's blood-stained diary held no last name. Our main character kept her name simply as Men, honoring a fallen mother's ultimate sacrifice. With the elders exhausted and Fan clueless, Sister Lee stepped up, swearing to protect the infant daily. But tranquility always dies fast. A frantic scream echoed. The streets were crawling with infected. Staring at the nightmare, Fan's blood ran cold. He had completely purged this zone earlier. Right as the Sunshine community finally caught its breath, hell came knocking again. Was it actually possible? Had these brainless walkers evolved terrifying new intelligence? A massive gray cargo truck ripped through the avenue, dragging a tidal wave of shambling monsters behind it. Blasting its deafening horn through the concrete jungle, the truck acted like a massive zombie magnet. Safe inside their fortress, our hero and the elders watched the madness unfold on security feeds. An elder warned Fan that this speeding rig had been laying on the horn endlessly. It was intentionally pulling the undead. Analyzing the tactical play, Fan's eyes narrowed with realization. This wasn't panic. It was a calculated decoy mission to clear the zone for heavy looting. Standing in the dimly lit bunker young, Fan absorbed the intel with deadly seriousness. But tension skyrocketed when a spotter caught a terrifying plot twist happening on the asphalt. The looting squad froze in pure terror as the blaring horn suddenly echoed right in front of them. The getaway truck suddenly swerved, barreling straight toward them. What looked like a solid rescue plan just morphed into a deadly ambush. The driver was luring the infected horde right back. Our main character froze in pure disbelief. A heavy whisper escaped his lips as reality hit. While others screamed betrayal, he sensed a cold, calculated move forged from absolute despair. Inside the cab, the vibe was terrifyingly dead. The masked driver tightly gripped the steering wheel. He sparked a smoke, his mind flashing back to ground zero of this living hell. When society crumbled, he begged his crying wife and daughter to stay hidden securely indoors. Out scavenging, a rabid mob cornered him in an alley until this truck crashed through. 2 ruthless survivors leaped from the rig, slicing through the monsters with absolute flawless precision. They saved his life. Hearing about his family, these so-called saviors promised a safe haven. They offered an escort to their base, but that hope quickly spiraled into a total nightmare. Seeing his vulnerable family unleashed their inner demons, they brutally assaulted his wife right there. When she fought back like a lioness, those monsters tossed her from a 3rd-floor window. He was utterly paralyzed. They held his little girl hostage. Total annihilation dead ahead. Screaming in pure rage, he slammed the gas pedal straight to the floor. The rig morphed into a steel missile, dragging a rotting horde behind it. Hearing that deafening crash, our hero dashed straight into the chaotic street. Facing a literal tsunami of undead, he calmly dropped a polite, yet savage warning for them to back off. His logic was wild but valid, explaining their rotting vibes ruined the peace of the helpless residents he guarded. The monsters just stared blankly, completely glitching out in total confusion. But that hesitation vanished instantly. The beasts lunged straight for his throat, roaring in absolute bloodlust. Realizing diplomacy was totally dead, our main character unsheathed, his gleaming blade shifting into a deadly combat stance. Watching this brutal massacre from safety, the elders were absolutely shook. One whispered that young Fan had to be an awakened super soldier, wielding power way beyond human limits. After that bone-crushing crash, our hero checked on the reckless driver. Grandma Shu quickly verified he only suffered minor bruises, entirely saved by the airbag's clutch deployment. Our guy made a ruthless call. Since this dude triggered the disaster, he was going to scrub these blood-soaked streets entirely himself. Witnessing his god-tier strength and wild logic, the elders just stood there completely stunned, absolutely speechless. Blinking awake, the dazed driver mumbled, asking if he had respawned in heaven. With an icy tone, our hero shattered his delusion. He was still breathing inside the Sunshine complex. The survivor frantically introduced himself as Cheng He, a former network tech. He bowed in deep gratitude, but desperately begged to leave, needing to save his stranded daughter, trapped deep inside the infested city limits. But our cold-blooded hero wasn't buying into the emotional drama. He roasted the guy for spawning a nightmare, ordering him to mop up the guts while he soloed the rescue mission himself. Cheng He just stared at his retreating back, utterly mind-blown by this crazy transaction. Following the terrified father's exact coordinates, our overpowered youth breached the girl's dark hiding spot. Spotting his imposing shadow, she whispered in a tiny, trembling voice, asking if her dad actually sent a hero to grab her. Our guy, keeping an absolutely stone-cold poker face, smoothly confirmed his active quest, gently resting his heavy hand on her head to block out the surrounding terror. The kid just froze in silence, completely baffled that her epic survival rescue was being treated like a casual side gig. But his return definitely did not fly under the radar. Watching from a nearby window, that same girl from yesterday stared in absolute horror, totally mind-blown that our guy was actually dragging a little kid along. Our hero looked straight up at her window and started waving both arms around like an absolute maniac. Completely terrified, she fully believed he was some twisted monster who snatched the kid after failing to catch her. She immediately burst into tears and violently yanked the curtains shut, desperately trying to block out this tragic nightmare. Scratching his head in pure confusion, our guy mutters about how incredibly weird she was acting. He finally guesses that the whole apocalypse probably fried her brain, seriously warning little Ting Ting to stay far away from unhinged people since they are super dangerous. Meanwhile, a couple of dudes inside a nearby truck spot something insane in the distance. They instantly recognize our oblivious hero as that completely crazy survivor from earlier. Our hero stops dead at a storefront. Whoa, these are totally adorable. He snags one doll for Menman and tosses another straight to Tintin. But the vibe instantly shifts. Inside a nearby vehicle, a woman's blood runs cold. She checks the mirror. They are being tailed. A massive rotting horde is right on their bumper. Panicking, she screams at her partner to slam the horn. They need to distract those monsters and save the two guys on the street. But this heroic rescue mission, it instantly turns into a massive, catastrophic fail. Instead of a blaring horn, a super loud, upbeat nursery rhyme starts blasting. That high-pitched melody instantly grabs every single undead eyeball. The entire rotting mob completely shifts focus, sprinting like rabid dogs straight toward that cheerful beat. Meanwhile, our main character and Tintin are chilling in their own peaceful little bubble. They are totally hypnotized by a dancing toy cactus, completely clueless about the death wave heading their way. Cut to somewhere else. The desert military base looks like humanity's final stronghold of absolute logic. Deep inside their sterile labs, scientists are sweating over a bizarre glowing crystal. They ripped this thing straight from a zombie's brain. Zero records exist. Nothing even comes close. This glowing material is a complete mystery to human history. It is a literal rock of pure chaos that shatters all known science. The lab tech desperately scans the sample's energy output, making a creepy discovery. The outer crystal shell feels sickeningly similar to actual human skin, but its durability, it completely wrecks any known biological tissue. This ultimate armor was specifically designed to guard the power core at all costs. They immediately push this insane intel over to Dragon Palace Base and Galaxy Base, but the radio silence from the other side is absolutely deafening. Zero updates mean this crystal puzzle is still an impossible, maddening code. Meanwhile, under the blazing skies of Ciudad Juarez, a lone guy stands on a rooftop edge. He pumps his fist, practically buzzing with new raw energy. His wide eyes scream pure, unfiltered shock. He just realized that the rules of this broken world just rewrote themselves for him. Absolute fantasy is now his hardcore reality. Finding these glowing cores inside the rotting dead, that is his ultimate cheat code for staying alive. It is a god-tier power he only ever read about in web novels, but that insane hype instantly freezes over when the dark truth hits. He literally sacrificed 7 of his own crew members just to snatch this prize. Gripping the cold crystal, he forces it into his mouth and bites down hard, his face twisting in madness. Instantly, a devastating, burning agony explodes in his gut, yet a wild spark of hope flashes through that absolute hell. This brutal pain, it is the ultimate proof that a dormant beast is finally waking up inside him. Just as his body hits the breaking point, he aggressively coughs up a massive mouthful of blood. Fast forward past the absolute carnage. A man with exhausted shoulders drops to the dusty earth, pulling tiny Tintin into a tight, protective hug. Catching this scene, young Lin spots our main character and freezes in her tracks. Serious panic flashes in her eyes, locking onto his massive broadsword, and the vicious battle scars ripping through his gear. But despite looking like he just walked through hell, he is just casually chilling. He totally shrugs off the heavy crimson stains, coolly explaining that this entire bloodbath is just some random zombie guts. Watching from afar, one of the elders recognizes the kid's insane combat skills. He instantly signals little Chen to hustle over and drop the payment for such top-tier mercenary work. As Lin Fan casually struts away, he laughs at the absolute joke of carrying useless paper cash during the literal apocalypse. Behind his back, the vibe is total disbelief that anyone would actually take dead currency in this ruined wasteland. But Elder Wang steps up, dropping some serious wisdom. Paying for goods, that shred of normalcy, is exactly what keeps the Sunshine community alive. It is the ultimate proof of order needed to rebuild tomorrow. The old man admits at first they thought Lin Fan was completely psycho, but now they realize this guy is operating on an absolute genius level. Suddenly, a massive sound shatters the silence. The heavy bells of Sanwar Road's clock tower start ringing out. Sure, it is a massive risk, because it acts like a giant dinner bell for the undead, yet the survivors smile. This deafening noise, It is the perfect distraction for loot runs, pulling the monsters away. Hearing those chimes actually proves that a little bit of humanity still exists out there. Everyone knows 12 noon is the golden hour for raid missions. The scavengers kick into high gear, scrambling like crazy, because they only have a brutal 2-minute survival window. But peace never lasts here. A devastating earthquake violently rips through the concrete, shaking entire skyscrapers. From the pitch-black shadows, a colossal blue-skinned nightmare steps out. Its glowing crimson eyes lock onto the area. With pure rage, it smashes everything completely, wrecking the clock tower distraction. Their one safe window is gone. Staring down this apocalyptic threat, Elder Wang realizes a harsh truth. Stepping up to protect the weak is the only thread keeping humanity from total extinction. He drops a firm, heavy hand on our young warrior's shoulder. Carrying the crushing weight of the entire world, he speaks with chilling calmness. Solo strength is a myth, he warned. No hero is forged to shoulder the world's crushing weight entirely alone. A true alpha doesn't stand isolated. His actual purpose is to spark a massive revolution, becoming the ultimate catalyst. Binding shattered souls into an unstoppable vanguard, the protagonist just blinked his eyes, completely blown wide in absolute shock. A single drop of icy sweat slid down his face. Bro, what are you even yapping about? He flatly deadpanned. The elder face-palmed hard. Pivoting instantly, he pitched the epic quest as a basic part-time side hustle, passing out flyers. Wait, fat commission. That single phrase flipped a switch. Raw, unfiltered greed instantly ignited like fireworks inside his dark pupils. He dashed off like a literal rocket. Elder Wang just smirked, knowing that despite this kid's totally unhinged goblin energy, this insanely overpowered freak was humanity's absolute final lifeline. Later, our main character stared in pure, unadulterated hype as a slick ride violently braked right in his path. His jaw practically hit the concrete, buzzing with major fanboy excitement. Inside the whip, an icy-eyed dude locked targets. With an intense head tilt, he dropped a heavy, silent invitation. Get in. The vibe was crystal clear. An impromptu squad up to aggressively blast through this hellscape as a dynamic duo. Teaming up against the apocalyptic nightmares sounds epic, but our boy dropped a response that literally crashed the driver's brain. The driver's face completely glitched into pure, baffled Error 404 mode, flashing a painfully polite smile and a casual peace sign. Our guy rejected the team up without skipping a beat. Survival. Nah. The daily grind never stops, he had work. Bro had strict quotas to meet and a cozy base calling his name, even with death literally breathing down their necks. This lone wolf bowed out with flawless NPC manners. The driver just sat there completely paralyzed, watching this madman casually stroll through the war zone. Then without looking, he confidently swaggered off, ghosting the mystery VIP entirely. The roaring engine and the screeching metal of the ruined apocalyptic city faded completely into background noise. Our solo-leveling menace plunged deeper into the concrete jungle, rocking that absolute Sigma grind set, totally unfazed, leaving the driver absolutely flabbergasted that anyone would pick a job. Over a literal apocalypse survival squad, the tires aggressively screeched, kicking up a massive dust cloud as the car finally bolted, leaving the crew to stare blankly into the rearview mirror. Because in this brutal new reality, where trust gets you killed, rejecting free backup is straight-up psychotic. You just do not question a crazy person's survival choices, especially during the literal apocalypse. But the chill vibes died instantly. Rounding the block, a gut-wrenching static ripped through the air, followed by blood-curdling mutant shrieks. Boom! A massive swarm of twisted, pale-fleshed freaks flooded his path, their bodies snapping unnaturally, sprinting at him with nightmare-fuel speed. Did our boy panic? Absolutely not one flinch. His eyes tracked their movements like a supercomputer. Level up detected, he smirked instantly, clocking their completely insane agility boost. He let out an exhaustingly long sigh. Just another totally boring mob farming session to grind out easy EXP from these zombies. Gotta secure those system points. The clash was violently brief. His glowing blade viciously sliced through the dead zone. Executing flawless god-tier sword arts, black blood painted the concrete in brutal slashing arcs of destruction. Standing dead center of the carnage, he sheathed his weapon. His expression, pure, totally unfiltered annoyance and disappointment. The trash mobs were getting tankier, an evolution trigger had definitely activated. Clicking his tongue, he casually resumed walking. He snagged a few decent item drops, but his danger sense heavily tingled. A massive, oppressive aura was definitely lurking nearby, signaling a boss-level threat was about to drop, but before he could dash forward, a blinding reflection from a skyscraper hijacked his vision. Smeared across the glass in blood-red paint were 3 desperate letters, SOS. The same lone wolf badass who literally just rejected a free ride abruptly slammed on his mental brakes. Staring at the distress signal, he realized his daily grind just entered serious overtime mode. Cut to the penthouse suite apartment 1705 in Building 1. A girl named Su Guangguang sat completely paralyzed by despair. But hold up, she wasn't your average NPC damsel in distress. At 19, she was an elite-tier dance prodigy, mastering ballet and classical forms with elegant movements that defied basic human physics. Back before the sky literally fell and society completely collapsed into a mutant monster playground. She was a rich Chibol princess on easy mode. That massive wealth acted as a shield during the initial apocalypse outbreak, buying her time with a mountain of stockpiled premium loot. But the countdown started, and her food bar was flashing red. Cabin fever was heavily melting her sanity. That painted SOS was her final desperate lifeline to a completely shattered world. That didn't care about fame, only her flesh. But the real psychological horror dropped on day 3, a chillingly familiar voice. Her manager's voice echoed from the hallway, whispering sweet promises of a safe zone that felt totally impossible. However, Su Guangguan's survival instincts flared up much faster than her fading hope. Creeping toward the peephole, she spotted a total nightmare in the hallway. Her manager wasn't alone. Her younger brother, Liu Bing, was there. A notoriously lazy, heartless gambler with a rotten core. Liu Bing had always given her serious creeps back in the day. Now twisted by the apocalypse, that unsettling stare had mutated into pure demonic hunger. Su Guangguan instantly stumbled backward, realizing the true monsters outside weren't just brain-dead zombies. Meanwhile, down on the bloody streets, our main character gripped his heavy blade. He was completely clueless about the Floor 17 drama, but that desperate SOS signal demanded an immediate rescue mission. Ice cold, after slaughtering the infected horde, he marched straight toward the building entrance. Upstairs, the terrified girl kept retreating in absolute horror, knowing perfectly well that if Liu Bing found her stash or her body, it would be game over. Pure dread washed over Su Guangguan. Her top-tier beauty, once a massive flex, now just painted a massive target on her back. Scumbags would use any pathetic excuse to snatch her up. Down inside the Floor 10 apartment, the atmosphere felt utterly suffocating, reeking of damp decay and the metallic stench of pure terror seeping through the cracks. The two brothers lurked silently in the pitch black, dodging the windows where blood-soaked streets reflected the apocalyptic chaos outside. Their voices barely even registered as a faint, ghostly whisper, swapping paranoid theories about Su Guangguan's dead silence. Suddenly, their hushed murmurs instantly flatlined. They froze completely in place, utterly terrified that a flesh-eating zombie was lurking right outside. Bang, savage knuckles smashing against the thick wood completely shattered the dead silence. This wasn't some polite, casual neighborly knock. It was the frantic, chaotic pounding of a man entirely consumed by pure anxiety. Every single explosive strike carried massive waves of desperation. Our main character flexed his tense, iron-like hand. Veins aggressively popped under his skin from the sheer impact force. His eagle eyes stayed locked on the peephole, hunting for any tiny shadow or faint footstep. As agonizing seconds ticked by, with zero response, his mounting worry mutated into a bone-chilling, catastrophic dread. Glued to the floor with her back slammed violently against the wall, Su Guangguan desperately shrank into a tiny ball. Hugging her trembling knees in full defense mode, she flinched as those thunderous knocks echoed through the room like literal gunshots. A deep, imposing voice muffled through the heavy wood, urgently demanding to know if anyone was actually alive in there. Blind panic fully hijacked her vocal cords. She let out a desperate, echoing scream, begging him to back off. Out in the hallway, the vibe was completely different. That chaotic, wordless screech instantly triggered massive alarm bells for our hero. Hearing her agonized wail, he assumed she was under brutal, life-threatening attack. His momentary hesitation vanished into thin air. Eyes turning lethally dark, his hand tightly gripped the massive sword strapped to his back. Screw being polite, time was officially up. Standing still meant a literal death sentence for someone trapped inside. Without a second thought, the main character channeled his explosive power. Boom! He unleashed a devastating, armor-shattering punch right into the entrance. The reinforced wood completely splintered and caved in. Hallway light violently flooded the gloomy trap as he stormed inside. He locked eyes with the stunned survivor who stared in absolute shock. Adrenaline totally spiked as she aimed a trembling knife at him, swearing she would end her own life before being taken alive. Suddenly, our hero's intense battle glare melted into pure shock as he finally recognized her face. While she kept shaking in terror, he lit up like a massive fanboy meeting his ultimate idol. He quickly introduced himself as Lin Fan, just a local rental agent. He swore on his life he meant zero harm. He frantically explained he was just responding to the SOS signal. He was just doing a standard wellness check. He then sincerely apologized for absolutely obliterating her entire front door, explaining that her dead silence made him think monsters were tearing her apart. Despite the goofy fanboy routine, the girl stayed fully armed. Her mind raced in pure disbelief. Could a normal dude really one-punch a heavy-duty security door? Meanwhile, our hero just stood there, framed perfectly by the shattered doorway, his imposing silhouette glowing against the hallway lights pouring into the dark room. She kept her guard up, dead silent. Yet her defensive stance shifted slightly after seeing his highly genuine, non-threatening face. A spark of pure victory flashed through Lin Fan's mind. That exact trusting expression he desperately wanted was finally cracking through. The vibe had totally shifted. Her stone-cold emotional armor was finally starting to crumble to pieces. Gripping some random real estate flyers in his hands, his voice dropped into a super smooth, incredibly protective tone. Playing it totally casual, he dropped an ultra-specific housing recommendation with a hungry, ambitious glint in his eye. He casually dropped the bomb that the current tenants living there weren't just your average everyday survivors. He wasn't just pitching a basic safe house. He was offering her an exclusive VIP ticket to an elite sanctuary. Tracking her every micro-expression, he prayed this luxury pitch was the ultimate bait. Our main character fired up his sales mode with legendary renewed passion. Determined to sell a utopian dream, his voice swelled with absolute fatherly pride as he hyped up the Sunshine residential block. He flexed that, despite its rundown neighborhood, his iron fist management kept the entire zone totally spotless and pristine. The real flex was the VIP tenant roster, featuring top-tier doctors, teachers, and even a retired military engineer. After rattling off those insane perks, his gaze suddenly shifted dead serious. He dropped a heavy cinematic pause, letting his sales pitch marinate. The guy watched her mind short-circuit with pure, unfiltered satisfaction. She stood totally paralyzed, glitching over this sword-wielding weirdo, dropping insane charity. Internally, our boy was throwing a massive victory party. The master plan was clicking perfectly. He totally validated her sheer terror. Surviving a catastrophic doomsday solo would break absolutely anyone. Pitching the Sunshine block was not just a galaxy brain play, it was the ultimate lifeline in a broken world. He gently draped his hand over hers, practically begging her to drop the blade and trust him. While reality was literally crumbling into nightmare fuel, he swore that genuine humanity still existed. With a smooth flourish, he slapped a promo flyer in her hand, urging her to step into the light. Still rebooting from the shock, one massive question haunted her brain. Who is this guy? When she finally choked out that identity question, his lips curled into a dangerously mysterious smirk. He stripped away the warrior title, rebranding himself as a rookie real estate agent. A dude whose ultimate superpower was just finding folks their perfect forever home. They finally sat down to hash out the hardcore technical specs of her new sanctuary. He whipped out complex blueprints with absolute pro-level confidence. He broke down the math. Standard rent hits $1,500 a month, but this fortress boasts working elevators and premium lighting. He hard-launched a 7th-floor unit, raving about its flawlessly designed floor plan. Trapped in that doom-filled room, our main character flipped the literal apocalypse into a casual real estate hustle. Slipping into dark comedy, he casually dropped that this specific lease had very recently expired. Why? Because the previous gorgeous tenant literally died of sheer terror on Doomsday Day 1. Hit with that unhinged professional detail, she gave him bombastic side-eye, questioning his actual sanity. Acting super offended, he snapped back that he was literally just helping. Accepting his weird apology, she could not stop wondering if he was always this completely unhinged. He dropped a massive truth bomb to finish. The apocalypse's true nightmare is not zombies, it is humans who think the rules no longer apply. She locked eyes with heavy suspicion, totally weirded out by his completely bizarre outfit choice. Yet, she admitted his crazy words held some deeply terrifying survival logic. Was this mysterious dude dropping a crucial survival warning? Or was she staring at a certified psycho? With pure dread choking her, acting totally skeptical was not an option. She instantly agreed, swallowing any crazy terms just to lock down a bulletproof roof. The main character casually pointed, telling her to pack her survival gear. Under her completely stunned gaze, our boy dropped the final price tag for this elite sanctuary. $1,800 a month, demanded right, while human civilization literally burned to ashes around them. Demanding monthly rent felt totally unhinged, yet it perfectly maintained the thin illusion of sanity he protected. Facing absolutely certain death as her only alternative, she scrambled to pack her bags. Accepting that cold, hard cash might be her final anchor to whatever humanity was left. As they started their descent, pure panic suddenly shadowed her face, remembering the trapped others. She desperately warned the guy that more broken survivors were still breathing downstairs, but their condition was totally critical, and she feared they would not survive another minute. Our totally unfazed main character promised her to drop all that heavy anxiety immediately. Flexing his insane aura, he guaranteed her absolute safety because he was built incredibly different. The tension spiked dangerously when a local thug suddenly blocked their escape, flashing cold steel. This hostile punk made it brutally obvious they were not escaping. He aggressively screamed at our boy, barking that taking the girl was not happening. Facing this trash mob, our hero squared up, flashing a dangerously cocky, mocking smirk. Totally baffled, he just stared. What on earth are you blabbering about? His eyes dropped to absolute zero, tossing out one final insanely arrogant dare. How exactly will you make me regret this? He scoffed. Before the thug could even blink, our guy proved his overpowered stats were no joke. Flash. In one flawless motion, he swiped the blade. The attacker just stood there, brain completely short-circuiting in pure disbelief. That deadly steel. It was now just chilling in our hero's hand, casually flipping the script on this supposed debt collector. Talk about absolute dominance. The thug's mind was completely spiraling. How did his foolproof extortion plan to protect the girl crash and burn this spectacularly total system failure? Panic choked him. Was that insane speed even humanly possible? He was absolutely terrified. Spinning the blade effortlessly, our boss dropped a spine-chilling reality check. Do you have any clue how reckless holding a chef's knife like that is? He lectured, completely destroying the guy's tough act. Threatening folks literally violates public safety codes, he stated, hitting him with raw legal facts. Then he casually handed the weapon back to the shell-shocked thug. No more playing bad guy, okay? He smiled peacefully. But his aura darkened. Try striking me again and I'll fight back. Things will get seriously ugly for you. Chaos managed. With his weirdly calm logic satisfied, he casually turned to walk away. Nearby, the girl watched, eyes filled with heavy sorrow. She remembered her rise to stardom, and making Liu Hong her manager. She gave her total respect, never predicting this violently toxic betrayal. Let's move, he commanded simply. Suddenly, a venomous accusation sliced through the air, a desperate final grab for control. It wasn't just pathetic clinginess driving this loser. He was delusionally convinced that our hero's intentions were just as toxic and selfish as his own. To him, love wasn't affection, it was pure ownership. Losing her shattered his fragile ego, and he refused to accept defeat. Hearing this absolute garbage, our dark-haired main character froze instantly. His aura stayed sub-zero, completely shrugging off the toxic venom dripping from those lies. Instead, he slowly glanced back, radiating an absolutely unbreakable boss-level energy. To him, that trash talk wasn't just a personal hit. It exposed a twisted mindset, treating human free will like a cheap trophy. His voice dropped dead serious. Heavy with unspoken authority, he called out the pure disrespect dripping from those words. He wasn't trying to throw hands just yet. He was simply drawing an unbreakable line in the sand. Staring down that toxic behavior, he slammed those claims, calling out the absolute zero respect for women's dignity. But the attacker, blinded by pure salty rage, he completely threw basic human decency out the window. He desperately played the ultimate savior card, acting like she would be totally screwed without his protection. That warning quickly spiraled into a sick, twisted prediction of her future. Flashing a psycho, bitter grin, he tried planting absolute terror in her mind, hyping up totally fake horrors about leaving with this mysterious stranger. He painted a literal nightmare of scumbags destroying her, doing everything possible to freeze her in pure panic. Our main character soaked up every single toxic insult until his patience absolutely snapped. He was finally done. The dead silence was instantly shattered by the girl herself. Her brutal rejection totally destroyed that creep's fragile ego. His face twisted into pure, unfiltered hatred, drowning in toxic jealousy. Totally unable to handle hard reality, the psycho snapped and chose ultimate violence. Screaming pure venom, he unsheathed his blade to finish the job. The sudden danger sparked panicked screams from the crowd. But boom, one lightning-fast kick sent that loser flying, smashing him against the concrete with bone-crushing force. That heavy thud officially ended this pathetic little ambush. Both brothers who thought they literally owned this lawless apocalypse were now eating dirt. Su Guangguang, still shaking, stared at their trashed bodies. Her massive wall of fear finally shattered. Unbothered, our hero casually adjusted his gear and coldly dropped. That was strictly self-defense. Without even looking back, they walked away. Hitting the stairwell, the vibe instantly dropped. A thick, suffocating smell of fresh blood overwhelmed their senses. Su Guangguang completely froze, staring at crazy blood splatters painting the walls. But our guy, he just kept walking. He casually explained that monsters jumped him the second he arrived, forcing him to totally clear the path. As her mind processed the brutal chaos, she realized her escort wasn't just human. He was an absolute force of nature, straight through death itself. Her mind was spinning. She desperately tried to process the absolutely unhinged explanation he just dropped about his so-called job. Inside the real estate office, her brain practically short-circuited. She literally could not stop. Comparing this whole setup to those crazy modern Korean dramas, where totally average characters secretly hide massive, overpowered warrior identities. As they navigated the dead, empty streets together, her suspicion absolutely skyrocketed. To her, seeing a random civilian geared up like a boss was completely absurd. Our main character just shrugged it off, explaining that the world's rules had totally flipped, and raw survival forced him to level up way beyond his basic-looking exterior. He dropped the bomb that his actual main hustle was security, basically keeping the local neighborhood safe. A side quest the actual residents literally paid him for. This massive plot twist left her completely stunned, freezing in her tracks, while her brain buffered through the shock. Suddenly, the puzzle pieces clicked, and she went into full-blown hype mode. In her mind, she was literally staring at a hidden Dragon King, an insanely overpowered warrior, using boring daily grind jobs as the ultimate cover for his true legendary identity. 100% sure she unlocked the ultimate secret, she burst into a triumphant laugh. Our guy just stared at her with massive cringe, while a giant anime sweat drop slid down his face at her total crazy energy. Meanwhile, the older guy smirked watching Fan pull up with a brand new girl, dropping some classic old-school dad wisdom. The old-timer joked it was about time the kid realized that his prime years were meant for charming up cute girls. Chuckling, he warned him not to fumble his best stats, because Father Time stays undefeated, and once your health points drop, that youthful energy is gone. The girl instantly turned tomato red, awkwardly dodging eye contact because of the old man's zero filter. The grandpa kept his roasted speech going, telling the kid to picture how seriously depressing it would be, getting stuck in his shoes, just regretting the past. He painted a hilarious picture of his own dark future, imagining an old dude trying to hit on 20-somethings. Inside our hero's head, that cursed future self literally spawned a super frail, bald version of him trying to impress a girl, with a weak, shaky smile. The imaginary rejection hit like a truck, with her totally exposing their massive age gap, basically saying they would not date in any parallel universe ever. Thank God that super cringe vibe shattered when a familiar voice called the whole squad for a massive feast. Inside the dining hall, Lin Fan finally dropped the formal intros. Lin Mei and her kid Fei, the tiny girl, welcomed their new guest with massive hype, dropping brutal honesty that made everyone in the room blush hard. Su Guangguang's heart totally melted, answering back super sweetly. The squad bonded fast as the elders hyped up the visitor, praising Fan's massive win in taste, totally relieved he survived another run. Sister Lee pushed the new girl to keep eating, because out in this apocalyptic wasteland, starving was basically the only guarantee. Right then, Su Guangguang realized that during the literal end of the world, basic stuff became god-tier loot. This dinner was straight up a miracle, totally defying the brutal wasteland outside. A massive wave of peace washed over her, finally soaking in the cozy vibes of finding a hidden safe zone inside the ruined city. But that super wholesome moment totally crashed. When someone asked about the water supply back at her old base, the grandpa promised he was just doing the math, since clean water was basically the ultimate cheat code for survival. She dropped the intel that tap water was still fully drinkable back home, though she was terrified a random zombie might dive in and poison the tanks. Until now, the whole squad survived only on the rare purified water Brother Lin farmed for them. Hearing the water plant was untouched literally changed the entire game. The veteran guard instantly guessed there were still other players surviving at the plant, secret heroes keeping the lifelines running. The squad locked in a mission to scout the plant, later refusing to abandon any survivors. Lin Fan locked onto the new quest with absolute zero hesitation. Gulping down his food, he geared up to deploy. The girl quickly asked the old man if Lin Fan was a literal super soldier. The grandpa just flashed a mysterious smirk, totally dodging the question, wanting her to witness his crazy stats firsthand. Far away under the blinding, brutal sun, the Huang City water plant looked like a massive dungeon made of glass and steel. Inside the main control room, the vibes were incredibly dark. The zone admin Huang Kai was completely trapped in a soul-crushing, miserable loop. Every single day stripped away his pride. Bone-crushing exhaustion weighed him down, his dead eyes staring into total hopelessness. His only lifeline was his loyal pup barking with stubborn cheerfulness. But Kai was staring down a brutal reality. His limits were completely shattered, trapped between a desperate, cowardly urge to run away and the silent heroism of staying behind. He stood guard over the crystal-clear treasure humanity desperately needed. A sudden bell chime shattered the dead silence. The dog leaped up with human-like resolve, strapped to its back. A harness carried the ringing device. That noise acted like a massive magnet, dragging the rotting monsters away from the gates. Starvation gnawed at Kai constantly, barely held off by stale dog kibble. He knew perfectly well that if the supplies vanished, all hope would turn to dust. He engineered a wild strategy, deploying his furry best friend as audio bait. While the furball sprinted, Kai scrambled to fix the critical machines. But from the pitch-black shadows, a mutated monster exploded into view, a speed-type variant. Moving with sickening agility and an unhinged jaw, it launched into a lethal chase. Cornered, the poor pup let out a terrified whimper. Suddenly, our main character rolled up on his bike, eyeing the freakish creature. With absolute zero chill, he casually dropped a hello, snapping the predator's focus. The second the monster lunged for the kill, a blinding flash of steel sliced through the air with godly precision. The system chimed in, confirming the kill and awarding 3 sweet points. Threat neutralized. He casually strolled up to the trembling dog, asking the good boy to lead him to the survivors. They moved in flawless sync, but as they breached the main room, our swordsman froze, staring at a dead-empty chlorination chamber. The master was actually huddled in hiding, sweating bullets over his furry friend's fate. Suddenly, a total stranger's voice shattered the tension. A colossal, heavy greatsword blasted through the door in an explosion of splinters. Lin Fan announced himself with solid confidence. "Hey, my name is Lin Fan, the security guard, leasing agent and delivery guy for Sunshine Community. I am a good dude." The trapped survivor instantly broke down, sobbing uncontrollably as the reality of rescue hit him. Lin Fan, deeply moved by the guy's insane bravery in defending the water supply, dropped some serious respect, crowning him the ultimate hero of this city. The crushing despair of that bunker was instantly washed away by Sunshine Community's vibrant warmth. Chilling at a round table, surrounded by totally friendly faces, Kai inhaled a steaming hot meal with almost holy gratitude. Between massive bites, horrifying flashbacks hit him of those starving days, where his only fuel was literal dog kibble. That absolute humiliation had pushed his body right to the edge of total collapse. Right before Lin Fan made his epic entrance, Ting Ting's jaw practically hits the floor as she watches the dude absolutely demolish his plate. Mixing pure shock with a hint of pity, she whips around to her bestie, genuinely wondering if this guy had ever tasted real decent food in his entire life. Fei Fei smirks, cracking a joke that the poor dude looks like the literal reincarnation of a rice bowl. While the girls keep whispering, Kai is totally locked in his own universe. Cheeks flushed from the steaming feast, chopsticks moving at Godspeed. To him, that basic bowl of white rice is not just a meal. It is a priceless treasure, wiping away the nightmarish past with every single bite. Our main character watches this chaotic dynamic between the two girls with one eyebrow raised. Totally lost on their squad's pecking order, he grills Fei Fei about their weird nickname logic, pointing out that physically, Ting Ting definitely looks way older than Fei Fei. Leaning in with a barely there whisper, Fei Fei flexes that she has been completely dominating Ting Ting this whole time, so being called Big Sister is the absolute minimum tribute she deserves. Meanwhile, completely blind to these power trips and teasing about his monster appetite, the survivor just keeps happily inhaling his rice. His tiny pup stares at the scene in utter disbelief, thinking to itself how literally just this morning they were both happily crunching on basic dog food. The furball cannot fathom why its master is acting like a starved maniac right now. Finally, scraping the bowl clean, Kai awkwardly apologizes, scratching the back of his head and admitting his hunger was just off the charts. His hosts, totally clueless about his recent canine diet, warmly comfort him, preaching that just surviving to eat another meal is a massive blessing in this hellscape. An older gentleman approaches the guy, ready to acknowledge his legendary contribution. He showers him with praise, calling him an absolute anomaly since his hardcore dedication is the only reason they have fresh water to survive this apocalypse. Acting super humble, Kai brushes off the hype, claiming he is just a standard water plant worker, and being locked up in there with zero options, he just did his basic job. But the old man doubles down, insisting that, even if he plays it cool, his solo mission literally saved every breathing soul left in Huang City, because clean water became the ultimate god-tier resource when the world ended. Struck by his pure humility, our main character decides to offer him a brand new destiny. Pitching an invite to the Sunshine Community, he promises to secure a pad truly worthy of a savior. He casually asks if he is ready to move in. Our main character drops a wild plot twist, revealing his side hustle as an agent for Sinfeng Housing, offering to hunt down a top-tier home as a reward for his epic efforts. But the guy just blinks in pure confusion at the absolute insanity of paying monthly rent during a literal zombie apocalypse. The old man steps in, promising that even in these pitch-black times, holding on to the vibe of a normal home is survival. The guy breathes out a heavy mix of defeat and skepticism, his mind completely torn. He grasps the crazy logic on the surface, but the real truth keeps slipping right through his fingers. Speaking with a calm, grounding tone, they try to melt away his burning anxiety, swearing that this massive transition will be smooth and that soon enough, he will totally vibe with this new, twisted reality. Bathed in the golden hour glow, the silver-haired elder, rocking a 1,000-yard stare, drops some heavy wisdom on the young survivor. Old Wang studies the kid, his eyes swirling with deep nostalgia and total respect, confessing that, despite looking like your average NPC, he actually carries a god-tier trait, an iron will to step up when all hell breaks loose. This quiet underdog energy has completely won over the seasoned veteran. He sees that raw urge to charge forward as a massive flex, separating him from the pack. The chat suddenly triggers a heavy flashback for the veteran. Staring at the kid, his mind violently drifts back to his own glory days and a ghost from his past, an old war buddy. That squad mate always gave off a super shy vibe, speaking in low, gentle whispers, proving that weak visual stats constantly hide a monstrous inner strength. However, all those toxic prejudices about his soft look were instantly vaporized during a life-or-death crisis. The same dude nobody believed in suddenly dashed straight toward a massive enemy tank, gripping a rigged explosive pack to blow it sky high. That legendary frame was burned into the veteran's mind forever, teaching him that real power always hides behind the most low-key designs. Riding the wave of this epic memory, the veteran breaks down how a person is basically a complex skill tree, not fully visible at level 1, just like extreme shyness mixing with raw courage. It is exactly this chaotic combo that builds a top-tier survivor. After soaking up these heavy truth bombs, the kid finally clicks with the Elder's true role, basically tagging him as his ultimate life mentor. Right then, our main character flashed a sly fox-like smirk and leaned in, radiating an insanely chaotic scammer-level confidence. With a buttery smooth handwave, he started hyping up his premium real estate deal, knowing exactly which psychological buttons to smash to secure the bag. The young survivor stared back, totally paralyzed by shock and suspicion, heavily overwhelmed by the wild speed of this insane sales pitch, giving him zero breathing room to process the heavy price tag or map coordinates. Our main character dropped a hard-hitting question, aiming to instantly lock down the contract. The main character, his eyes literally glowing, with greedy merchant energy at the scent of profit, totally ignoring the apocalyptic wasteland around them, forcefully reminded him that both hard cash and plastic cards were perfectly valid ways to claim the VIP room. On the flip side, Fan was absolutely spiraling into a massive panic attack, cold sweat completely drenching his face under the crushing pressure. Inside his head, a violent tsunami of conflicting thoughts crashed hard against brutal reality. Sure, he fully acknowledged this weird guy as his savior despite his completely unhinged and glitchy behavior, and actually wanted to play along. But they were surviving a literal doomsday, a broken world where normal banking systems had completely burned to ashes, and the brutal truth slapped him back to reality. He was flat out broke. As the young hustler waited with starry eyes and greedily rubbed hands, the bald guy's mental tension finally hit its absolute breaking point. Just as the awkward broke boy silence became totally suffocating, a heavy, reassuring hand suddenly dropped onto his shoulder. Old Wang jumped in with a warm chuckle to shatter the cringe atmosphere. He glanced at the sweating guy and, projecting total dad energy, delivered a firm but gentle roasting. Enough of this. You are young and lack a wife to manage your messy inventory, so you just burn cash like a total noob. The bald guy froze, utterly stunned. Without hesitating, the veteran turned his focus to our main character to fix the issue. He announced the rent would be swiped from his own card, explaining that since Fan had locked down a solid gig at the water plant, he could easily refund the credits after snagging his very first paycheck. Hearing the Elder's insane backup plan, his brain completely blue-screened. In a nightmare reality where human society was literally rotting away, the mere idea of a monthly salary sounded like a sick troll joke or some glitchy fever dream from the old servers. The delusion that a corporate ladder or a fully functioning water plant still handed out direct deposits was pure madness, especially with undead mobs roaming the streets. But right before he could reject the offer, a heavy question was dropped into the silence, heavily hinting that in this ruined server, the real premium currency was not worthless paper or shiny plastic cards, but the raw combat power to survive and shield your party. Our main character instantly snapped back to his default state, completely dropping his goofy merchant persona. Framed by a bleeding crimson sky, he casually shifted the massive blade resting against his shoulder. Oozing absolute confidence and swagger, not a single tremor of doubt tainted his voice as he flashed an arrogant smirk. Pointing a thumb at his own chest, he casually declared himself a powerhouse, reminding them everyone already knew his strength. Those words did not just flex his insane combat skills, they perfectly explained why he could casually demand rent collection and manage real estate in a literal wasteland. Lin Fan's stats were never just glowing system numbers. They were cold reality, an absolute truth the survivors around him had already swallowed. While the young warrior stood there totally unbothered, resting that massive blade, a serene, dark-haired woman finally voiced the insane reality everyone else was silently screaming. Calling him strong was a massive understatement. She flat out declared that beyond mere strength, he was basically an absolute monster. Hearing that, little Fan's entire crew nodded in silent, terrified agreement. The women watching the scene unfold with soft, collected expressions completely bought into that terrifying description. Meanwhile, Old Man Wang just let out a low grunt, fully processing the sheer magnitude of the absolute unit they were dealing with. For the bald dude, that massive revelation completely shattered his remaining confusion. Staring at the kid and hearing the squad's testimony, he could barely stammer out a few broken sentences. The nightmare apocalypse suddenly hit different under the protective shadow of this total monster. The deal was locked. In this wasteland, raw muscle and protection were the only currencies that mattered. The water plant demanded daily inspections to prevent deadly supply failures. Totally helpless alone, the bald man formally begged Brother Fan, asking if this powerhouse could escort him there every half day. The contract was officially sealed in this brutal new era. One guy's raw power backing another's grind was the ultimate survival meta. Lin Fan, who completely looked like He lost all interest in basic cash negotiations after flexing his dominance, simply replied with a lazy yawn. Stretching out under the burning orange sky, he sluggishly mumbled it was no problem locking in their new squad dynamic. With zero extra hype and totally downplaying his god-tier status, Lin decided his side quests were done for the day. Tossing a casual wave at the crew, he announced his well-deserved nap time while the others kept grinding out the finer details of survival. Under the blazing golden sunset, the entire vibe felt heavily charged with absolute awe. As that lone badass strolled away shouldering his massive blade, they watched him vanish, completely paralyzed by pure amazement. Meanwhile, the bald dude's eyes absolutely glued to the walking legend, radiating that supernatural chill energy just had to shatter the silence. His voice trembled with massive intrigue. To him, that guy's aura totally transcended human limits. It was like his very breathing glitched the laws of nature. Right beside him, the calm elder, with battle-hardened wisdom carved into his features, stared down the exact same path. He dropped some heavy lore, explaining that, when pure apocalypse threatens everything, destiny always spawns an overpowered guardian. Those words silently validated the literal myth, walking right in front of them, hitting the newbie with a reminder that even if Fan possessed glitch-tier strength, that heroic drive was a blazing spark they all secretly shared. The elder pushed forward his rock-solid conviction, literally radiating a heavy buff of courage into everyone listening. He claimed this mysterious warrior's true origin story was totally irrelevant. He firmly believed a true savior's nature shouldn't be analyzed but blindly embraced as a massive cheat code from fate. Surviving the current timeline mattered most. The Sunshine Safe Zone evolved into their holy sanctuary, planting a rare seed of hope they thought the apocalypse killed. Dropping an epic motivational speech, the elder rallied the troops, demanding every single survivor grind side by side to level up and fortify their base. This was not just some desperate shared craving to simply stay alive, but a vow to honor Little Fan's ultimate vision, syncing the guild's massive grind with their overpowered protector's absolute will. Cutting away from that cozy safe zone warmth, the scene violently shifted to the freezing sterile halls of Desert Base. Hidden beneath a starry void, the massive science hub ran on absolute overdrive, crunching highly classified system data. Endless technical diagnostics flooded the screens. Massive data dumps had finally transferred over from the elite Dragon Palace outpost and the heavily fortified Galaxy base. But one horrifying anomaly flashing from Dragon Palace instantly triggered massive red flags. Their lab coats actually bagged a live mutant zombie. After harvesting the glowing core from its skull and running intense, hardcore tests, the final diagnostics were completely maddening. Zero stat boosts or crazy power spikes triggered, leaving the top-tier brains staring at a glitchy nightmare that completely wrecked their logic despite endless extreme testing. The first tests hit a brick wall. Starved for answers, the lab coats went full rogue with extreme measures. One soldier literally volunteered to swallow the crystal core, but spoiler alert, his brutal sacrifice went totally down the drain because the final report was pure nightmare fuel. The data was catastrophic. The second that crystal hit his bloodstream, his flesh and blood fused into something wildly unnatural. The test subject instantly triggered a violently grotesque mutation. With his blood literally boiling, the guy suffered through 3 agonizing minutes of pure hell before totally bleeding out. Witnessing this absolute horror show, the lead researcher dropped hard facts. Swallowing those cores is a massive, useless mistake. She bitterly declared that our weak human vessels are straight up incapable of handling that insane crystal energy. Shifting focus, the lab started ranking the actual threats. A fresh intel drop broke down the mutated zombies, hyping up the powerhouse types. Based on galaxy-based data, these absolute tanks pack such an insane explosive punch. They can effortlessly flip a 2-ton truck like a toy. They are literally walking death sentences. Their muscle density is incredibly insane. Regular bullets literally just scratch their thick surface tissue, dealing 0 actual damage. Even a point-blank headshot barely shreds the outer flesh, totally failing to pierce the bone. Meanwhile, the speed-type zombie is literally built for high-speed hunting, rocking 4 wildly ripped flexible limbs that let them scale tall walls like absolute spiders. They can sprint at 90 miles per hour completely, leaving actual cheetahs choking on their dust, stealing the Speed King crown. Finally, the Screamer-type zombie can drop a totally mind-shattering sonic screech, 120 decibels of pure agony, triggering violent nausea and dizzy spells. It acted like a massive, blaring beacon, drawing every surrounding monster straight to its location. The lead scientist dissected this data with razor-sharp precision. This abomination was practically hitting 160 decibels. Her mind instantly pictured the devastating physical backlash. It wasn't merely loud noise. At this insane level, sound literally became a crushing shockwave. It violently hammered the air, shredding human eardrums like soggy tissue paper. While past mutants relied on brute physical force, this terrifying new variant attacked on a completely invisible front. yet incredibly deadly. A single maximum volume shriek wouldn't just plunge its prey into a bloody, permanent silence. It would leave them utterly defenseless, totally disoriented, as their internal equilibrium shattered into pieces. Long before the horde's rotting fangs even touched them, inside the briefing room, the tension felt suffocatingly thick, drowning in a heavy despair that the harsh fluorescent lights couldn't pierce. An elderly commander, his eyes exhausted behind a monocle, that seemed to carry the crushing weight of his dark thoughts, mechanically adjusted the lens. Pure helplessness shadowed every wrinkle on his face as he reviewed the grim reality. Humanity was completely cornered, lacking any viable strategy to wipe out the undead plague devouring the globe. It wasn't just their overwhelming numbers, crushing their fighting spirit. It was the plague's evolving nature. Bizarre, nightmarish mutations kept spawning from the infected swarms, glitches in nature that defied all logic, making humanity's best scientific breakthroughs look absolutely pathetic. The dark question hung heavily in the room. Nobody needed to speak it out loud to feel its crushing weight. As their world morphed into a living hell, did a single shred of hope actually remain for mankind? His dark thoughts instantly drifted toward the human cost of this apocalypse, the desperate survivors clinging to life in the ruined wasteland outside. How much longer could they possibly hold out? He wondered, knowing seconds bled away without a cure. Meanwhile, from a cracked window, a man named Gu Hong stared outside. He was just a soldier, returning home for family leave. A seasoned veteran who served years as a strict third-class sergeant. Who could predict this doomsday? The sun bled into the ruined skyline, staining the clouds a toxic coppery orange. Flashing back to the start, he cursed aloud. Just mere days after he finally made it back home, this apocalyptic nightmare erupted, turning fictional zombies into a horrifying reality. From his high vantage point, he watched his familiar world violently crumble beneath the monster swarm. His current squad holds exactly 5 survivors, total 4 women and 1 other guy. One woman is heavily pregnant, carrying new life in this hellscape, and that lone civilian guy, he's her terrified husband. The crushing weight of their survival rests entirely on Gu Hong's shoulders. They hide in the suffocating shadows, dreading their next move. The tension is razor sharp, their unity barely holding together. Another survivor existed initially, but bitter arguments completely tore them apart. They chose to walk away. As of today, absolutely nobody knows if that loner is still breathing, or if this brutal new world has already devoured them. That suffocating aura of despair spikes again. When a nervous teammate quietly asks Gu Hong about the outside chaos, and he replies with dead-eyed bluntness, the ultimate ticking time bomb is the pregnant mother. Though she's stabilized slightly, her panicked husband expects labor within mere days, desperately confessing his absolute terror for the future, fully realizing their escape routes are burning to ash. Gu Hong locks in his choice. He commands everyone to hold the bunker while he braves the streets, hunting for critical life-saving loot. In this cursed era, taking one single step outside could easily be your ultimate demise. Running critically low on gear, Gu Hong boldly volunteers for a solo supply run. Though the anxious husband bravely offers backup, the hardcore sergeant orders him to guard his family. Gu Hong fully trusts his own elite military conditioning and beast-like stamina, knowing it guarantees his escape if things suddenly go completely south. Giving one final grim warning, the veteran braces for the external bloodbath. Suddenly, a new source of deep anxiety surfaces. Survivor whispers speak of a rising urban myth. They claim a lone shadow roams the ruined streets wielding a deadly sword. They dub this mystery fighter the Evergreen Ivy of Wan City and the Immortal Apocalypse Ghost. These edgy titles leave Gu Hong utterly baffled. Meanwhile, far from being some edgy phantom, this young blade master is actually grinding through endless community survival quests. Patrolling the infected block, clearing out loot zones, escorting allies to the water plant, and keeping his agency business running smooth. Every single camp resident grinding away at vital base-building chores bathed in the fading golden hour sunlight. One young mother gently approaches the flourishing vegetable garden, carrying her precious infant close to her chest. Strapped securely to her back, gripping a wooden hoe tight, she stood ready to conquer the dirt just ahead. Grandma Shu crouched low among the crops, completely zoned into her fieldwork, catching the younger girl's arrival. That lonely garden vibe instantly sparked into teamwork. Just around the corner, Fan bumped into Miss Yan. She insisted he drop the formalities like her squad did. But our guy, he kept things strictly respectful. Strolling side by side, Yan dropped a heavy question. Did he actually buy into old Wang's crazy theories? Was there any real hope of restoring this ruined city? She admitted meeting his crew totally flipped her mindset. They debated the wild hustle of chasing cash during an actual apocalypse. Yan let those deep thoughts sink in, chewing on everything Fan and Wang shared. Then shooting her shot, she casually asked if he was taken. Without missing a beat, our stoic MC hit her with that trademark blunt honesty. Just a flat no. Catching a slight blush, she confessed she was single too. Then she went straight for the kill, asking if he ever considered getting into the dating game. Keeping a stone-cold poker face radiating zero romantic energy, he coldly dropped the hammer. I do not need that. She instantly froze up, glitching out in total disbelief. Brutally curved with zero hesitation, caught between shock and sheer offense, she demanded to know why. To which, he casually shrugged, not even breaking his stride. I am still young, only 20 years old. Finally, Brother Fan completely shut down the romance talk. Locking into his focused alpha mindset, he announced playtime was officially over. Time to slaughter some nearby walkers. Striding away, his ultimate goal burned brighter. If he kept grinding to purge the infected zones, Wan City would rise from the ashes once again. Watching his back fade, the truth finally smacked her. His harsh rejection actually carried a massive hidden meaning. Until this zombie hellscape ends, romance is a useless luxury. Utterly shaken by his insane level of drive, she realized how terribly narrow-minded her worldview was, especially when stacked against the colossal ambitions burning wildly inside Brother Fan's heart. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, another survivor watched this unfold, totally bewildered. Staring down our MC, her brain practically short-circuited. Just who was this crazy guy, and why did he have absolutely zero fear of the undead? Exhaling a shaky breath, she questioned how he could stroll through infected streets like a literal walk in the park. Did this overpowered dude know some cheat code to avoid them? Catching her intense stare, Fan quietly wondered if her traumatized mind had healed yet. Deep down, he knew medicine could not fix psychological scars. True recovery totally depended on a person's inner willpower to push through. Suddenly, a dark shadow of doubt that had been quietly creeping in her mind morphed into sheer metallic terror. The bone-chilling shing of cold steel sliding from its scabbard shattered the dead silence. Hitting like a brutal death sentence, it slashed away her hope. Her pupils blew wide with raw, overwhelming panic, threatening to completely break her. Her gaze locked onto the blade's icy glare. A single drop of cold sweat traced her temple as her breathing spiraled out of control. Choking on her own paralyzing dread, she forgot every single logical thing about store-lurking monsters. In her terrified mind, that drawn weapon meant one fatal thing. Meanwhile, our MC just stood there, radiating absolute laziness and zero actual interest. He was definitely no bloodthirsty psycho. Instead, his eyes just showed off this vague, hazy distraction, like his brain was literally floating anywhere else but this death zone. Spinning around with super casual energy, he did not look like a killer at all. He actually flashed her a smile, packed with shocking, out-of-character sweetness. Honoring a sacred promise, he dropped that warm expression like a daily healing gift, genuinely hoping his positive vibes would reach her heart and fast-track her mental comeback. But her trauma-warped brain completely glitched the moment. What our guy meant as a pure act of healing kindness registered as a sickening, twisted villain smirk. Shaking uncontrollably in absolute paralysis, she stared at this supposedly creepy, filthy grin, 100% convinced he held the absolute worst intentions. While Fan calmly tried to cure her broken spirit, through a promise she spiraled violently into the terrifying certainty of a repeating nightmare. The pharmacy's heavy shadows were barely sliced by the freezing glare of glass cabinets. A single ray of amber daylight bled inside, washing over the dusty shelves like some legendary, totally out-of-reach treasure. The dead silence felt suffocating, only shattered by the harsh scrape of combat boots and the chaotic racing heartbeat of a survivor knowing the clock was ticking down. Backpack strapped tight, our stoic MC coldly scanned the desolate perimeter. Endless rows of medicine bottles blurred together. His shaking fingers desperately skimmed the dusty shelves. His mind frantically chanted the one item he needed to survive. But that fleeting relief of finding loot shattered in a heartbeat. Pure ice-cold dread completely paralyzed his spine. Through the dim aisles, a twisted shadow twitched. This was no desperate survivor looking for a safe zone. This was a flesh eater. Even with his elite military background and peak physical stats, this was a death trap. He was dead-ended in a claustrophobic corner. Zero weapons in sight. His veteran instincts calculated the fatal gap. Brawling with that nightmare, barehanded, was not brave. It was straight-up suicide. All his combat confidence totally vanished. Brute strength means nothing against a monster that feels zero pain. Exploiting its sluggish startup, while it mindlessly stumbled without a locked target, the veteran soldier pivoted hard. Agility was his only lifeline here, until those dead eyes lock on their clumsy mechanics, makes them severely lag. Without wasting a single breath, he fiercely bolted for the exit doors. Raw survival instincts kicked into overdrive, snatching just one extra second of distance. Was literally life or death. The zombified pharmacist just groaned at the empty air, where her prey used to be. He successfully ghosted the undead horror. Nearby, a much deadlier scene unfolded. Flashing an almost godlike technique, our hero unleashed a spinning slash, slicing through rotten flesh like absolute butter. In a split second, the monster's head launched into the sky, painting the concrete with a fountain of black blood. Threat eliminated. He smoothly sheathed his glowing blade, proving that in this apocalyptic game, ignoring survival warnings gets you executed by those truly ready. to do whatever it takes. Distant heavy thuds suddenly shattered the eerie silence. As our hero walked toward the sunlight, his grip tightened, sensing his unique blade was actually leveling up. He sensed shifting tides in the outside world, fully primed to crush whatever chaos spawned next. Meanwhile, our pharmacy escapee realized his luck just ran dry. The streets outside offered a literal death sentence. An entire infected mob swarmed the block. Completely trapped, he desperately scrambled onto a wrecked bus roof. Taking the high ground, he wildly kicked at the rotten hands, actively clawing up at him. Cursing his trash luck muscles, screaming from sheer exhaustion, the tired veteran seriously thought. This was his final game over screen. Suddenly, a chillingly calm voice pierced through the savage monster growls. The blue sword wielder was just casually watching him, utterly unfazed by the raging apocalypse. Analyzing the trapped guy's stance, our hero instantly spotted something familiar, that gritty, unbreakable aura, forged through hardcore military discipline. But despite dangling on death's literal door, the bus survivor totally panicked seeing this random kid just standing there. The aggro was currently locked on the bus. If the swordsman just stayed quiet, he could easily stealth away. Furious at this suicidal rookie mistake, the veteran mentally screamed for him to run, before catching his toxic bad luck. But the blue blade user didn't flinch, offering a rescue. That completely blew the soldier's mind. Flashing an ice-cold smirk, he stated his sword wasn't for blind slaughter. It was strictly for self-defense. The trapped guy watched in absolute pure horror. Sure, this kid was gonna die for nothing, but then a massive tank-class zombie lunged straight at our hero. Without breaking a sweat, he cleanly beheaded the beast instantly, following up with a brutal kick that literally launched the heavy corpse into orbit. The veteran's jaw hit the damn floor. Realizing his squad's most stacked heavyweight couldn't dream of punting a monster that massive. Icy sweat rolled down his face. A completely different kind of primal panic washed over him. His eyes blew wide open. Pure shock collided with a crazy realization as adrenaline hijacked his system. Maximum overdrive. The blood-soaked streets felt like they were literally pulsing along with his racing heart. A massive red flag that he was looking at, an absolute anomaly. In that terrifying flash of clarity, the system puzzle finally clicked. He remembered the apocalyptic rumors, the quiet whispers of a legendary phantom. He did not need an army to unleash absolute chaos. That crazy rumor wasn't an exaggeration anymore. It had morphed into a lethal, breathing reality. Standing right there was a lone wanderer from the broken streets. His only true companion was the deadly edge of a single blade. The terrified man stumbled backward, feeling his trembling legs completely giving out beneath him. Cold sweat practically turned to solid ice on his pale skin as the warrior's terrifying aura suddenly made absolute mind-shattering sense. Every wild survivor tale violently came to life within the dark-haired youth's intimidating presence. Without waiting for an answer, Lin Fan bent his knees and launched himself upward with a gravity-defying burst, landing smoothly atop the ruined bus. Despite the absolute bloodbath they just left behind, the powerful warrior shattered the heavy tension with hilariously polite, everyday manners. It was exactly like they were chilling at a park instead of a literal death zone. While the broken world worshipped him as an immortal legend, he introduced himself with the super casual vibe of an ordinary dude. Facing this massive confusion and totally failing to grasp why people credited him with these insane feats, without any context whatsoever, Lin Fan leaped up onto the bus. The stunned witness, watching the young guy easily perch on the vehicle after that effortless jump, could only wonder in pure terror if this walking legend was even human. Now proudly rocking the human name, Lin Fan, he casually strolled across the rooftops, vanishing just as fast as the sheer panic he caused. Absolute shock gripped the man's soul as the pieces of this legendary puzzle finally started clicking together in his brain. With a violently shaking voice, he recalled the epic rumors. A lone wolf wandering the apocalyptic streets carrying just one single sword. Right before him, our main character didn't radiate killing intent, but simply stared back with ultimate confusion. The terrified guy stuttered his reply, dropping his name Gu Heng. Now standing nervously on the vehicle beside him, he stared at our protagonist with completely renewed disbelief. As Lin Fan prepared to continue his epic journey, a deeply unsettling question lingered heavily. The main character, keeping it insanely professional for a wasteland, explained he was just doing his part-time hustle for the Xinfeng agency. He introduced himself as a regular real estate agent whose only mission was hunting down reliable tenants. Acting like the apocalypse was just a minor traffic jam, he promised their epic meeting was pure fate, a random crossover while he was scouting. However, behind that cheesy corporate smile, he dropped a razor-sharp comment that totally exposed his insane observational skills. He had instantly clocked the guy's hardcore military background. The stunned man quickly confirmed he was actually still an active-duty soldier. He explained he was just visiting family when the chaotic outbreak hit. However, a dark shadow of doubt suddenly crossed the soldier's mind. He analyzed the mysterious youth who radiated undeniable god-tier power, yet whose goofy way of speaking totally baffled the hardened military veteran. The stranger's whole vibe and dialogue were so unhinged that deep inside his own thoughts, he couldn't help but seriously question the guy's sanity, basically reaching the wild conclusion that this overpowered dude probably suffered from some massive loose screws. So without missing a beat, our main character launched back into his sales pitch with wildly inappropriate enthusiasm. He enthusiastically started hyping up the amazing perks of a residential block called Radiant Sun Community, bragging about its prime location and super friendly neighbors literally trying to close a real estate deal. Hearing that specific name, the soldier suddenly remembered the spot wasn't actually too far away, which made a spark of hope ignite as he wondered if other desperate survivors were actually sheltering there. A blazing spark of hope flared inside him. Finally, the tough soldier reached a highly logical conclusion. Someone flexing such overwhelming god-tier power had definitely saved tons of people. Despite his wacky behavior, he decided this strange powerhouse wasn't a villain. Sold on the crazy pitch, the soldier agreed with fierce determination, shouting that he would absolutely rent. However, right before leaving, he explained to our protagonist that he still had other survivors waiting for him, and that he desperately needed to go back for them first so they could travel to the safe zone together. After a tense while the squad finally reached their destination, stepping through the massive wooden gates, the soldier proudly announced their arrival with heavy relief. Using a rock-steady voice, he called out to Lin Fan, confirming they finally made it. Among the exhausted newcomers was a visibly pregnant woman. Spotting her, Lin Fan curiously asked if she was the soldier's wife. The veteran quickly cleared the air, stating her name was Yang Hui, a survivor who joined his squad. Hearing this quick clarification, Lin Fan immediately wanted to know exactly where the poor woman's husband was. The whole vibe turned instantly devastating when the soldier dropped the tragic reality check. Yang Hui's husband was already dead. Lin Fan quietly stepped up to the hardened soldier, dropping his voice to ask what exactly went down in that hell. Heaving a massively exhausted sigh, the soldier started breaking down the brutal chain of events. It all kicked off on a cursed day when he was forced to abandon base, to desperately scavenge for medical supplies. Shortly after his departure, Yang Hui and the rest unfortunately collided with absolute danger. Spotting a heavily armed squad of survivors, Yang Hui's battered group desperately begged for a lifeline. Those strangers stepped closer, but it triggered an absolute nightmare. Sure, teaming up during the apocalypse sounds like a major buff, but reality hits completely different. It is ruthless. Their fake unity instantly shattered the second they spotted her massive vulnerability, a pregnant woman. All that supposed teamwork evaporated into thin air. The squad leaders flat out rejected taking her in, growling that they would never carry such massive dead weight. That rescue mission morphed into a toxic ultimatum. If she wanted to tag along, she had to trail far behind, totally left to rot alone. To these guys, an unborn kid was literally just a massive debuff they refused to equip. With ice in their veins, they dropped the absolute verdict. She was completely banned from the safe zone, forced to survive strictly on solo mode. But the next plot twist completely shattered my faith in humanity into a million jagged pieces. Yang Hui's own husband, her ultimate protector, actually joined the escaping squad, walking away with chilling, dead-eyed indifference. He straight up ditched his pregnant wife to save his own skin. The apocalypse literally nuked the most sacred human bonds. I guess you could understand the other three girls fleeing to secure their own survival. But a husband pulling that kind of sick betrayal. Mind-blowing. That coward fully ghosted his family. Stepping back into the camp, dead silence choked the air. The chaotic noise vanished, leaving pure devastation. Amidst that crushing isolation sat Yang Hui, completely discarded. But our main character fiercely refused to abandon her. He stepped up, declaring her and her companion as his official VIP guests, proving that surviving betrayal brings elite-tier backup. But the universe was not done throwing brutal curveballs. An agonizing gasp shattered the quiet. Yang Hui clutched her stomach, hitting 0 HP as intense pain flooded her. Panic skyrocketed past uncertainty. The terrifying reality hit everyone instantly. She was actually going into labor. While the world crumbled to ash, new life pushed forward with terrifying speed. All hope crashed onto Grandma Shu, a hardened military medic carrying their only survival odds. The squad frantically carried Yang Hui inside a busted building. Stepping out to brief the crew, Grandma Shu looked totally grim. The delivery was happening right now, but the setup was pure garbage. The medic warned that this filthy zone was a literal death trap, and having zero medical loot made this quest insanely dangerous. Barking orders, she kicked all the guys out, drafting Li Mei and Yan Ning for the ultimate support class. Outside that bloody room, the anxiety felt absolutely suffocating. Our hero kept visualizing the worst-case scenario. Spawning a baby in this hellscape was practically a death sentence. Yet, as Yang Hui's screams echoed, the swordsman gripped his blade and stepped up to become her ultimate human shield. While she fought a brutal battle to create life, he locked in to slaughter any monstrous threat lurking outside, making damn sure her agonizing cries would not attract a bloodbath. Ignoring all the red flags, our boy stayed absolute. Danger level literally did not matter. He planted himself at the doorway, ready to execute any nightmare approaching, forging an ironclad safe zone for this miracle. Then suddenly, a newborn's cry violently pierced through the apocalyptic wasteland. This was not just childbirth, it was a legendary middle finger to the darkness. The impossible miracle had dropped, and the squad realized they were actually the heavy carries of hope. With the perimeter locked down, our hero finally exhaled, knowing that against totally rigged odds they scored a massive win. Fueled by epic tales of insane military sacrifice, swearing to protect the weakest NPCs, our swordsman held his frontline position with icy determination. This newborn miracle transformed a simple birth into an epic symbol of hardcore resistance and future glory. After confirming zero enemy aggro, our hero gazed at the tiny survivor, knowing deep down this brutal battle was worth everything. Bathed in a golden glow, the grizzled veteran recalled that legendary memory, with a mix of fierce pride and crushing sorrow. Just 1 kilometer away, the military vanguard locked down a blood-soaked choke point, holding off the monster horde for agonizing hours. Those soldiers unleashed pure hellfire with unbreakable resolve, dying just to protect a single fragile new life. The entire massive war effort boiled down to one nerve-shredding countdown, waiting for that warrior to finally deliver her baby. Countless legends were wiped out on that blood-stained battlefield. But total confusion infected the rookies who just could not compute. Why sacrifice an entire elite army for one tiny kid? Hearing this, General Dawn practically exploded with pure blazing fury. He tackled their doubts head-on. Pure rage boiled because they completely forgot the true reason behind this bloody crusade. Gripping the hilt of his glowing azure greatsword, the lone fighter sat in absolute silence, deeply questioning the brutal reality of this endless conflict. This violent clash totally shattered basic logic. It was a brutal crusade forged deep within his very soul. Miles away from the deafening battlefield chaos, the hidden legacy of these bloody sacrifices finally discovered. A brand new witness. Our main character chilled with an open novel in his grip, flashing a subtle knowing smirk, and declared that a guy like Stark lived a insanely complex life. Down the dead, empty street, a heavily armored black truck aggressively rolled toward his spot. Facing their loud interrogation, the reading teen merely shifted his cold gaze upward, radiating absolute unbreakable chill. Meanwhile, the squad lounging in the back seats totally ditched any sense of caution. Obnoxious laughter instantly exploded from the crew. They deadass thought this bookworm had completely lost his damn mind. But suddenly, their greedy eyes locked onto the massive iron gates of a nearby apartment compound. Spotting the heavily reinforced barricades, pure greed instantly wiped away their mocking sneers. The sketchy passenger named Brother Hal flashed a wicked grin, openly plotting to raid the exact sanctuary those survivors desperately tried securing. Hal arrogantly claimed that such a trashy rundown base probably held absolutely zero top-tier loot for him anyway. Spotting this supposedly psycho kid hanging around basically proved the raid wasn't worth the deadly risk. Blending toxic ego with street smarts, the squad decided to just roll out. The chick riding shotgun dropped a snarky comment, and right then, the reader's absolute chill instantly shattered. His deadly eyes flared with a piercing golden aura fiercely demanding respect, mutating his entire vibe into straight-up lethal danger. Instead of backing down, the trashy woman barked back, screaming savage death threats. The driver violently flexed his authority by aiming a heavy hunting rifle. In his twisted mind, the apocalypse literally rewrote reality. This brutal wasteland finally allowed him to freely chase sick, twisted thrills that society previously banned. Flashing a demonic smirk, the psycho confessed he absolutely loved hunting innocent survivors, like helpless prey, sadistically toying with them, right before blowing their brains out. Facing absolute death, our boy ice-coldly recited the actual penal code for illegal firearm possession, proving his genius brain still operated on a high-tier logic these savage raiders could never comprehend. Pure shock paralyzed the crew. Instead of begging this kid weaponize the strict laws of a fallen society they thought was completely dead. Brother Hao's ego exploded. He absolutely refused to swallow this kid's mocking disrespect. Aiming his heavy barrel right between the kid's eyes, he violently demanded total submission. But in a literal blink, Hao completely froze, realizing his massive weapon had vanished into thin air. Before his tiny brain could even process the glitch, our main character wasn't chilling anymore. He stood tall, pressing a freshly drawn pistol against the driver's skull with god-tier speed. The 3 goons backing up Hao dropped their jaws in absolute glitching disbelief. They simply could not compute exactly how. Their vicious boss lost all leverage in a microsecond. Totally crushed, Hao realized he screwed up way too late. While Hao's armored truck desperately peeled out, our hero stood frozen like a statue, intensely tracking the approaching zombie horde from afar. Haunting groans echoed everywhere, until a battered old man proudly announced that young Fan had literally saved their lives. Down the ruined blocks, the atmosphere choked everyone with the vile stench of rusting blood and rot. Our hero, dashed like a lightning bolt through the shadows, standing as a legendary lone wolf against an endless tsunami of mutated flesh. He absolutely banned any hesitation or exhaustion from his mind. Deep inside the fortress, the vibe instantly flipped into something entirely different, yet equally suffocating. Under the flickering bulbs of a heavily barricaded safe room, time itself basically hit pause. Those agonizing screams definitely weren't coming from the savage monsters roaming outside, but from a fiercely resilient woman pushing beyond human limits to survive. Surrounded by battle-scarred veterans lending steady hands, she waged her own desperate war. Our hero violently slammed the brakes, his chest heaving as his razor-sharp gaze locked onto the ruined city skyline. This wasn't just some random mindless swarm approaching. It felt way more sinister. A terrifying shift in the aura made him seriously wonder if this brutal slaughter was just the opening act of an apocalyptic nightmare. His eyes blazed with a lethal mix of panic and pure resolve, as the badass fighter fully absorbed this catastrophic reality check. This bloody clash wasn't just about breathing tomorrow anymore. It was about defending that insanely fragile spark of life fighting inside that exact room, where fierce women were literally throwing down against destiny itself. As he tensed up, ready to unleash his massive blade once again, against the infinite wave of darkness, threatening to swallow everything whole, a totally soul-crushing scream violently pierced straight through the thick concrete walls, hitting our main character like a truck. Standing on the freezing asphalt, he froze instantly, lungs burning as he intensely glared at the fortress silhouette. What used to be their ultimate safe zone was now compromised. Zero time for questions. The heavy midnight silence shattered right alongside the glass raining down from above. A top-floor window completely blew out. Through that gaping hole, twisted shadow figures, stripped of everything human, began plummeting from the sky. This was no accident, it was a full-blown raid. Down on the street, our main character watched the nightmare descend. His eyes burned with ice-cold focus, tracking every single second of the breach. From the pavement, he witnessed the monster wave become an absolute avalanche. In a flash, he was completely boxed in. The creatures that dropped, from above, linked up with the shadows creeping out of the alleys, locking him inside a deadly circle. These grotesque freaks sported rotting gray skin and jaws that unhinged at sickeningly unnatural angles, exposing pitch-black split tongues that literally vibrated at the scent of fresh meat. Up on a high-rise balcony that somehow survived the raid, two guys watched the absolute bloodbath below, hearts hammering. Pure anxiety dripped from their battle-scarred faces, with the rookie questioning why his boss looked so completely rattled. The veteran, eyes totally locked on that solo bloodbath down in the streets, openly confessed his darkest fear, admitting that this young warrior was the literal last hope for both of them and the entire city of Huan. Behind them, another survivor swallowed the brutal reality of their nightmare, a harsh reminder that just playing the good guy never wins a real war. He knew rushing down to help was pointless if it merely delayed their inevitable slaughter. He swallowed the bitter pill that acting on pure adrenaline is honestly just a blind, selfish urge. What normal people might label as heroic backup for the main character would actually just become deadly deadweight. The heavy silence dropping after the boss spoke felt like an actual graveyard. Staring at the floor, shoulders heavy with invisible defeat, the rookie gave a tiny nod. This wasn't just blind obedience, it was him swallowing a massive reality check that burned right through his chest. Gripping the balcony railing, his commander's cold, hard logic started seeping into his brain like a totally necessary toxic pill. He finally realized his stats were actual trash for this battlefield. If he actually jumped down into that hellscape, his impact would be so ridiculously low, it would change absolutely nothing. Then, from their sniper-level view, the squad spotted a glitch in the shadow wave. A single freaky silhouette stood out against the far skyline, totally breaking the brainless zombie mob pattern. This was 0% your average walking corpse. The mutant stood tall, flexing a sickeningly warped body crowned with dark spikes mimicking twisted demon horns. This boss-level threat ignored the feeding frenzy. It just stood perfectly still, scanning the zone with a dead quiet vibe that felt way more terrifying than an actual attack. It was a Screamer-class mutant, a rare variant whose mere aura completely rewrote the combat rules. Boom, the monster broke its statue phase. Its spine arched violently, as its jaw unhinged at an utterly impossible angle, expanding its massive chest. With thick black veins bulging from the grotesque mutation, the Screamer finally unleashed its signature skill. Devastating sonic shockwaves ripped through the air, triggering a massive difficulty spike for this entire monster raid. Up top, the squad instantly collapsed, desperately clamping their bleeding ears. As their faces twisted up in pure, agonizing torment, the sonic blast felt like literal sandpaper grinding against their brains. Deep inside the bunker, pure panic leaked through every crack. Fighting through the headache, one girl snapped into survival mode, screaming to soak the cotton and plug their eardrums right now. Their number one absolute mission was shielding Youngui. Being literally ready to pop, she was the ultimate soft target. This mutant's shriek wasn't just pulling aggro, It was inflicting massive mental debuffs on the survivor squad. And out in the blood-soaked streets, even our boy Lin Fan had his combo brutally interrupted, forced to block his ears as the creature's death wail kicked off a brand new nightmare phase. Lin Fan took the sonic shockwave right to the chest. But unlike the helpless side characters, his gamer instincts kicked in with pure crystal clarity. He shielded his eardrums for a split second, jaw locked tight. But his predatory gaze never snapped off the mutated boss. He instantly calculated that this screamer was dropping an invisible nuke, totally shredding his squad's HP from afar. Zero hesitation, he exploded into a full dash, totally ignoring the low-level mobs, swarming his blind spots. He blasted forward in a hyperspeed sprint, straight for the elite tier threat. Concrete cracked beneath his boots, but his sheer willpower was pure titanium. He knew this was a one-shot boss fight. He had to mute this freak right now, or his entire guild would be wiped before the real boss even spawned. He locked eyes with the monstrosity. The screamer was the absolute core of this nightmare, and he had to eliminate this mutant freak before the swarm devoured what little remained of their sanctuary. Crouching behind the heavy drapes, the redhead barely dared to breathe. The dead silence inside the shelter now felt suffocating, heavier than ever, shattered only by the heavy booming echoes thudding from outside. With trembling fingers, gripping the fabric, she peeked out just a fraction of an inch, enough for her eyes to witness an absolute nightmare. Days, maybe weeks, had blurred together since they went into hiding, but the scene outside shattered everything they knew about this apocalypse. Never in her darkest nightmares had she witnessed such sheer terror. Outside, the horde wasn't a mindless mob anymore. Instead, an ocean of rotting bodies marched forward with bone-chilling military precision. Watching the undead move with actual purpose meant a mastermind was pulling the strings completely, rewriting the rules of this survival game. Slapping a hand over her mouth to choke back a scream, she melted into the shadows, realizing their hellscape had just become infinitely more lethal. Suddenly, an ear-splitting, blood-curdling roar erupted from the darkest depths of the swarm. This wasn't some basic hunger groan. It was a synchronized battle cry, a twisted command surging through the sea of corpses like an electric shockwave. From his spot, our main character watched the chaos, a cold sweat tracing his jaw. His piercing gaze ignored the meat shields, locking straight onto the glitch's source. The horrifying reality that a single alpha mutant could puppeteer thousands was an absolute death sentence for the entire city. His hand instinctively dropped to his blade's hilt, gripping the weapon so fiercely his knuckles turned bone white. But before he could charge into the meat grinder, a firm grip snatched his shoulder from behind, instantly killing his momentum. He froze for a split second. It was Miss Yang. Yanked back behind the safety of the threshold, a suffocating tension dropped between them. He shot her a glare of pure confusion and raw annoyance. He had survival priorities that she recklessly ignored just to tail him. She held her tongue for a heartbeat, her fierce eyes blazing. A flushed crimson of pure adrenaline painted her cheeks as she challenged him. Despite their emotional bond, our hero stood his ground. He knew if he retreated now, the Sunshine Complex would crumble to dust, dragging everyone down with it. He ordered her back to safety, reminding her that Yang Qi and the survivors desperately needed her to protect that unborn child in this hellscape. Locking his sights back onto the sea of glowing red eyes, Brother Fan firmly planted his feet against the swarm. His final words challenged fate. Then, the sickening crunch of pavement, buckling under a god-tier weight, echoed out. A colossal, mutated foot, pulsing with veins thick as ancient tree roots, slammed down with a shockwave that rattled the very foundations of the city blocks. This wasn't just walking. It was the march of an abomination Mother Nature never intended. Our protagonist stood dead center in the street, totally unmovable. Without warning, the Titan lunged. Its seismic charge shattered the asphalt, violently kicking up a massive storm of concrete shrapnel. Yet inside that apocalyptic chaos, our hero's absolute chill proved this legendary boss fight had only just begun. The behemoth roared, unleashing a world-shattering punch. But pure brute force meant absolutely nothing against our guy's godlike agility. In a literal blink, his enchanted blade sliced the air, painting a devastating trail of blinding, luminous energy that sheared straight through the Titan's armor-plated skin like cheap wet paper. The epic clash ended with a single, flawless strike. But the dark mystery behind this weapon's true awakening was just unraveling. The lone warrior stood silent, trying to process how insanely easy his knockoff sword had just claimed a boss-level victory. He genuinely wondered if simply slaughtering these mutant freaks was forcing the weapon to literally level up, or if maybe a corrupted core hidden inside the undead was feeding the cold steel with every kill. Before he could react, a high-pitched, wildly distorted screech violently tore through the skyline from a rooftop. This wasn't a dying wail. It was a predator's rally call. Instantly, the pitch-black alleyways ripped to life, dozens of rabid mutants, their eyes burning, with that same frenzied red as the fallen titans swarmed out, snarling and trampling over each other. The ultimate horde, locked onto our guy completely blood-drunk on the echoes of combat. Surrounded a fresh bead of sweat, sliding down his face, he tightened his death grip on the blade as the relentless wave crashed forward. Muttering, they seemed to have an infinite respawn glitch. Miles away, terrified survivors watched the pure butchery unfold. One guy shielded two little girls, pale with horror. A brutal truth slammed into his mind. This level of demonic slaughter isn't something innocent kids should ever witness. They were supposed to have golden futures meant to live carefree and safe lives. Another witness stood absolutely paralyzed by the swarm's sheer scale, comparing it to a straight-up horror movie nightmare ripped straight out of a nightmare. Past trauma fueled his deep skepticism. To him, whispers of a better tomorrow felt completely hollow against this absolute apocalypse. Yet, amidst the crushing despair, an elder proved hope is never handed to you. It is a blazing fire, kept alive through sheer willpower. As survivors stared down total annihilation, the absolute certainty that hope survives, so long as one soul fights for it, became their ultimate fortress against the creeping shadows. Before their stunned eyes, the warrior stood his ground. He was not just a fighter now. He was a living legend. His overwhelming aura forged their blind panic into razor-sharp determination. Gripping his weapon tight, the veteran dropped some heavy truth forged in pure blood. To him, a short lifespan meant absolutely nothing compared to a righteous crusade. Life is fleeting, but true worth comes from sacrificing it all for a massive world-changing cause. In this ruined reality, dying for hope is never an epic fail. It is the one epic move that brings meaning back to death. With Lin Fan gone, the crushing weight of survival slams onto old Wang, who instantly morphs into the unbreakable backbone of the Sunshine Base. To the rest, his silhouette standing tall screams pure, unbothered calm. He is the ultimate anchor, stopping mass hysteria cold. Yet behind that iron mask, Wang fights mental demons. As an ex-military beast, he knows showing weakness is a fatal glitch. Even as raw terror courses through his veins, he cannot drop his guard for a single second. True badassery is not being fearless, it is locking that fear inside. The tension is suffocating. Wang knows, one slip-up means game over. If his willpower cracks, or his defense crumbles, the entire safe zone gets wiped from existence. Meanwhile, beyond the walls, pure carnage rules everything. Lin Fan shreds through enemies with lethal intent, his blade carving radiant arcs through the pitch-black night. Swinging at max velocity, he clashes against an infinite ocean of rotting flesh. Despite his OP stats, the endless swarm of zombies is severely draining his stamina. Even for a monster like him, this mega horde is too much. Pure dread sinks deep into his very bones. One wrong step means death. The survival of everyone back home literally depends on his blade never stopping. He glares at the wasteland, desperately wondering if any humans are still breathing. Inside this doomed city, swallowed whole by an endless sea of corpses. Suddenly, amidst the bloodbath, a game-changing tactic emerges. Sniping from the high ground, a squad mate drops crucial intel. One specific, screeching mutant zombie must be the necromancer controlling this infinite mob. The mission is crystal clear. Assassinate that boss monster and the enemy wave will finally crash. Lin Fan, the entire run rests on your shoulders. Smirking at the intel, he locks in tracking that ear-piercing demonic screech. With killer intent blazing in his eyes, he shifts into attack stance. Gotcha, he mutters under his breath. Gearing up for the final boss clash, his aura explodes outward, moving with straight-up superhuman speed. Our main character launches into the sky, soaring above the carnage as his glowing blade slices the wind. That savage first strike proved he was done playing games. His stamina was burning out fast, fueling a dark rage that morphed into absolute unfiltered violence. After that devastating ultimate strike, the chaotic battlefield suddenly dropped into dead silence. Out of nowhere, a glowing holographic system window popped up right in his face, bathing the bloody ruins in a warm neon orange glow. The floating text confirmed the epic kill. The Screamer boss has been completely wiped out. The system rewarded him with +3 stat points. That glowing notification was the sole witness to his massive level up, proving his brutal grind was finally paying off in this twisted video game reality. That heavy silence shattered when rusty hinges screamed. The massive wooden gates kicked wide open, blasting the room with blinding light. A frantic guy crashed through the doorway, gasping for air, eyes completely wild. Dripping with nervous sweat, his face lit up with pure, unadulterated hype. Gripping the doorframe. For dear life, he yelled out, shattering the heavy tension. A brand new life just dropped into this ruined world. He confirmed the massive success, announcing it was a healthy baby boy. The entire atmosphere instantly flipped, buzzing with an electric, hopeful energy. Amidst the absolute slaughter, our warrior stood his ground, gripping a jagged blade. His eyes blazed with an icy, unshakable resolve. Losing here meant the absolute destruction of everything he swore to protect. A piercing battle cry shattered the heavy air. Beneath his boots, the blood-soaked earth painted a gruesome picture of the absolute massacre. Suddenly, a heavy hand gripped his forearm, halting his swinging blade dead in its tracks. Blinking away his bloodlust, our guy snapped back to reality as his bald buddy rushed over, looking totally stressed out. The zombie horde had finally retreated. Not a single undead freak was left standing in his devastating wake. Dead silence reclaimed the battlefield, leaving our hero grounded by the heavy weight of the lives he just saved. The crushing quiet felt suffocating. He slowly lowered his weapon, letting the massive adrenaline crash finally wash over him. Realizing his epic rampage actually kept everyone breathing, a soft, relieved smirk naturally tugged at the corner of Fan's lips. Dropping his guard at last, our exhausted hero let his loyal crew rush in to hold him up. Beneath a brutally clear blue sky, he reached out into the empty air, desperately grasping for a piece that had long vanished. The gentle slosh of warm water against porcelain was the only sound piercing the heavy quiet. Thin steam danced in the room, heavily laced with a stubborn metallic scent of fresh blood. Fan's heavy eyelids fluttered open, his bones aching with a deep, bone-crushing exhaustion. Staring blankly at the ceiling, he glanced at the warm bath. His mind drew a blank, only flashing back to the bloodbath. Out of nowhere, a damp, gentle touch grazed his cheek. A delicate hand was holding a warm washcloth, carefully wiping away the grim battlefield grime. Turning his heavy head, his tired eyes locked straight into hers. Pure panic flashed across the girl's face. She froze completely as a massive blush set her cheeks on fire. Jerking back on pure instinct, she awkwardly stuttered out that she just wanted to scrub the wounds before infection hit. The room's vibe grew super thick, caught between his unspoken gratitude and her absolute frantic shyness. Finding his rough voice, he dropped a sincere thank you politely, nudging her to step out so he could finish scrubbing down in peace. Stuttering a quick okay, she spun around in a total panic. But fate was feeling incredibly chaotic today. Her heel totally slipped on the slick tiles. A wild shriek ripped from her throat as she tumbled backward, plunging straight into the tub. Crashing directly onto Fan's bare chest, the entire bathroom descended into absolute screaming chaos. Pinned in an incredibly spicy position, the flustered girl started babbling wildly about a huge misunderstanding. Soaking wet and totally stunned, Fan just stared in dead silence. Making things way worse, the massive splash caught someone's attention outside. His bald buddy popped his head through the doorway, letting out a hilariously impressed wolf whistle. Instantly, the whole squad crowded the frame. The glasses-wearing guy quickly shielded the little kid's eyes, while the older dude chuckled, muttering about how wild youth was. Just a few awkward minutes later, the chaotic energy shifted to the living room. Fan strolled in, trailing behind an insanely embarrassed blushing girl. That spicy romantic tension completely dissolved into the squad's loud chaotic warmth. The old man clapped for order, eagerly waving Fan over, to officially meet the tiny newborn who survived purely because of his epic defense. The crew happily shoved him toward the exhausted mother. Though she shyly offered them the naming honors, the squad insisted that sacred choice belonged right there with the actual family. Staring down at the tiny bundle, Fan finally realized his awakened power had a real breathing purpose to defend. The exhausted mother drifted into a heavy silence. There was zero rush to stamp a permanent name on this fragile new life. With a voice barely slicing through the quiet, she decided a sweet little nickname was perfect for this dimly lit safe haven. He would just be her little Yu-Yu. Yet beneath the wholesome vibes, a sharp, bitter tension still choked the crowded room. One of the guys couldn't shake the dark thought that her mind was totally haunted by the absolute trash bag who abandoned her. As Young Hui hid inside his own quiet bubble, the heavy shadows of past trauma kept bleeding through. Meanwhile, across the house, a girl was loudly flexing about how insanely brave she and Feifei had been. When creepy old Wang threatened to gift them study exams as a reward, Uncle Lin jokingly swore to buy them 2 extra sets. While she completely hyped herself up, poor Feifei literally felt her soul shatter at the thought of academic torture. She started belting out a brutally sarcastic song, roasting her bestie for having such absolute unhinged nerd energy. Totally blind to the melodramatic crisis, Uncle Lin just chuckled at the kids' wildly positive attitude, threatening them with even more homework. The crisp morning sunlight finally bled through the shattered windows. The rhythmic scrubbing of a toothbrush shattered the apartment's dead silence. Fan locked eyes with his reflection, just a fleeting heartbeat of peace before the apocalypse outside demanded his soul. Swallowing a heavy sigh, he hyped himself up for the absolute grind awaiting him today. Stepping outside, he strolled through the park, catching Mr. Wang and Mr. Chow grinding through their morning workouts. He called out their names. They beamed back, hyping up his overflowing morning energy. Walking away, he smirked. Old Wang could literally lead a hype squad. Still, he knew dropping compliments built rock-solid trust. Spotting a maintenance guy, he pointed out a glaring weak spot in the compound walls. He pitched stringing up barbed wire. Every smart tip cemented his flawless, perfect neighbor persona. The guard totally bought it. Turning away, Fan's gaze locked onto the bloody aftermath of battle. These zombie corpses needed clearing fast. Otherwise, this whole block would become a toxic wasteland. Before him, the pavement was a twisted mosaic of rotting flesh drenched in pitch-black sludge. He shoved the last rotting chunks into a massive dumpster, flexing his aching muscles under the bleeding sunset. But the piece was totally fake. A heavily armored beast lurked in the shadows. Inside, a girl gasped. "Brother Hao, look, it is that guy from before." Hao clenched his fists, flashing a bone-chilling smirk. To him, this dude's strength meant literally zero against his multi-ton war machine. One girl bitterly recalled how this punk disrespected their boss. The whole squad believed this kid's fate was permanently sealed. Right at impact, killer instincts hijacked Fan's body. He launched into a desperate barrel roll, dodging death effortlessly. Hao's jaw literally dropped. Fan rotated in slow motion, his fingers gripping his deadly sword hilt. Hao spat out a lethal threat, vowing to crush him flat with his armored beast. Facing the charging tank, Fan unleashed a devastating downward slash that literally ripped reality apart. The absolute unit of a paramount predator split clean in two beneath his god-tier blade. The crew stared in pure horror at Fan, who just stood there, back-turned blade dripping with aura. The blonde dude lost his absolute mind. "You psycho, did you just slice a whole truck in half?" Fan radiated ice-cold calm. He fired back, saying the real psycho was the one freaking out right now. He claimed zero hard feelings, but the blonde guy's boiling rage needed absolutely no excuse to attack. Voice freezing the air, Fan ordered them to march down to the police station like good little prisoners. Fighting back equaled guaranteed agony. Hao exploded, spitting absolute venom and trash talk. His girl begged him to stop, terrified. That monster standing there was not even human anymore. Hao roared like a wild beast, refusing to fold, and blindly lunged for the kill. But Fan caught the strike, dead in its tracks. The power gap was honestly insulting. Under the harsh streetlights, 4 bodies lay completely hogtied, wrapped tight in heavy industrial cables. They panicked, demanding their destination. Fan deadpanned. "We are heading straight to the police station." A purple-haired girl tried weaponizing her beauty to beg for mercy. Fan instantly rejected her pathetic trap. Eyes practically pitch black, he rolled their makeshift metal prison right into the abandoned city precinct. He mocked them, saying they needed a solid education, but their real teachers were a massive horde of zombie cops. He locked them inside the shadowy compound. The very next sunrise, Lin Fan casually strolled into base, flashing a blinding smile. He needed an extra hand steering a massive tanker truck he casually found, built specifically to wash away the disgusting zombie gore outside. When questioned how he moved it without driving skills, Lin Fan just strapped himself to the colossal beast and literally dragged it by hand with godlike strength. He smartly explained that scrubbing the entire grid was mandatory to keep absolute psycho raiders away. Brother Han Brain, totally short-circuiting, just nodded and grabbed the wheel. Meanwhile, the old man confidently declared, "Lin Fan is a top-tier guy. His moral compass is flawless, knowing exactly what is right and wrong. So zero stressing over him is needed. Do not treat his survival methods in this hellscape as pure insanity." Honestly, Lin Fan is not crazy. He just hardcore denies the apocalypse is real, making him weirdly relatable. Han drifted into a flashback. Bathed in the bleeding dusk light covering the courtyard, the memory pulled him outside. The old man and Han just stood there. Han tunes in closely. He is finally seeing the real Lin Fan, trying to wrap his head around this powerhouse. Sure, the dude fights like a total maniac, but underneath that savage exterior beats a heart of pure justice. Han remains totally confused though. Cruising down the wasteland road, Brother Han drops a seriously heavy question. Lin Fan just shrugs. Honestly, life is not that different. He was a broke interior designer pulling endless all-nighters. Now he is just juggling a crazy amount of side quests. He explains that security guard is the main gig, but he is also a runner, water tech, and delivery guy daily. Sure, it is bone-crushing work, but that daily grind feels incredibly rewarding because he earns cash and buys exactly what he wants. The vibe shifts instantly when Han points out a dark truth. In this apocalypse, you could literally just steal anything, no consequences. Lin Fan instantly shoots that down. He stares Han dead in the eye. Real loot requires real sweat. Ripping people off is straight up trash. Even if the world is literally ending, right at that exact second, the main character senses a shadow. Something massive is stalking them. Total chaos violently erupts through the dead city with a mind-shattering roar. The sheer force of it literally shakes the concrete foundations, erupting straight out of the pitch-black alleyways. A colossal nightmare steps out, a completely mutated freak of hulking muscles and sick blue skin defying reality. This absolute unit, a giant class walker packing god-tier strength, charges forward, fueled by pure, unadulterated rage. The killer intent is instantly suffocating. The air practically sparks with tension as the behemoth brutally blocks the path, crushing a getaway vehicle trying to escape the slaughter. Lin Fan locks onto the deadly threat immediately. His knuckles turn white, gripping his weapon. This is no basic mob. The horrific viral mutation is glaringly obvious. Sprouting spikes. and an unbreakable endurance that basically turned this thing into a walking demolition machine. Hearing the dire warning about the creature's lethal nature, Linfan moved with absolute focus, stepping away from the truck's side, securing the ultimate attack angle. Without hesitation, he reached over his shoulder, gripping his hilt to unsheath his blade, bracing for the inevitable clash as his eyes locked onto the monster with deadly precision. A dark sense of dread washed over his mind while analyzing the battlefield. The main character couldn't ignore how the undead threat was literally mutating. This terrifying encounter served as undeniable proof that evolved variants were spawning with an increasingly alarming and deadly diversity. Meanwhile, miles away from this chaos, at the remote desert base, the situation was pure nightmare fuel. Blaring alarms echoed endlessly across the hangars and circular facilities, as security personnel screamed frantic orders, desperately trying to stop an incoming threat from breaching their perimeter. The assault on the desert base hit a critical breaking point when an evolved variant of colossal proportions completely crashed the scene. This nightmarish creature, a pure strength-type zombie, with grotesque pinkish skin and glowing blood-red eyes, unleashed absolute fury against the outer defenses, using a movement packed with insane raw power. It was unbelievable. The monster smashed its massive fists straight into a main battle tank, crushing the heavy armor and flipping the unit like a cheap plastic toy. Overwhelmed by this devastating strike, the ground resistance crumbled, with soldiers scattering everywhere while the beast charged forward, completely unstoppable through thick clouds of choking dust and debris. Deep inside the base's core, the command center instantly became a chaotic war room. The operators, bathed in the eerie blue glow of touchscreens and radar grids, watched in total despair as their systems confirmed the absolute carnage happening outside. Pure panic gripped the technical staff, who desperately scrambled to broadcast an emergency SOS signal before the entire facility completely collapsed. Meanwhile, back in the ruined city, Linfan faced his own brutal survival test against the blue-skinned Colossus. Catching a split-second opening, our warrior launched himself into the air with god-tier agility, soaring high above the giant to deliver a devastating vertical strike. His gleaming blade violently pierced the monster's skull, hunting for that sweet critical hit in its brain. But plot twist, his weapon suddenly hit a bizarre, unexpected resistance deep within the creature's twisted flesh, proving these new evolved variants weren't just physically stronger. They actually possessed a way more complex biological structure that was incredibly hard to destroy. Despite the massive wound depth, the heavy sword abruptly stalled, grinding against an insanely tough biological defense, buried right inside the evolved variant's brain tissue. Facing this insane roadblock, our warrior channeled his entire aura, forcing massive downward pressure onto his weapon. Finally, the sharp blade pushed completely through, triggering a violently destructive energy that exploded outward inside the beast's hollow skull, permanently ending its relentless and terrifying rampage. With the towering Colossus finally defeated, the creature's massive body crashed heavily against the concrete beside the truck, kicking up a huge dust cloud. Linfan landed flawlessly, and with absolute ice-cold calmness, he smoothly sheathed his longsword back into the scabbard, resting across his back. As the deadly threat faded, an invisible system recorded his epic victory, granting him 3 points for successfully eliminating a pure strength-type zombie. Hank, rushing over in a total panic to check on Linfan, screamed his name and got a totally chill response in return. A heavy silence dropped between them, broken only by the sheer mind-blowing shock, plastered all over the man's face. His usually rock-solid eyes blew wide open with a mix of wild confusion and a raw vulnerability he rarely ever let slip out. Noticing this super weird reaction, his partner, the dark-haired youth with perfectly calm eyes, stared back with genuine curiosity. He leaned in just a little bit, completely shattering the awkward tension. The main character asked if something was wrong. Hank snapped back instantly, quickly looking away and waving his hand to awkwardly brush it off, even though his heart was literally hammering. But deep down, his mind was an absolute tornado. He just couldn't stop processing those crazy words he just heard. He brought a shaking hand up to his temple, drowning in deep thoughts that dragged him back through years of brutal combat discipline. Ever since he originally joined the military, nobody had ever said those words to him since he was always the one speaking them. An ironic truth sitting super heavy in his chest. He had always been the ultimate human shield, the immovable powerhouse for everyone else. But right now, standing in Linfan's insane presence, that whole dynamic had completely flipped. He recognized the overwhelming god-tier reality here, dealing with the monstrous strength Linfan actually packed. When this kid promised to protect him, it wasn't some empty polite flex or a basic support gesture. It was an absolute unquestionable fact. Suddenly, the armored rig slammed its brakes to a stop, dragging a massive trail of dust and debris behind it. Inside the rig, sheer disbelief hung heavily in the air as one occupant, voice breaking from pure shock, he urgently flagged down his commanders outside the armored rig. Electric tension choked the air. One squad member, visibly ticking from a previous jab and the sheer pressure of the moment, exploded into an angry rant. Meanwhile, chilling in the driver's seat, the veteran with dead eyes and a vice grip on the wheel, locked onto the dude outside. His battle-scarred face showed zero panic, radiating nothing but ice-cold analytical caution. Hopping out of the transport, the mounting stress sparked a quick beef. Wendy, looking totally done, snapped at his squadmates to drop the stupid nicknames and start respecting him as a real man. But that distraction evaporated fast. The driver, a rugged survivor with features chiseled by hellish battles, stared down at the asphalt with piercing suspicion. The truth hit them instantly, completely shattering their initial theory into pieces. The walker they spotted earlier took an arrow to the leg. This corpse right here, totally flawless. From the waist down, its killer delivered one flawless, lethal strike straight to the dome. Their makeshift autopsy just made things way creepier. This definitely was not gunplay. The massive gash screamed that a razor-sharp blade sliced clean through the skull. The insane thought of someone actually fighting this monster, face-to-face in a straight-up melee duel, absolutely blew the squad's collective mind. Before they could spiral down that crazy rabbit hole, the crimson-haired boss in the back seat barked the order to roll out. Seconds later, their armored beasts rumbled into the Sunshine residential zone. The drive exposed a freakishly spotless neighborhood. The streets were totally wiped clean of the usual apocalyptic wreckage, practically screaming that some hardcore survivor had been playing janitor. Upon hitting the main gates, heavy reinforced steel and tactical base upgrades basically confirmed a highly organized and defensive faction lived inside. Even with this epic find, nobody in the rig felt safe. Suffocating dread completely lingered instead. The squad leader stayed frosty, painfully aware that in this brutal new world, the thin line between loyal friends and fatal threats was basically a ghost. Traumatic flashbacks of fake innocence hiding. Murderous traps haunted her troops heavily, reinforcing her strict command to avoid absolutely any contact unless it was completely vital for their current mission. Deep inside, the fortress walls chilling in room 704, the entire vibe shifted completely. He watched how Yang, completely shrugging off the outside nightmare, had fully recovered her mental state and vibrant energy rocking. A fit that gave her this unreal charm amidst the wasteland. Inside this safe house, the cozy names of Fei-Fei, Tintin and Menmen echoed like a warm hug, proving that even during Doomsday, humanity desperately fought to rebuild their lost sense of home and sanity. Little Yang, flexing a perfectly crisp high school uniform, with a pleated skirt and formal blazer, froze outside Lin Fan's door, battling between deep respect and nervous hesitation. She softly knocked. Once he gave the green light, she stepped inside only to catch Lin Fan busy, wearing an apron and gripping a kitchen tool, giving off some seriously chill stay-at-home husband energy. Welcoming her in, he casually dropped a bomb, mentioning she was literally just the second young woman to ever step inside his crib. That random offhand comment struck the poor girl like straight-up lightning. Cold sweat instantly rolled down her temple as her terrified eyes blew wide open. His insane confession sparked a sharp burning curiosity deep inside her. Flashing an unbreakable smile with closed eyes, Lin Fan delivered a punchline that froze his guest's blood solid. His very first female visitor was the neighbor whom he literally hunted down and brutally hacked to death with an axe. Spitting that psycho fact with zero hesitation left her absolutely paralyzed, drowning in deafening silence. Desperately fighting to keep her cool while icy sweat dripped off her pale face, she stammered out a shaky reply, trying to laugh off his morbid murder confession as just some quirky dark humor. Even with her fake smile, sheer terror screamed from her panicked eyes as her trembling hand instinctively reached up, desperately grasping at her chest to slow her racing heartbeat. The room's vibe grew suffocatingly heavy, while Lin Fan just kept radiating that terrifyingly peaceful aura. Meanwhile, Yang Nini shook like a leaf, fearing she just triggered a deadly misunderstanding. Thick silence choked the room, shattered only by the deadly metallic gleam of the blade still gripped in Lin Fan's hand. Facing him, sister. Yang glued on a plastic smile, though the icy sweat sliding down her temple and her violently shaking voice completely exposed her massive panic. He watched her quietly reading the room. He knew dropping a logical explanation right now would only tangle this messy web even worse. He had already learned the hard way that sometimes the cold truth felt way sketchier than a white lie. He let out a hidden breath, finally lowering his weapon. If she wanted to write off his weird vibes as just being quirky, he definitely wasn't going to burst her bubble. Besides, she already seemed to treat his cryptic way of talking as some kind of fascinating character trait. Our MC casually explained that constantly bugging Sister Lee for every little thing just didn't sit right with his conscience, so he was just whipping up his own meal. Hearing the guy's chill response, the heavy tension paralyzing the woman's stiff shoulders totally melted into a massive sigh of relief. She brushed a stray lock of hair away from her face, a single drop of cold sweat trailing down her cheek. That tiny bead screamed just how terrified she had been. That comforting thought completely hijacked her brain instantly, wiping out all her dark suspicions. Honestly, she felt pretty ridiculous now. She desperately gaslit herself into thinking she had totally overreacted. There was absolutely zero chance this guy was a murderer. She figured his intense vibe earlier was just a dark joke. Meanwhile, Brother Fan, totally oblivious to her internal panic, dropped his gear onto a stack of supply crates. Then, he suddenly pivoted toward a hidden presence he just sensed. Slinging a ragged towel over his shoulder, his face stayed completely stone cold as he shattered the silence with one blunt question. The suffocating death game tension instantly crashed into pure, awkward slice-of-life vibes. Sister Lee, whom he casually called Little, Yang let out a shaky exhale. She fully believed she had just been paranoid. The poor woman shrank into her seat, her entire face flushing a radioactive red from pure, unfiltered embarrassment. She nervously, practically crushed her hands together in her lap, dodging his eyes like the plague as she choked out her painfully awkward request. Her voice was literally trembling as she stammered, asking for a huge favor. A rare flash of surprise cracked Fan's stoic mask. He bluntly asked if it was her time of the month, quickly calculating the dire stakes in a ruined world where basic hygiene supplies were basically legendary loot. Even with the apocalypse raging, Fan's sharp mind drifted back to how she managed to actually reach this safe house. It was honestly mind-blowing that his relative survived the bloodbath and made it here in one piece during a literal zombie apocalypse. With a surprisingly soft kind of logic, he figured she had battled through hell to find them. Throwing a proper welcome party was the bare minimum, so they absolutely needed to scavenge some top-tier food to give her a legit hero's welcome. He resolved. He was dead set on braving the monster-infested streets again, though this mission felt way more desperately human. Raw terror flashed in her eyes at the mere thought of him stepping outside. She frantically confessed her actual super-urgent problem. The streets are crawling with undead. I am terrified. I was really praying you could scavenge some sanitary pads. For me. Catching Fan's utterly clueless expression, she started desperately rapid-firing off different brand names, praying at least one would ring a bell in his survival-wired brain. Fan finally just nodded, flashing a rare, reassuring smirk, totally trying to kill the awkward vibe. Overflowing with gratitude, she practically begged him to hoard extras if possible, since Sister Yang and the other girls would definitely need a stash too. Deep within the steel guts of Huan City, the hollow metallic clanking of the water treatment plant was the sole proof that human civilization wasn't entirely dead yet in this hellish wasteland. After a brutal back-breaking shift, the system diagnostics and heavy machine repairs were finally locked in. Massive gears roared back to life, securing the absolute most crucial lifeline for the remaining survivors. Stepping out of the compound, the bald dude, rocking blue overalls, paused, wiping grease and heavy sweat from his brow. Even with his bones aching, pure pride lit up his gritty face. His partner just watched in total awe, admiring their flawless handiwork. He quietly confessed that only down here, surrounded by rusted pipes, did he actually feel human again. In a nightmare where humanity constantly shatters, clinging to this one mission was his only shield against feeling like total trash. The journey back demanded absolute stealth, totally abandoning any loud engines that might trigger a zombie horde. The duo pedaled away on a single beat-up bicycle. Thanks to a janky welded back seat, they could actually ride together. They glided through the ghostly ruined streets in dead, suffocating silence. In this cursed era, staying invisible wasn't just a smart play, it was your only defense against the flesh-eating nightmares lurking in every shadow. While fleeing the facility, a sudden ripple of movement across the dark water forced them to slam on the brakes. Floating dead ahead, gently bobbing near the desolate shoreline, emerged the striking crimson and white shadow of a mega yacht. The shock hit them like a truck. They weren't alone. Against the apocalyptic skyline, an actual squad of survivors clustered on the deck of that massive ship. Squinting through the gloom, they spotted exactly 5 souls, 3 women and 2 random guys, who seemed totally clueless about the literal bloodbath waiting on shore. This mysterious crew chilling on the luxury yacht dubbed Noah, basking under the apocalyptic sun. Survivors cast fishing lines off the deck, casually lounging and completely shattering the harbor's eerie, dead silence. Their reckless noise felt like a total death wish right now. This carefree vibe from strangers seriously sparked deep anxiety inside Brother Fan's buddy. He watched totally sweating bullets as the yacht's loud chatter drifted through the apocalyptic air, wondering if those flesh-eating freaks could actually swim to get them. The insane risk of baiting the infected hordes with all that wild racket was super obvious, but wondering if deep water actually acted like an invisible wall against the walking dead, Brother Fan could only offer a chilling, clueless shrug. Staring dead ahead into the ruined horizon, Brother Fan's eyes locked in. He fully admitted having zero clue, even though this nightmare apocalypse was already their brutal reality. The exact mechanics of these rotting monsters remained a terrifying mystery. They only knew these freaks dashed fast, possessed explosive raw power, fatal bites, and an absolutely unquenchable thirst for fresh human flesh. As their bike sped away across the massive bridge structure, Brother Fan silently pondered the insane luck of those strangers. If the river water could actually be purified for drinking and the fish offered endless free food, their floating fortress was practically god tier. If rumors proved true, and those infected zombies literally could not swim, those lucky yacht survivors could definitely outlast the literal end of the world. As the bike blurred past, they soon hit their prime target, the Xinhua bookstore. Our main character ordered his loyal partner, Wang Kai, to stand guard outside and absolutely scream his lungs out at any hint of danger, while he darted inside like a shadow. Inside, it felt hauntingly peaceful, surrounded by towering shelves of human knowledge. Now completely abandoned by a dying world, Lin Fan scavenged intensely until spotting his exact prize. Although initially planning to snag just 2 test prep kits, he wildly grabbed 10 extra copies. Clutching the heavy books and thick papers, he cracked a warm grin, imagining little Fei-Fei's epic reaction, knowing she would probably bawl tears of pure joy receiving them. Sighing softly, he realized how incredibly precious it was that kids still held onto their fierce love for studying. Even during these pitch-black times, their risky supply run then shifted toward a baby gear store, for infants called the Family Maternity Chain Store. Once again, our hero ordered his buddy to watch their back outside while he breached the entrance. His main mission was saving Yan Qi, a fresh survivor at the Sunshine Zone, who felt too embarrassed to beg for the crucial supplies her newborn baby desperately craved. They eventually rolled up to a massive superstore. Sticking to their strict safety protocol, Lin Fan breached solo, while his anxious partner held the perimeter outside. Though his friend low-key stressed over their crazy heavy loot pile, warning him their bags were literally about to burst. But that eerie grocery store silence shattered in a split second, while our hero stacked up a shopping cart. A twisted shadow crept through the aisles. This supposed safe zone instantly morphed into a terrifying, deadly death trap, as a blood-eyed, split-tongued mutant freak suddenly locked onto him, violently crashing his entire epic rescue mission. The aisle's dead silence evaporated completely as a twisted nightmare stumbled out from between the dusty shelves. The crimson-eyed zombie hissed with its freaky split tongue, but Brother Fan instantly snapped into action with deadly godlike precision, executing the grotesque threat in one fluid strike, maintaining a crazy, ironic calm. He casually promised to pay for the loot and return the cart, before dipping out. Brushing off the insane danger as another lurking beast dragged itself through the meat section, they instantly clashed. The horror wearing a blood-soaked apron, hinting at its past life as a butcher lunged forward with razor-sharp claws swiping, totally ruining the loot run and forcing Brother Fan to counterattack before this narrow grocery aisle transformed into a blood-soaked dead-end graveyard. But suddenly, the heart-pounding tension shattered in the most mind-blowing way. Glancing up sharply, he realized those terrifying monster footsteps actually belonged to a frantic little kid sprinting for his literal life, his tiny knuckles turning ghost white from gripping a small loot bag so incredibly hard. His breathing was totally erratic, a sharp, panic-filled echo cutting through the store's graveyard silence. The boy froze dead in his tracks, his small face twisting, in absolute panic. With raw survival instincts flaring like crazy, the kid refused to drop his guard. His fierce eyes scanned the towering adult with heavy suspicion and cold judgment. In his brutal world, pure terror was never a weakness, but a sharp survival tool. As the man spun around, gripping his pitch-black combat blade, bracing himself to clash with the approaching infected horde, the little survivor swallowed a super bitter thought. But time for overthinking literally just ran out. From the pitch-black shadows deep inside the store, those gross gurgling moans erupted into absolute roars. Pure frenzy. A nightmare tidal wave of disfigured mutants charged forward with blood-red eyes and unhinged snapping jaws. They swarmed, the undead charged with blinding rage, shattering the dead silence with their blood-curdling shrieks. Facing this tidal wave of monsters, the kid gritted his teeth and sprinted right behind him. The swordsman stood completely unfazed, acting as the absolute final shield against the ravenous hunger of these mindless husks. Through the terrified kid's eyes, the entire world had practically shattered into pieces. His wide eyes, locked in paralyzing shock, perfectly mirrored the absolute slaughter unfolding just feet away. Right before him, pure brutality flowed with terrifying perfection. A lone survivor gripping a pitch-black blade, sliced right through a monster's neck, with flawless machine-like precision. This massive horde of walkers was literally just a speed bump against his overwhelming aura. Surrounded by flying crimson and electric sparks, the warrior remained chillingly calm. His razor-sharp focus heavily contrasted with his insanely savage strikes. There was zero wasted energy in his swings, and absolutely zero fear on his face. He moved like a grim reaper who had danced this bloody waltz 1,000 times. From a distance, the kid watched this massacre with pure horror and absolute awe. His mind was completely blown. This dude wasn't just surviving, he was heavily dominating, tearing through a zombie horde with such unnatural, cold-blooded chill, and totally relaxed muscles instantly put him in a god tier completely beyond human level in the kid's eyes. This slaughter wasn't a desperate survival fight, it was just a casual Tuesday stroll. As the chaotic battle echoes faded, a suffocating heavy silence completely took over. The main character slowly turned toward the tiny shadow hiding in the back. His exhausted eyes still burned with a freezing boss-level intensity as he locked onto the trembling kid. Completely traumatized by the hardcore bloodbath he just witnessed, the boy felt a freezing drop of sweat slide down his face. Fan's crushing aura was honestly just as terrifying as the monsters. This apocalypse totally didn't care if you were brave or a coward, and it definitely gave zero passes to innocent kids. If fully grown hardcore veterans were dropping like helpless flies out here, a lonely kid's survival rate was absolutely rock bottom. At that moment, the massive power gap was insanely clear. One was a cold-blooded Grim Reaper, and the other was just easy prey in a seriously messed up world. The little guy literally shaking in his boots and clutching a bag for dear life could barely even make eye contact. The crazy killer intent leaking from his savior felt way heavier than the zombie horde they just wiped out. I just came out here scavenging for some food. The kid stuttered out pure terror, dripping from his shaky voice. The main character stayed completely dead, silent for a second, intensely judging the tiny defenseless figure standing before him. Deep down, a really dark reality check hit his mind. He knew damn well that in this cursed hellscape, even peak-level adults were constantly fighting just to see tomorrow, meaning a solo kid's odds of living were practically 0%. The main character locked eyes and asked the boy if he was riding solo, using a blunt tone that secretly hid a tiny bit of genuine street-smart concern. The kid nervously nodded before dropping a quick, respectful bow of deep gratitude. But despite the kid's super polite manners, trying to just say thanks and run off completely alone, our badass hero physically couldn't just let him walk away. He thought it was mad suspicious for a literal child to be casually roaming a monster-infested supermarket all by himself. Right as the little guy spun around to bail, the swordsman shot his hand out and strictly ordered him to freeze. Instantly, the kid tensed up on high alert. Sure, this absolute beast just saved his life, but his survival instincts were screaming massive stranger danger toward this random killer. The tension heavily spiked as the boy froze in his tracks, panicking about what this overpowered freak could possibly want from a weak target like him. While trekking through the creepy dead alleys, the warrior actually tried breaking the awkward silence. Finally learning his tiny companion's name was Gu Chen. Hearing that exact name instantly triggered a super bittersweet flashback. He vividly remembered the rich boss of Xinfeng Realty, another guy named Gu, who seriously ran out of plot armor and tragically mutated into one of the flesh-eating freaks he had to permanently put down. Out of pure, silent respect for the fallen, the swordsman recalled how he personally made sure the guy's gruesome remains weren't just left rotting out there in the open streets, tossing them into a dumpster for a proper send-off. Now, walking under the wildly unpredictable, dark sky, this totally mismatched duo pushed toward the safe zone, weirdly bonded by a dead man's legacy and the desperate, fragile hope of surviving. After confirming the kid only had his grandpa left, the warrior safely escorted him right to his front door. Standing there, Gu Chen softly knocked, signaling his safe return to the absolute last piece of family he had in a brutal world that had entirely lost its mercy. Inside that tiny apartment, the pure joy of a family reunion sparked. But the joyful reunion was shattered by absolute starvation. Confined to his wheelchair, the old man clutched his returning grandson and stared at the pathetic scraps of noodles and bread. Our warrior watched silently from the doorway. The grandfather's gratitude quickly morphed into a totally heartbreaking confession about human greed. Starvation had violently twisted their once friendly neighbors into a ruthless pack of scavengers. Taking advantage of the little boy's pure innocence at the door, the mob had ruthlessly stripped away every single bite of their food. The paralyzed grandpa sat frozen, staring into absolute nothingness, while the brutal echo of starvation haunted their empty walls. Just days ago, their pantry held enough rations to survive this apocalypse, but pure survival instinct crushed basic human decency. He bitterly replayed the exact nightmare when that fatal knock echoed through the hall. His sweet grandson swung the door open, allowing the feral mob to stampede inside, violently snatching away their very last crumb of hope. Trapped inside his cold metal wheelchair, the tragic old man felt paralyzed in his very soul. The crushing weight of total helplessness practically suffocated him. His tiny grandson was utterly defenseless against the savage brutality of grown adults they once proudly called their friends. A heavy sigh of absolute defeat slipped past his lips, vanishing into the suffocating, stagnant air of their ruined apartment. Suddenly, an intense aura shattered his quiet despair. Standing right there in the shadowy doorway, perfectly silhouetted against the flickering hallway lights, an unexpected figure materialized. It was a formidable young man rocking A bright orange track jacket, a thick strap crisscrossing his chest to secure a massive weapon strapped across his back. His stoic expression fiercely contrasted with the apocalyptic nightmare outside. The crippled grandfather stared at this stranger with wild shock and deep suspicion. He definitely did not look like some desperate scavenger. His towering posture and piercing gaze radiated overwhelming confidence. He wasn't here to steal. No, he carried the spark of an entirely new fate. Our main character boldly stepped forward, instantly shattering the suffocating tension in the room. Speaking in a calm yet commanding voice, he quickly crushed the old man's terrifying fears, promising he meant absolutely zero harm. He smoothly explained, bumping into the tiny kid at the ruined grocery store. Seeing the absolute mortal danger swarming those blood-soaked streets, he absolutely refused to abandon him. His one and only mission was escorting the boy safely back to his family. Bubbling with pure, unfiltered hype, the little kid dashed straight to his grandpa's side to back up that epic story. Calling the stranger his awesome big brother, stars sparkled in his eyes as he hyped up how this absolute unit rescued him from a brutally gory death. To this innocent kid, the guy was a walking, breathing legend, an absolute beast who treated flesh-eating zombies like total trash. The stunned grandpa, his frail hands still violently trembling from the adrenaline rush, shifted his gaze between this mysterious swordsman and his precious grandson. Hearing this insane survival story and seeing his boy completely unharmed, the agonizing tension finally melted from his weary bones. A wave of profound, soul-deep gratitude washed over him, his voice cracking with emotion. The old man poured his heart out to their savior, but our overpowered main character totally brushed off his epic monster-slaying flex. Flashing a super chill, modest smirk, he coolly insisted it was seriously no big deal. Just a tiny side quest that literally any decent human would have tackled. The blade-wielding hero casually strolled over to the apartment's battered wall, where several shiny frames desperately fought against the creeping shadows. Scanning them with major respect, he took in the framed academic awards. "Your grandson is seriously built different," he noted, with genuine awe, totally recognizing the kid's massive brainpower alongside his crazy, monster-facing courage. The old man's chest puffed up with absolute pride, completely erasing the apocalyptic wasteland outside for one brief second. He nodded gently, flashing a super bittersweet smile. He proudly confirmed that before the system totally collapsed, his boy was an absolute academic genius. Not just a perfect angel, but his insane grinding at school forced his teachers to practically shower him with top-tier honor rolls for his god-level grades. As our hero soaked in these tragic relics of a beautifully normal past, the grandfather bowed his head again, aggressively thanking him for protecting the brilliant future those frames symbolized. The swordsman, totally downplaying the insane death match, back at the grocery store, coolly shrugged it off, labeling his absolute hero moment as just another casual Tuesday. But the kid's nightmare was far from over. The frail grandfather bitterly confessed how his crippled legs made him feel like absolute garbage, forcing this tiny kid to become the family's sole protector, while his peers were playing video games. This pure-hearted angel has been solo carrying the massive burden of his own survival, while desperately keeping his paralyzed grandpa alive. And he tanked all this trauma without dropping a single complaint. For literal years, this duo barely scraped by on basic government welfare and random drops of charity from kind souls. That fragile safety net was the only thing stopping them from starving to death, keeping this crumbling roof over their heads. Right before the entire world completely collapsed into a living hell, the old man choked back tears, drowning in gratitude and pure agony. Silent tears streamed down his weathered face as the crushing reality hit him, his trembling hand shielding his eyes. He confessed that after ruthless neighbors stole their last rations, his fierce grandson absolutely refused to just sit around. Driven by pure desperation, the kid actually risked the literal death trap outside, begging to scavenge for any scraps. Seeing his grandpa completely shatter, the little guy rushed over, grabbing those frail hands with a heavy grown-up gentleness. Flashing a brave smile to hold back the absolute despair, he desperately tried to comfort him. "Grandpa, please stop crying," he declared without shaking. "I am a grown man now." That tragic forced maturity instantly made the room drop dead silent, echoing like an absolute vow of protection. It proved that even with the entire world literally burning to ash around them, his fierce drive to protect his bloodline remained completely unbreakable. The old man completely broke down, shattered that a kid meant for playgrounds was fighting just to breathe. He choked out, barely whispering through the agonizing pain, "Good boy, Grandpa knows you are." Then a crushing silence flooded the tiny space, turning, suffocating as the elder gripped the swordsman tightly. With violently shaking hands, he dropped his ultimate desperate plea. Sensing the warrior's overwhelming aura, he literally begged the hero to take his grandson, sparing him from starvation and slaughter. The elder swore the kid was sharp and obedient, practically begging on his knees that the boy would never become dead weight for his new master. But the kid, his eyes suddenly blazing with absolute unyielding resolve, instantly threw himself between them. He fiercely screamed that he would never ditch his grandpa, telling our main character to leave, thanking him for the rescue, but boldly swearing he would defend his own turf with his own 2 hands. Our hero, struck by the kid's raw dignity and insane sacrifice, just watched this heartbreaking scene play out completely silently, fully realizing this tiny survivor packed a willpower sharper than a legendary master-crafted greatsword. Taking a step back from the rundown shelter, a massive wave of deep nostalgia suddenly crashed into the young swordsman. He viciously questioned himself. Why had he been so totally blind to the brutal reality choking the life out of those fighting a losing battle in the city's darkest slums? A bitter truth hit him like an absolute ton of bricks. In an era of fake peace and flashy luxury comfort, totally blind society to the pure agony bleeding out next door. He knew that exact soul-crushing void. It wasn't just some vague idea, but a literal suffocating weight crushing his lungs. Every single time he walked into a pitch-black empty room, staring into the kid's teary eyes, he didn't see a stranger, but a flawless mirror of his own tragic origin. That stabbing agony and ultimate isolation only known by outcasts with zero family to claim as their own flesh and blood. Surviving countless freezing lonely winters taught him this trash world never gives a damn about anyone else's trauma. So, flashing a look of pure, almost royal resolve, he locked in a fate-changing silent choice. He would completely seal his own trauma in the darkest abyss of his soul, swallowing his own massive grief entirely, masking it behind an ice-cold, calm face, just so the rest of the world, and especially this broken duo right here, could actually keep their fragile happiness alive. That hardcore vow sparked a simple but world-shattering move, flashing a rare, genuinely warm smile that completely defied his dark thoughts. He looked straight at little Si-Chen, calmly ordering him to pack up all his gear. This wasn't just relocating, it was the epic dawn of a brand new life. 0 people left behind. They were hauling Grandpa straight to a totally secure sanctuary. Flooded by this god-tier offer of a real home, the duo could only choke out a massive "thank you," finally restoring their stolen peace. Screech. The rusty metal door ripped open violently, slicing right through the suffocating dead silence of the hallway. Lin Fan stepped out like a total boss, his massive legendary greatsword strapped to his back, rocking his signature iconic track jacket. Right on his heels, the kid carefully pushed the battered wheelchair, carrying his exhausted grandfather. Suddenly, a menacing shadow leaked from the corridor. A massive thug with brutal scars and snake-like calculating eyes totally blocked their escape path. Smirking with a toxic, soulless grin, he dramatically threw out his hand like a cheap villain, mocking them with purely fake, dripping concern, asking where they thought they were escaping to. The hallway instantly froze solid. Lin Fan's new rookie took a bold step forward, his face completely twisting into a hardcore mix of pure terror and boiling rage. He leveled a shaking finger straight at the thug, desperately looking at Lin Fan. Choking on his own, furious outrage, he screamed that this garbage was the exact rat who just robbed their last scraps of food. Our protagonist didn't even flinch, locking his terrifying gaze onto the scavenger. His eyes narrowed into an aura of absolute lethal ice. The street thug, suddenly realizing his fake nice guy mask, was totally shattered, arrogantly stood his ground, completely clueless. He just stepped into the absolute kill zone of a predator who literally never grants second chances. As the killer tension in the hallway spiked to critical levels, the old man in the wheelchair dropped his gaze, his cracking voice. Heavy with bitter exhaustion, they finally exposed their tormentor. The man standing before them was no stranger. It was Qianji, a longtime neighbor, hiding a deeply sinister past. The grandfather exposed Qianji's criminal life. He thrived on theft and shady street deals, even doing hard time behind bars. Fresh out of prison, he crawled right back. Instead of changing, he became a jobless parasite, haunting their streets, just waiting to prey on innocent people. The old man painfully recalled Qianji's sick deception. Back then, the thug showed up crying at their door, faking absolute helplessness, playing the ultimate victim. Using perfectly rehearsed lies, he begged to borrow just a handful of rice to survive. Moved by pure pity, the young grandson felt terrible for the miserable-looking neighbor, completely blind to the trap, making the fatal mistake of unlocking the door. That pure act of kindness became Qianji's strike zone. He weaponized their empathy, twisting it to brutally snatch away the little they had left. The grandfather choked on bitter memories, remembering how Qianji exploited their generous hearts before. The scumbag had knocked, faking total starvation and swearing he just needed a cup of rice to stay alive. Si-Chen, the innocent grandson, totally fell for the act. Driven by pure compassion, he swung the front door open. That is when Qianji's demon mask slipped. Storming inside, he violently shoved young Si-Chen hard into the unforgiving floorboards, stomped straight into the kitchen, ruthlessly raiding the family of their last pathetic grain of rice. When Si-Chen tried fighting back, Qianji viciously slapped him twice, dropping the boy instantly. Grandpa's fists trembled in his lap. As the horrific tale ended, Skinny little Sichen never stood a ghost of a chance against a hulking brute like Qianji. He just watched in pure agony as their lifeline was stolen. A crushing humiliation finally exposed right in front of Lin Fan. Eaten alive by toxic guilt, Sichen dropped his gaze. Choking back hot tears of absolute frustration, he mentally tore himself apart, feeling utterly worthless for failing to protect his grandpa or their meals. Suddenly, a rock, steady hand clamped onto his shaking shoulder. Lin Fan, radiating an icy calm that shattered the room tension, sliced right through the boy's dark guilt with steadying words. He promised Sichen the era of cowering and fear was dead. His very presence just flipped the entire script forever. Sichen was not facing this monster alone anymore. Lin Fan locked a death glare onto Qianji like a predator, silently judging. The absolute scum who preys on the helpless. Feeling challenged, Qianji fired back with the toxic arrogance of an untouchable street king. He slowly rolled up his sleeves, flashing trashy gang tattoos. He seriously thought cheap ink and a rap sheet would terrify the swordsman. Deep inside the shadowy building, the killing intent finally hit the boiling point, officially executing the days when pure terror ruled over Sichen's broken family forever. Ignoring the tough guy act, Lin Fan did not even blink. In one lightning-fast motion, his deadly blade began leaving its sheath, ripping a look of absolute horror straight onto Qianji's face. The thug scrambled backward, paralyzed by the warrior's truly terrifying aura. Driven by blind, pathetic rage, Qianji threw his whole body into shoving the young warrior. But Lin Fan stood his ground like a titan mountain. The attacker just froze totally, mind-blown by his own pathetic weakness. Losing his absolute mind, Qianji blindly grabbed a massive nearby object, hoisting it high over his skull, ready to smash him into a pulp. Lin Fan just watched with chilling serenity before a devastating impact completely rocked the room. Shattering the very laws of human physics, the young hero unleashed a god-tier punch that did not just target the enemy. The insane strike blew a clean hole straight through a solid metal chair, vaporizing it into twisted scrap metal and raw aura. This was not some basic street brawl. This was a legendary flex of absolute dominance. Seconds later, the suffocating pressure totally vanished. The main character, rocking a massive blade on his back, stood tall with a terrifyingly calm vibe. Not a single drop of sweat on his face, just pure ice-cold resolve. He gave a freezing nod, silently explaining why he dropped that nuke of destructive power. This was not about righteous honor or epic blood feuds. Staring dead at the stolen goods the scumbag tried taking, he laid down the ultimate law, with a badass line making it crystal clear nobody touches his loot. Snatching his rightful property back, the killer aura instantly evaporated into thin air. The main character flashed a bright, totally carefree smirk, hoisted the rescued grocery bags high, and signaled his cool exit with a casual flick of his monstrous sword. Resting the loot on his shoulder, he casually strolled like a shopper coming from the grocery store. You would never guess this exact same guy just pulverized solid steel with his bare fists. Behind his back, the trembling thug who had just grazed the cold scythe of the Grim Reaper still could not process this insane reality. Shivering and totally lost, he questioned this sudden drop in killing intent. Was this absolute monster actually letting him walk away alive after that intense clash? The overpowered youth did not even waste a single second glancing backward. His vibe screamed nothing but absolute chilling indifference. As they walked away, it was actually the little kid who dropped the mic. Bursting with pride, he delivered one final ruthless warning to the loser. Matching the main character's pace, the boy decided to teach the paralyzed attacker a fundamental rule about true dominance. Apex predators simply do not waste their breath on pathetic weaklings way below their level. Well, unless those bugs dare to provoke them again. With a razor-sharp glare, he brutally advised the guy against pulling any brain-dead stunts. An ambush would equal an instant death wish. He made it crystal clear that this mercy had a strict expiration date. Meanwhile, under the harsh, blinding light washing over the courtyard, the piercing screech of rusty iron gates announced the squad's victorious return. Little Fan confidently took the lead heavily, pushing forward. He hauled a battered shopping cart overflowing with precious scavenged loot. Stuffed boxes and heavy bags literally represented extra days of breathing in this hellhole. Behind him, a heavy cloth-wrapped blade served as a grim reminder. The wasteland was absolutely no playground for the defenseless. Old Man Wang watched Little Fan's back, his eyes swirling with a quiet, peaceful melancholy. In this nightmare era, survival logic was brutally black and white. Most survivors believed the ultimate key to staying alive was ruthlessly cutting off dead weight. In the freezing calculations of the apocalypse, the defenseless were branded as pathetic leeches sucking the camp dry. But Wang operated on a totally different frequency, actively fighting the current darkness. He watched in awe as the boy constantly dragged home the exact people other squads would have tossed to the zombies. Women, innocent kids and frail elders. People who could not swing a sword or haul massive supply crates. Found an absolute unbreakable shield in him. Rocking a gentle smile of hopeful defeat, the old-timer crushed his own toxic prejudices. He finally realized judging this kid was a huge mistake. Surrounded by total madness and lost humanity, little Fan had actually morphed into the ultimate beacon of hope in this wasteland. Beneath a bright blue sky that fiercely mocked their bloody reality, the entire aura of Sunshine Residential Zone shifted. The young boss officially introduced the newest recruits. Meet Gu Zichen, a fiery kid radiating fierce bravery and unyielding loyalty alongside his grandpa Gu Jiang. He snagged them from a terrifying supermarket run where they were barely clinging to life. He instantly tossed them a lifeline, offering a true sanctuary where the crushing weight of surviving gets shared. The guards' heavy tension instantly melted into bright, welcoming laughter. In a crumbling world, falling straight into the abyss, scoring new lives even if they rocked wrinkles and gray hair, called for an epic celebration. They shared a unique comfort that only surviving pure hell together could ever forge. The shelter's hardened veterans immediately swarmed Gujiang's wheelchair, showering the old man with a massive welcome. The Grandpa Squad sparked an instant, unbreakable brotherhood. 79-year-old Huang Chong and his ride-or-die buddy Zhou, Ayun hitting 69, casually dropped their titles, going strictly by Old Huang and Old Zhou. Right then and there, every single wall of toxic paranoia shattered to dust. They were not just random strays taking up oxygen anymore. From this exact second, shielded by Little Fan's overwhelming aura, they were officially family, with fresh blood joining the ranks. The base's gears instantly started grinding. Little Fan, flexing massive brainpower that went way beyond just smashing skulls, already had a flawless blueprint mapped out for the rookies. Totally aware that the elderly Master Gu suffered from wrecked legs, he hooked him up with a prime spot on the first floor of Building 1. This was not just basic manners. It was a genius tactical play to guarantee smooth mobility and instant safety during sudden monster raids. While the guys unpacked their gear, Fan strolled over to another group, vibrating with pure gratitude. The resilient women of the stronghold. Standing out was a sharply dressed girl whose face practically glowed with massive, undeniable relief when she saw the boss. Fan's carry job did not stop at rescuing souls. He personally hunted down hyper-specific life-saving loot that usually got completely ghosted by other trash settlements. Fan casually tossed her a packed bag of essential feminine care products, dropping the detail that he grabbed plenty for both daylight and nighttime survival. The girl clutched the precious drop, overflowing with intense, heartfelt gratitude. In this brutal, tiny pocket of a ruined earth securing medical packs, and obsessing over everyone's physical health, hardcore cemented the vow. Sunshine Residential Zone definitely was not just a concrete box keeping the nightmare beasts out. It was a legitimate sanctuary, where basic human dignity reigned as the ultimate Tier 1 priority. Her massive thanks over the supplies smoothly shifted into a wildly personal chat. The revelation hit her hard. Little Fan, completely deadpan, explained his absolute logic. Before facing the wasteland, he actually asked Grandma Shu how to cure her intense cramps. The elder's advice was brutally honest. Drink hot water, and biologically the only way to completely stop the bleeding was to literally get pregnant. Hearing those wild words, her face erupted into a blazing tomato red. The entire world practically dissolved around her, as her brain short-circuited into pure romantic panic. Meanwhile, our oblivious hero just stood there, totally blind to the massive emotional hurricane he caused. She was completely paralyzed, trapped between a hilariously misunderstood medical tip and the sudden spark of apocalyptic romance. Right in the middle of doomsday, his absolute zero-riz comment built purely on clinical facts hit her fragile heart like a nuclear strike. Scratching his head in pure, unadulterated confusion, Fan simply could not process why basic health trivia triggered such a massive meltdown. To him, surviving the apocalypse meant pure logic, zero hidden meanings. Ignoring the heavy tension, he spun around, diving right back into his loot drop. He marched straight toward Sister Lee, handing over a highly prized care package. He casually mentioned it was rare baby gear for young Hui. Watching from the sidelines, Grandma Shu flashed a knowing, wicked smirk. Seeing the boy's relentless hustle, she loudly declared what a deeply caring protector he was. Honestly, whoever manages to lock him down would hit the absolute jackpot, humble to a fault. Fan just sighed heavily, rolling his cart away to distribute the final scraps. Muttering about who would ever want him, he replied with brutal honesty, before snapping back to his endless sanctuary to-do list. Between infant rations and massive romantic blunders, they were somehow clinging to a beautiful forgotten normalcy. It proved to everyone that Fan's burning loyalty made this hellscape worth surviving. Shaking off that intensely awkward girl encounter, our boy pushed forward. He guarded that rusty shopping cart like it held the Holy Grail. Outside was pure apocalyptic chaos, but inside the Sunshine safe zone, a man's promise was absolute law, kept with honor. Whipping out 2 neon folders like legendary weapons, he yelled, a triumphant ta-da, leaving the women absolutely stunned by his insanely sharp memory. Then little Tintin bounced over. Her bright glowing smile completely defied the crushing darkness of doomsday. Fan handed her the sacred folder, swearing that an uncle never breaks a loot promise. Her pure, explosive joy instantly infected the room, and her eyes sparked with such intense gratitude that every death-defying risk suddenly felt justified. Fan soaked in the moment, feeling a rare surge of quiet pride. His supply cart was running completely dry, but his people's morale was skyrocketing off the charts. As the blood-red sun dipped below the horizon, he geared up to drop the final legendary items. He knew deeply that in this haven, he wasn't just a scavenger, he was the absolute protector of their daily sanity. But this next drop hit different. Spinning toward Feifei, he unleashed a terrifyingly cheerful grin, slamming down a massive heavy grimoire. The ultimate boss fight. A complete 5th grade math Olympiad survival guide, staring at her absolute horror. He laughed maniacally, telling her not to cry from happiness. Because once she conquered this beastly textbook, he would absolutely hunt down a dozen more. Inside the Sunshine Base, staying alive wasn't just about slaughtering monsters at the gates. It was about forging the next generation to rebuild humanity, one brutal math equation at a time. Fan proudly warned Grandma that the new genius kid was joining their squad. An elite scholar with a hardcore addiction to studying, the poor little girl's soul completely shattered inside, terrified of surviving an academic hell with those two tryhards. Next morning, the peaceful dawn was violently shattered by a rapid, frantic knocking at his base door. Groaning from the shadows, our hero mumbled, instantly sensing exactly whose aura hovered outside. Ripping the door open, he found Sister Lee fully geared up and vibrating with energy. An absolute shock given the ungodly hour, rocking a chaotic bedhead and violently scratching his neck in true main character fashion. He could not hide his utter confusion. With his eyes still glued shut from deep sleep, he desperately scanned her face for clues about this sudden dawn raid. Completely caught off guard, she finally dropped the bombshell. It was little Feifei's birthday. Her eyes shimmered with desperate hope, masking a heavy shadow of anxiety. She leaned in to request a massive favor, knowing he was the only cheat code to make this day flawless. The word birthday instantly snapped our main character awake, his brain sparking with what he thought was absolute genius. Radiating pure comedic energy, he hyped up Feifei's insane grind, crowning her the ultimate academic weapon of their entire generation. Totally convinced that a true scholar needed more grind material, he confidently pitched the ultimate reward. He deadass suggested gifting her a massive stack of brutal practice exams to celebrate. Sister Lee's reaction was instant. Her expression completely shattered, glitching into pure bewilderment as a massive sweat drop formed. Panicking at his unhinged logic, she waved her hands frantically, forcing out awkward laughs to slam the brakes on him. She swore that cursed gift was completely unnecessary, finally dropping the actual details of her quest. Her actual goal was incredibly wholesome. She just needed him to scavenge a cake or basic baking supplies. She planned to craft the dessert herself, determined to protect the magic of the kid's milestone. While our guy accepted this bakery quest, still secretly thinking some math books would perfectly buff the cake, the camera panned away. The scene immediately hard cut to a suffocating pitch-black room, hidden deep within this shattered world. A pink-haired survivor named Su Xiaoxiao lay paralyzed, completely drowning in an ocean of toxic thoughts. In her broken reality, the simple joy of birthday cake felt like a forgotten lore. With dead eyes carrying the weight of infinite exhaustion, she cursed her existence inside this never-ending apocalyptic hellscape. While others handled wholesome neighborly quests, she was just spawning into another brutal daily nightmare that completely refused to fade away. It ruthlessly crushed her the second she woke up. Exhaling heavy defeat, she dragged her body up. Nothing else to do anyway. She mumbled darkly, dragging her feet toward the massive window. As she ripped back the heavy drapes, the harsh sunlight didn't just expose the floating dust, it suddenly illuminated a terrifying, completely uninvited presence. This shadow violently shattered her isolation, perfectly timing its strike the exact millisecond the blinding rays hit the room. Our main character materialized with a completely chill smirk, dropping the most casual greeting ever. Hello. The jump scare was critical. Xiao Xiao's eyes practically popped as her heart redlined instinctively, scrambling backward in pure terror. That initial shock instantly mutated into freezing fear, mixed with hardcore survival mode. Voice vibrating with pure rage, she completely went off on the intruder, screaming to know what the hell his plan was. How dare he breach her safe zone like that? Facing her explosive aggro, our guy didn't even flinch once. Radiating absolute zen, he dropped his volume to a stealthy whisper, fully knowing that one sudden muscle twitch would completely shatter Xiao Xiao's fragile sanity. His brain was already running cold tactical calculations. He realized the brutal apocalypse and endless solitary confinement had mutated the girl's emotional state. She was a walking, ticking bomb. One wrong vocal pitch meant game over, flexing god-tier professional-level patience. He broke down the lore behind his break-in. He wasn't playing the villain, he was on a legendary side quest. A 10th birthday party for a tiny survivor he was protecting. Sounding super gentle, he asked Xiao Xiao for a retro favor. He needed a custom-crafted cake for the milestone. Surrounded by total ruin, this insane request hit so weirdly that the room's entire aura glitched. While Xiao Xiao's brain lagged, trying to process baking inside a doomed wasteland, he stayed extremely frosty, praying that dropping the kid's name would successfully hack into the remaining shreds of humanity. That the end of the world hadn't completely deleted from the influencer's soul. The absolute audacity of his request left her brain dead and totally blue-screened, while he poured all his stats into keeping a low pacifying vocal frequency just to avoid triggering her. The words 10 years, little girl, and cake violently orbited her mind like lost ancient relics. She could not compute why this random NPC was chillingly discussing toddler parties in the middle of a literal wasteland, or why he was treating her like a spooked mob. Inside her head, that blinding panic rapidly evolved into icy survival logic. Xiao Xiao speed ran her dialogue options. She instantly imagined the invader, forcing a full base raid, a brutal scenario that would dramatically spike her threat level way past the red zone. Cornered, between raw fear of this stranger and the devastating penalty of refusing the influencer locked in a totally desperate endgame move. Ignoring his intensely scanning eyes and her own crashing mental servers, she fired off a micro-response. That instantly hard-locked her fate. Dropping just one word, Xiao Xiao practically spawned the cake, officially dragging herself into a forced co-op mission. Stepping up to grant a birthday wish in a broken world where blowing out candles was dead history. Su Xiao Xiao dropped her shocking confirmation, but the room did not chill out. Instead, an unexplainable, suffocating tension instantly swallowed the entire space. Instead of backing down, the mysterious guy just stood there, flexing an insanely chill vibe. He dropped a basic question that used to be normal, but in this ruined wasteland, it sounded like a straight-up sick joke. That question hit Xiao Xiao right in the face like freezing ice water. Peeking at the intruder through the curtains, she gripped the fabric tight. Her face screamed pure shock, while massive red flags flooded her racing mind. Cash was absolutely worthless now, and human life was the only real currency. Seeing him act so polite honestly gave her major creep vibes. Xiao Xiao seriously started doubting this dude was just some random messenger delivering good vibes. He was clearly playing a dark game with rules she could not even grasp yet. That cake was just a quick lie to stop him from searching her spot. Now it became the core of a toxic mind game. A deadly game where the true price of things remained a total mystery. Inside her head, old-world logic violently crashed straight into the brutal reality of the apocalypse. She even started wondering if this creepy stranger was simply messing with her head. He was completely playing her. Feeling boxed into a corner and desperate to escape this mind-bending standoff, Xiao Xiao decided to pull the plug. Her swift gesture screamed pure resignation silently, begging him to just leave already. She brushed him off with icy indifference. Value currency, or the item itself, meant nothing. She just wanted out. Our main character took her answer in stride. With the exact same casual vibe he brought in, he gave a faint smirk. Xiao Xiao froze in her tracks, watching his silhouette fade down the dark hallway. Absolute disbelief nailed her to the floor, utterly shocked that such a nerve-wracking clash had wrapped up so casually. It felt entirely surreal. The deal was officially sealed. But for her, the burning mystery behind this guy and his true endgame had only just sparked. Pale sunlight barely pierced the thick canopy along the Chao River just outside the ghost town of Huan City, which loomed silently on the horizon. Moving under the deep forest shadows, our main character marched forward, effortlessly resting a fishing rod on his shoulder. It practically glowed in the dappled light. As he neared the riverbank, dark thoughts clouded his mind. The brutal reality of their wasteland hit him hard. Fresh meat at the local markets had rotted away ages ago, becoming a mythical luxury after surviving so many hellish days of the apocalypse. But today was no ordinary day in the wasteland. It was Feifei's birthday. The kid was dead set on his mission. She absolutely deserved a taste of fresh food today. Mixing wild hope with bitter doubt, he tightened his grip, glanced at the empty rattling bucket in his hand, and thought back to that crazy investment he made a while ago. He could only pray that this high-end gear, which burned a hole of over 200 yuan in his pocket, would finally pay out today and let him drag home the ultimate birthday feast. Suddenly, Fan's quiet isolation was brutally shattered by a shocking yell slicing through the wind. From the steel deck of a heavy riverboat cruising by, a frantic guy pointed aggressively at the muddy shore, losing his mind over spotting an actual living survivor out here. The massive vessel ground to a halt right in front of him, totally crushing the peaceful vibe with its looming shadow. Leaning over the rusty railing, the rugged crew sized up our main character. Their eyes screamed pure suspicion and wild curiosity. They barked at him, demanding to know what he was doing out in the open. Our main character, keeping his cool without skipping a single beat, casually threw up a hand in greeting. His shockingly chill response bordered on pure arrogance. Gripping his fishing rod like a weapon, he refused to just play the quiet victim. Flashing a half-smirk and locking his deadpan gaze onto the strangers, he totally flipped the script on them, with a blunt question of his own. It screamed loud and clear he wasn't intimidated. This random clash threw a massive curveball into his chill fishing trip, crashing his hunt for food right into the chaotic survivor's path. The crew's initial shock instantly morphed into harsh judgment and glaring red flags. They couldn't believe their eyes. Spotting a kid holding nothing but a fishing pole, one guy mocked his insane death wish. With bloodthirsty zombies swarming every inch of the ruined city, chilling by the river, looked like an absolute suicide mission to these hardened survivors. Shouting from the deck, the squad leader laid out the brutal truth. The entire concrete jungle was completely overrun, transformed into a total death zone. Their master plan: sail straight down this river until they hit the open ocean, hunting for a safe haven on the remote islands. By their logic, the undead plague hadn't touched those shores yet. Putting on a super generous front, they tossed the lone kid a lifeline, offering him a spot on their boat. But behind that friendly mask lurked ice-cold survival logic. The gray-haired leader wasn't playing the hero. He knew damn well that carving out a life in the untamed island wilderness required heavy lifting. He needed young, muscular meat shields. Plus, he had already run the threat assessment in his head, with 3 armed guys holding down the fort. Even if this random kid plotted to backstab them, they could crush him in a heartbeat. Displaying an eerie calm that totally clashed with the apocalyptic nightmare around them, our main character just smirked and shot down their offer. Despite the old man's sketchy vibes, the kid figured they couldn't be total monsters if they actually paused to toss a lifeline during the literal end of the world. But that peaceful thought shattered in a heartbeat. Creeping up behind him right out of the thick river, Weed's nightmarish shadows lunged forward, glowing red eyes and unhinged jaws. Guttural roars ripped through the air. Absolute terror paralyzed the boat crew, and they screamed their lungs out at the nightmare. They knew firsthand the pure devastation these monsters unleashed. Regular humans were basically walking chew toys against them, in a head-on bloodbath. Total panic erupted on the deck as they frantically screamed at him to dive into the water, knowing that staying on shore meant absolute doom as the rotting horde lunged straight for him. Our guy just stood there, back turned to the monsters. His chilling calmness completely baffled the sailors. They screamed their lungs out, begging him to dive into the freezing water to save himself. But he just brushed them off. With an eerie smirk, he claimed everything was perfectly fine. On the boat, pure panic morphed into ice-cold despair. The crew leader locked eyes on the bloodbath, watching the nightmare unfold. He knew the drill: these freaks had strength, speed, and hearing beyond normal humans. In his mind, no mortal could ever outrun these twisted, flesh-hungry abominations. Breathing a heavy, bitter sigh, the crew backed down. They definitely weren't throwing their own lives away for a straight-up suicide mission. As they geared up to ditch him and leave him for dead, reality shattered in a blinding flash of pure violence. Without even looking back, our main character whipped out the massive greatsword strapped to his back. In a split second, his chill vibe erupted into a lethal dance. What looked like a total death trap for a normal dude suddenly became an absolute zombie massacre. His steel blade ripped through the air with insane power, slicing off heads and limbs in one gorgeous sweep. Pitch-black monster blood sprayed everywhere. Facing this absolute unit, their mangled bodies dropped before even scratching him. The guy they wrote off as dead meat just flexed god-tier skills that totally broke the laws of physics. Back on the boat, dead silence dropped. Only the jaw-dropped gasps of 3 shell-shocked men broke the quiet. Their faces went from terrified pity to absolute mind-blown shock as they watched the epic slaughter unfold. This wasn't just surviving. This was pure, unadulterated madness that blew away everything in this totally ruined world. Our protagonist casually rested his massive blade on his shoulder, practically radiating swagger amidst the bloody chaos. Flashing a cocky smirk, he tried to calm the totally freaked-out audience watching him. But the crew's fragile safety shattered when asked if they were actually going to set up camp on the islands. Their answer was brutally honest. After the main city collapsed, staying put was basically begging the Grim Reaper. Their crazy do-or-die plan, sailing straight for the legendary shores of Illapur. If luck was on their side, the deep waters kept those brain-dead freaks totally off their sandy beaches, giving them one desperate shot at a reboot. Their teary goodbyes were kept super brief, silently praying everyone would make it out alive. Deep gratitude quickly shifted into a seriously chilling final warning. The ultimate advice for anyone staying behind: get the heck out of Wan City before it's too late. That place was a total dead zone. As this apocalyptic nightmare dragged on, the endless zombie waves just multiplied. Meanwhile, basic loot, like food and water, morphed into hyper-rare drops that nobody could find. For the absolute units still throwing hands, the best strategy was to bunker down deep inside the highest mountain peaks. That brutal terrain was the ultimate cheat code. Those rotting walkers totally sucked at climbing steep, jagged cliffs, but chit-chat time instantly expired. A bone-chilling demonic roar ripped through the sky, signaling the mega horde's arrival. Running away was officially off the table. Hardcore survival mode was instantly unlocked. Any hyped-up optimism instantly evaporated facing this brutal reality check. This wasn't just a random squad of stragglers. It was a suffocating, never-ending ocean of decaying flesh, buried in that sea of rotting faces and glowing blood-red demon eyes. Our hero finally realized how deeply screwed he was. The enemy numbers were just too insane for human defense. Chilling safely on their getaway boat, the peanut gallery watched their absolute worst nightmares come to life. The sheer volume of undead freaks totally overwhelmed the main character's combat limits, despite his epic god-tier skills. The swarm's relentless mob tactics were grinding him down through pure, exhausting attrition. Sighing in heavy defeat, the boat crew swallowed the bitter pill. It was way too late to pull a rescue mission now. They bitterly watched an S-class powerhouse go down. If only this total badass had partied up with them from the start. He would have been the ultimate carry, but now, only the crushing silence of heavy regret lingered. As the boat drifted away, the bloody shoreline chaos slowly fading into the misty, horrifying distance. Deep in the shadowy gloom of room 204 at the Sunshine Complex, heavy exhaustion and pure despair choked the air. Lying completely paralyzed on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, the woman finally shattered the dead silence with a heartbreaking question. It was a desperate plea. Her pale fingers gripped the bedsheets tight. Deep down, she knew. The monsters hadn't breached their door yet, but this suffocating dread, it was eating her alive. Tomorrow felt like a terrifying void. She was absolutely certain this broken world held zero hope. Sister Lee wasn't having it. Hoping to spark some life into her shattered spirit, she grabbed the mother's trembling hand. Her grip was warm, a literal anchor in this apocalyptic nightmare, she whispered back, her voice laced with pure determination. Who says these kids won't grow up strong? But honestly, Lee was hiding her own devastating scars, forcing a brave smile. She looked down at the tiny baby in her arms. Little Mung Mung. This kid's backstory was absolute nightmare fuel. Lin Fan had dropped the brutal truth. In a final desperate move, her birth mom strapped the infant to her own chest. Then, she ended it all. A tragic sacrifice, so anyone might find her. A sliver of a chance in this decaying world. Giving up simply wasn't an option anymore. Locking eyes with the grieving mother, she dropped a hard truth. Hope isn't a luxury. It is sheer survival. Here at the Sunshine Shelter, every single person is a foundational pillar. We hold each other up. Because even when hell freezes over, you grind through the pain. Not just for yourself, but for these helpless kids counting on you. Lee knew that dark abyss way too well. Once upon a time, the trauma almost swallowed her whole. She was literally one step away from ending it. But then she looked at her own daughter, Feifei. Suddenly dying felt like a coward's way out. Their fates were eternally locked. She had to level up mentally, be her kid's ultimate shield. And right at her lowest point, destiny brought Lin Fan crashing into her life. The apocalypse literally felt less suffocating around him. He wasn't just some random survivor. The guy was walking, breathing hope, a flashing neon sign that humanity was far from over. Staring at him, clutching her baby with a recharged soul, it hit her. Doomsday wasn't the end. It was a brutal, gritty respawn. The hallway fell dead silent, heavy with absolute resolve. An unbreakable vow. Right by the door, the grieving mother collapsed to her knees. Pure submission. Absolute surrender. Head bowed, a blazing fire ignited in her chest. Not from ego, but pure gratitude. Instantly, the Sunshine Shelter evolved. This wasn't just concrete and steel anymore. It was holy ground. The exact spot Lin Fan planted the seeds of their future. Her drive to protect this sanctuary. It hit maximum levels. If the undead came knocking, she'd happily trade her life for these walls. This base was no longer a makeshift hideout. It was ground zero for humanity's comeback. The only zone where surviving actually felt possible. Exchanging a deeply knowing glance, an unspoken sisterhood forged right there. The bond was locked in. A tearful nod to Sister Lee confirmed it. They were in this bloodbath together. Sure, the apocalyptic nightmare raged outside, but inside these reinforced walls, the sheer willpower to survive was absolutely unmatched. Suddenly, a heavy knock echoed, shattering the emotional atmosphere. The door swung open. Enter the main character totally loaded with today's loot. One hand gripped a heavy fishing net, while the other carefully balanced a literal birthday cake. Grinning like a madman, he announced. The fresh catch was for some hardcore stat-boosting soup. And of course, he didn't forget to bring a huge slice for little Feifei. He actually remembered today was her epic 10th birthday. The woman was left absolutely speechless, completely overwhelmed. With a gentle wave of her hand, she pointed toward the kitchen counter. She'd personally handle the cooking later on, for tonight's feast. Our boy just smirked, gave a confident nod, and stepped into the base totally hyped to kick off the party. The vibe inside was incredibly warm, a rare moment of absolute peace, completely ignoring the nightmare lurking beyond their barricades. Bathed in golden hour sunlight, Sister Lee carried a tranquil aura. She cradled a tiny bundle tight to her chest. Like handling a literal holy relic, she showed the newborn to the woman, resting on the sickbed. Flashing a gentle smile, she whispered that the whole squad was rooting for her recovery. You gotta level up your health. This sanctuary needs all hands on deck. Lying there, the redhead just stared. Tears threatened to spill, as an overwhelming wave of gratitude crushed her soul. Even with pure exhaustion chaining down her body, a sudden realization hit her like a literal miracle. To this ragtag survival group, she was just some random outsider who spawned out of nowhere a few days ago. Yet somehow, they protected her with zero hesitation. Humanity's golden spark still survived in this hellish apocalypse. She realized as a single tear traced down her cheek. In a shattered world where absolutely everything had burned, pure kindness remained the ultimate foundation for rebuilding society. Meanwhile, back in the kitchen, our main character was completely stressing over dinner duty. He stood frozen at the counter, awkwardly gripping a chef's knife while scratching the back of his neck in absolute confusion. His eyes darted between the raw fish and his own clueless hands. This tiny slice of cozy domestic normalcy, packed with silly everyday struggles and human warmth, proved that even when the world literally ends, life somehow always finds a way to keep moving forward. Staring down the cutting board, our guy gripped the blade with clumsy determination. He glared at the lifeless fish, desperately trying to mentally download basic fish anatomy. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead over this ridiculously simple, yet totally intimidating boss battle of a cooking task. Suddenly, a warm presence materialized right behind him. She stepped in incredibly close, radiating a soothing aura, and shattered his focus with a gentle, confident whisper. He instantly stiffened up, completely caught off guard by her sudden proximity. But she wasn't trying to flex her skills. Deep down, she was desperately craving some kind of personal validation. With eyes holding a heavy sadness that totally contrasted this brutal wasteland, she confessed she was only a housewife. Sure, her combat stats in this zombie apocalypse were basically zero, but feeding the squad was her ultimate mission. Her soft hands wrapped over his, gently guiding the blade. In a nightmare reality ruled by raw power and loaded weapons, she fiercely hunted for her own worth in these tiny fragments of normal life. He suddenly felt the atmosphere grow, intensely heavy, vibrating with the raw honesty of Sister Lee's words. Her magnetic physical closeness mixed with that heartbreakingly vulnerable confession sent massive heat rushing straight to his face. His cheeks immediately burned bright crimson, failing completely to hide his flustered panic as nervous sweat dripped down his brow. Yet despite his internal screaming, her lingering touch kept his heart rate absolutely spiking. Dodging her gaze like his life depended on it, a wild doubt flashed through his mind, leaving him totally short-circuiting from the crazy romantic tension. The room's oxygen felt thick enough to slice buzzing with an unspoken vibe Lin Fan just could not decode. Right beside him, Sister Lee flashed, this super mysterious smile perfectly blending warm mom energy with a dangerous, calculating glint in her eyes. Lin Fan was visibly sweating buckets now. He rubbed the back of his neck, feeling an insane flush creep up his skin. Without waiting for her to speak, he spun around and speed-walked away, basically sprinting for his life. His own heartbeat drummed like a heavy metal concert in his ears. Her soft, teasing giggle trailed after him like a shadow. Meanwhile, outside, the city was practically begging for mercy. Beneath a deceptively perfect blue sky, massive pillars of pitch-black smoke twisted through the dead skyscrapers. The once glorious skyline was now brutally scarred by raging infernos. This chaotic nightmare of a world wasn't pausing for anyone. It was already burning to ash. That brief, cozy kitchen scene was just the quiet eye of an apocalyptic hurricane that was about to absolutely demolish them. Funereal smoke choked the sky above the broken cityscape. What used to be a buzzing metropolis had morphed into a cursed maze of shattered glass and twisted steel, completely abandoned by the heavens above. Down in the gritty trenches of a highly fortified military base, the tension was lethal. A scarred commander in full tactical gear, his eyes forged in the fires of 1,000 unwanted wars, slammed his hands onto a makeshift war room table. His gritty voice ripped right through the dead silence. He wasn't looking for standard military tactics. He desperately needed a genius logic hack to counter the relentless, mindless horde of the undead, currently bashing against their barricades. Standing right across from him, a young tech guy in a snapback and safety goggles felt his lungs collapse. Ice-cold sweat dripped down his spine. The crushing pressure of being the resident genius in a fully glitched-out broken reality was straight-up suffocating. Bitter thoughts violently crashed around inside his brain. Why the hell in the middle of a literal apocalypse was this elite killing machine expecting miracles from a gamer whose hands were built for keyboards, not combat survival? He felt like a total fraud, just a random civilian shoved into a savior role when he couldn't even save his own skin. The brutal sun beat down mercilessly, casting massive dramatic shadows across the abandoned pier. A suffocating, dead silent tension choked the air, broken only by the dark water slapping against the rotting wooden docks. The two men stood completely locked in a standoff, facing each other down in a high-stakes conversation that felt infinitely heavier than the scorching midday heat. The rugged veteran with exhausted eyes finally broke the silence, bringing up their former boss. He hyped up the kid standing right in front of him, calling him an absolute cyber network genius, a top-tier intellect who could literally hack his way out of a completely impossible dead end. The gloomy guy stayed totally quiet, keeping up a flawless, emotionless poker face on the outside. But internally, those hyped-up words burned him like acid. The brutal reality was way uglier and far less glamorous than the old man actually remembered, or even wanted to accept. He felt like a total fraud, drowning in fake praise. The massive gap between his hyped-up reputation and the harsh reality seemed to grow wider with every single agonizing second. Nearby, the rhythmic squeak of a rusty bike chain sliced the quiet air. Our main character pedaled slowly, totally zoning out from that heavy conversation. He paused for a second, just staring blankly at the gathering storm clouds, drifting lazily overhead. 0 words were spoken, leaving only the whistling wind and his own echoing thoughts. Staring into the absolute void, his face suddenly turned beet red, totally exposing his chaotic internal panic that he was failing miserably to hide. A cold sweat drop slid down his forehead, while a super awkward, barely visible smirk played on his lips. He was completely lost in some wild daydream, making him totally blind to reality. Boom! Someone screamed his name, Fan. He jumped right out of his skin, eyes wide as saucers, as he crashed abruptly back to Earth. Right next to him, his sidekick hit him with major side-eye, leaning in to roast his completely flushed and deeply embarrassed face. Fan literally felt his heart skip a beat, quickly shifting his stance to play it cool, and dodging all direct eye contact. That unspoken question hung heavy in the air, demanding answers. He absolutely refused to spill. Despite his total denial, that lingering red blush betrayed him, acting as silent proof that inside his chaotic mind, things were definitely far from chill. Golden hour vibes started painting Wan City's massive industrial water plant in warm colors. Arriving right at the main facility's massive entrance, the entire squad suddenly slammed on the brakes. Their confident swagger instantly turned into pure stealth. One dude stepped up, locking his intense gaze onto the heavy steel door sitting right in front of them. His face dropped hard upon spotting something super sketchy that totally messed with his memory. Right on the metal, deep and savage claw marks ruined the steel surface like some beast literally tried to rip its way inside. Out of pure desperation, their smug confidence about locking up tight yesterday just vanished into thin air. You could literally cut the tension with a knife when they realized the gate was cracked, leaking pitch blackness right through the frame. It was totally unlatched, and the gentle breeze was definitely way too weak to budge something that massive, leaving only one terrifying possibility. Standing around outside blindly guessing wasn't an option anymore. With the literal clock ticking down, they had to check the damage and pray the core machinery was still alive, or if the unknown traitor already won. The heavy gate's nasty metallic screech totally shattered the dead quiet silence, ringing out like an absolute death sentence. A massive swarm of grotesque freaks snapped their necks, locking bloodshot eyes, straight at the entrance. Freaking zombies. And that tiny hinge squeak just sent them into a pure, unfiltered berserker frenzy. Deafening, blood-curdling roars literally shook the air, our main character staring down this literal tsunami of rotting undead flesh. Rushing straight at him felt heavy doubt hit him just as violently as the monster's deeply disgusting stench. He explicitly remembered wiping out every single corner of this water plant himself. There shouldn't be one creep left. Breathing. A super toxic realization flashed through his brain as he ripped his blade out. Somebody purposely dragged a fresh zombie horde in here just to set up a totally lethal trap. After a brutally exhausting clash, the hero finally exhaled, confirming the water facility was actually 100% cleared of walking corpses. Seconds later, he bumped into his sidekick, who jogged over to drop his scouting report like a total pro. The guy gave the green light, confirming the whole zone was completely locked down. Our main character just listened quietly, his brain working overtime to analyze the chaos. Seeing his squad was safe and in fighting shape, a massive sigh of pure relief slipped out of his lips, letting him finally drop his guard. Thick tension hung around them as the crew marched right into the glowing sunset. Boom. A crazy plot twist suddenly struck the hero's mind, freezing him dead in his tracks. The terrifying gut feeling that wrecking the water filters was actually just a massive calculated smokescreen, a perfectly executed setup baiting them straight into a dead end. Cold dread spiked through his veins. Without missing a beat, he screamed to abort the mission. They had to pack up and sprint back to the Sunshine Settlement immediately. While his crew and brother CU dashed ahead, he chased after them frantically, yelling at everyone to slow down, desperate to fix this massive screw-up before time ran out. Golden hour sunlight bathed the entrance, as a tiny backpack-wearing girl enthusiastically waved goodbye to the sweet elder Grandma Liang. Bouncing with infectious energy, the kid practically flew up the stairs, dying to get home. From her doorway, Grandma Liang watched her go totally torn between affection and pure confusion. Having patted the kid's head earlier, she just couldn't wrap her mind around the squad's bizarre behavior. Why were these guys acting so fiercely competitive even way outside of school hours? Total bewilderment painted the girl's face as her brain replayed Grandma Liang's parting words. That "see you in a bit" echoed loudly, packing some heavy hidden meaning she couldn't decode. She shrugged it off, trekking homeward. Maybe it was just casual old people small talk. Or maybe the elder just wanted to chat with her mom about grades, nothing major. Refusing to overthink a total nothing burger, she let the confusing thoughts melt away completely. Hitting her front porch, she dropped 2 solid knocks. Running on everyday exhaustion and pure relief, she announced her return. But the second that door clicked open, her fatigue vanished into pure shock. A whole squad was waiting inside. The scene was so wildly unexpected it froze her in place. Her brain totally short-circuited at the sudden chaos invading her quiet sanctuary. She stood paralyzed, desperately shooting her mom a look that screamed for answers to this crazy setup. Spotting the massive cake, the bewildered little girl innocently asked if it was her mom's special day. But her aunt flashed a glowing smile and gently corrected her. They were celebrating her 10th birthday. She explained how her uncle literally moved mountains to score that cake and throw this epic bash. Just for her. That truth hit the kid like an emotional truck. Her eyes went incredibly wide, completely blown away that she was the main character today. Finally, pure joy exploded in her chest. Tears pooling in her eyes, she poured out endless thanks to her uncle, aunt, and grandparents for this incredibly sweet gesture. Right then, a massive wave of family love completely wrapped around her. The shelter's entire vibe had shifted drastically. Gone were the suffocating non-stop survival tensions and endless guard duties, at least temporarily. The air felt weightless now, dripping with a comforting warmth that Fei thought was dead forever in this dark era. Glancing around the packed room, the chaotic rush finally clicked. Cua and Brother Bing had sprinted like absolute madmen, pushing their limits. Not for some deadly supply run, but because they knew exactly what today was. They needed to beat the clock, desperately wanting to be there to give her the absolute first hug. Fei, drowning in overwhelming feelings, let the happy tears fall as she looked at them. A wild mix of total disbelief and pure gratitude flooded her soul. To think that amidst all this brutal wasteland chaos literally deep into the apocalypse, they could still pause time just to celebrate living. It felt like an impossible top-tier miracle. A festive glow paints the room as the classic happy birthday melody drifts through the air. Lin Fan and his crew share a deeply solemn moment, hands tightly locked together in silence. They squeeze their eyes shut in heavy concentration, definitely throwing a silent wish into the universe. But a creeping shadow of dread threatens their peaceful vibe. A very real, chilling fear lingers that this party's loud noise might trigger some seriously deadly unwanted consequences out there. Sensing the group's spiking anxiety, Lin Fan remains completely unbothered. He stands like an unbreakable fortress, smirking calmly. He casually shatters their panic, promising absolute safety as long as he is standing right there. The party goes on smoothly, completely ignoring whatever nightmares might be lurking beyond that steel perimeter fence. Because that sound was undeniable, a terrifying chorus of starving growls vibrating against cold metal, a fatal warning. The ultimate threat lurked right outside. Yet completely unfazed by the looming death, Brother Fan just calmly turned around. His chill vibe totally clashed with the squad's suffocating panic. The crew's reaction to his insane confidence was instant. Instead of fearing for his life, one guy straight up busted out laughing, completely ignoring how heavy the situation was. Smirking, he joked that Brother Fan would probably go down there and slaughter them all just to hype up Fei's birthday. An armored ride crawled down the ruined highway, completely swallowed by the suffocating vibe of this apocalyptic wasteland. Crawling with infected undead. Inside the ride, the tension was thick enough to cut. One passenger, decked out in military camo, gripped the wheel tight. His partner nervously scanned the dead road through the cracked windshield. Then, out of nowhere, something in the wasteland caught his eye. A lone, mysterious figure stood dead center in the middle of the street. Panic hit them instantly as they squinted hard, trying to see if it was a human survivor or just another brain-dead walker. The air inside the car choked them with raw adrenaline and straight-up survival fear. The dead silence broke when reality suddenly struck one guy like absolute lightning. Eyes blown wide in pure shock. Pointing wildly, he screamed, "Holy crap, I remember him. That is the absolute psycho from the library." His freaked-out squad demanded answers. Shaking, he started spilling details of their insanely weird encounter. From a while back during a medical supply run, he recalled how, in the middle of hell on earth, this dude was terrifyingly clinging to everyday rules. While they were desperately looting the shelves to survive, he actually yelled at them to check out the books properly. But his crazy rule following wasn't even the scariest part. It was his dead-eyed calm, claiming he could easily solo 80 or 100 zombies without breaking a sweat. Boom, cut back to the present. That exact madman was casually strolling away across a literal ocean of slaughtered monsters. He did not even flinch at the absolute bloodbath surrounding him. He just brushed the dirt off and casually muttered, "All done, mission accomplished. Just a few more mutant corpses that someone is going to have to clean up later." Brushing off the epic slaughter like nothing, he pushed his annoying cleanup duties aside for later. He had way bigger boss moves to make today. Meanwhile, the suffocating atmosphere back inside the survivor's armored truck was completely hijacked by pure disbelief and heavy dread. The two guys could barely process that a solo player actually survived this hardcore hellscape. In their traumatized eyes, this guy was built different. Seeing him breathing felt like a glitch in the apocalyptic matrix, but their terrified doubt clashed hard with some cold logic. Reading the battlefield, the female lead totally shut down the idea that this survival was just blind luck or pure insanity. The truth was brutally obvious. Even with a fully geared up squad, grinding hard together, every single dawn remained a soul-crushing fight to cheat death. Facing that reality, there was zero chance some clueless rookie or unhinged fool could survive these bloody streets solo. If this mystery man was still standing, it was not some random fluke. He possessed a terrifyingly lethal power and survival instincts that absolutely nobody in their right mind should ever underestimate. Playing it safe, they chose to keep their distance. The new strat was to hit the next corner and vanish. Engaging this monster was strictly off-limits, being way too dangerously unpredictable. They had bled too much to gamble their lives now. If the world had not literally ended, she never would have discovered that human nature could truly get so profoundly dark. The air outside room number 804 was practically buzzing with intense hype. After knocking out the dirty work, the moment they had all been waiting for finally dropped. With a smooth, calculated move, they handed Feifei a mystery box, hyping it up as the ultimate group gift from the whole surviving squad. Taking the package, her eyes completely lit up with absolute shock and pure joy. You could feel her genuine hype radiating as she stared at the prize in her hands. But that massive smile slightly cracked with a flash of cynical doubt, wondering if this loot was actually top tier or just a troll box stuffed with boring high school exams. Beside her, the crew was not having it. They were practically vibrating with excitement to see the big reveal, roasting her with laughs and cheering her on to rip it open. The suspense in the room was so thick that even with Feifei totally second-guessing what was inside, the absolute craving to uncover the truth completely took over. Pure anticipation cranked up the atmosphere, freezing everyone in this breathless, edge-of-your-seat silence. As the girl, heart pounding and hands visibly shaking, finally untied the ribbon, a deeply unsettling mystery awaited. Recent events haunted her mind. His past gifts had left her seriously traumatized. She dreaded this new present. What hidden catch or heavy burden was waiting inside this time? With trembling hands, she slowly popped the lid, finally exposing the mystery inside. Her eyes went totally wide. Her intense fear instantly melted into pure, absolute confusion. Nestled right there in the wrapping paper, no deadly weapons or sketchy artifacts. Just a tiny, harmless toy dog looking completely chill. The sweet reality gently washed over her. His intention was actually pure. Massive relief flooded her chest, completely erasing all her paranoid thoughts. It was literally just a toy. She hugged the plushie with overflowing joy, totally thanking her uncle. Any gift was a total win, as long as it didn't involve the dreaded nightmare of school exams. But her hype instantly died. Her uncle started explaining, flashing a calm, totally suspicious smile. He dropped the bomb. This wasn't a toy, it was a device preloaded with endless recited poetry. While he praised the supposed joy of relaxing to literary lectures, the girl's face completely shattered. Her pure happiness twisted into deep, dark betrayal. Realizing she got totally scammed by an educational tool disguised as a present, the cruel irony hit hard. Thanks to her uncle's sneaky trap turning playtime into a stealthy study grind, she couldn't help but feel entirely played. While the kid bawls her eyes out, completely overwhelmed, our main character jokingly comments that those are tears of joy for studying, completely ignoring her absolute emotional damage. To make things worse, her torment peaks. Another girl, completely clueless to Faye's massive suffering, excitedly begs to recite poems together, flexing her supposed love for poetry. Faye feels totally cornered. It's like a massive conspiracy designed to violently torture her with useless lessons, disguised as fun playtime. She cursed everyone's cruelty. Meanwhile, the busted old repair shop, now a gritty safe house, held the fading echoes of a dead civilization. Basic morality, just like the old human standards of society, became an impossible luxury in this brutal apocalyptic wasteland. For this guy, that drastic shift felt like a bleeding wound. He used to be a simple man, a mechanic finding raw peace in the honest logic of his daily grind. Back in those days, he actually believed people were naturally good. Today, that naive mindset felt like an absolute joke. Now, a ruthless law ruled the world. Pure survival was the only valid thought. Protecting yourself wasn't a right. It was an absolute duty. Sitting in dead silence, staring into an empty cup, the crushing weight of reality hit him hard. His worldview hadn't just changed, it was violently shattered, destroyed by the savage truth of what humans would do just to stay alive. The pure evil he witnessed wasn't just chaos. It was a dark mirror showing a terrifying reflection of true human nature, leaving him absolutely terrified of his own kind. Surviving this doomed wasteland wasn't just about raw muscle or hiding in the shadows. It demanded a complete mental reset, and he knew it. If he clung to his soft past, that old empathy and blind innocence would have signed his permanent death warrant. To keep breathing, he had to violently kill the man he used to be. In this new era, age meant absolutely zero for authority. Despite being the oldest, he was reduced to a tech role, purely handling the driving and transport. The real compass guiding this squad was a young woman, everyone called Big Sister. Serving under her wasn't humiliating. Honestly, it was a brutal reality check. In a world where one mistake meant instant death, bowing to someone stronger regardless of age was pure survival. That girl didn't just navigate the roads. She steered their destinies, forging a path right through pure despair, leading them straight to tomorrow, no matter how deadly. This four-person squad forged something that felt like an absolute miracle in this chaos, a true team. They moved with unnatural chill, fueled by the hard fact that whatever hell dropped on them, their squad had their backs. That mutual trust became their ultimate weapon. However, feeling secure never made them blind to the brutal reality outside. After days of staking out the ruins, their escape routes vanished one by one. The map shrank as they spotted the blood-soaked red zones, places where death wasn't just a threat, but a guaranteed promise. Their ultimate rule: dodge the Shinfeng Hotel at all costs. The mangled corpses rotting on its lower floors screamed a brutal warning about the tyrants ruling that hellhole. Fully aware they were basically glass cannons, an unspoken truth hit them. Their survival dangled by a rusty thread, namely old Jian's battered sanitation truck. They knew damn well that without that clunky beast acting as their armor, they were absolute dead meat. Sharing a grim nod, they locked in their final desperate endgame to keep their hearts beating. Inside the cabin, the air felt suffocating, dripping with that gut-wrenching dread that hits right after dodging a total wipeout. The female lead, her eyes like absolute ice, stayed completely unfazed, but her cold words validated their worst nightmares. Shanshui Garden was never a safe zone. It was a literal death trap. She instantly recognized the creep who blocked their path. He wasn't some random mob. He was a top dog for Wang Dafu, the absolute menace ruling Yellow City, the infamous Crazy Wolf. The second she clocked his guild tag, that VIP invite turned into a slaughterhouse ticket. It was a dirty setup to hijack their ride and rip away something far more precious. If they had stepped foot inside that base, it would mean instant game over. The guys backing her up sweated bullets. Crazy Wolf's god-tier threat level wasn't just some urban legend. He was an absolute monster, an apex predator choking out the underworld of Yellow City with iron-fisted tyranny. In this brutally awakened apocalyptic timeline, where loot and safe zones were pure illusions, boss-level psychos like him never fumbled an easy drop. The tension spiked as they realized how massively exposed they were. With her top-tier visuals alone, our female lead practically had a massive target painted on her back in this savage wasteland. God-tier beauty and rare loot were highly lethal currencies. Wang Dafu's filthy claws would never let such a jackpot walk away. Their survival quest was far from over. But the ultimate plot twist: the monsters weren't just roaming the streets. They were lurking inside every so-called sanctuary. Inside the rig, the vibe felt incredibly suffocating, dripping with that heart-pounding paranoia that crushes you right after dodging an absolute massacre. Locking in her icy tactical glare, the female lead stayed frosty, yet her debrief confirmed the absolute horror they just outran. Shanshui Garden was a pure death zone. Beyond the bloodbath of the fallen players, a sickening realization lingered regarding the twisted NPC survivors who actually remained in that cursed domain, hinting they had crossed humanity's darkest boundaries just to stay breathing. Suddenly, the dead silence of the night shattered. As a massive blast erupted, the stagnant air ripped apart as a lethal barrage of shattered glass and concrete, launched like bullets, transforming their entire surroundings into a literal meat grinder of jagged blades. Pure chaos hijacked the scene. The sudden structural collapse wiped out their vision, leaving them completely blind to whatever monstrous power just nuked the area. A suffocating pressure instantly hijacked the atmosphere. The heavy calm right before an absolute boss fight. Hiding deep within the pitch-black shadows, a female assassin tracked their every move, her sniper-like gaze locked onto the breach. It took her exactly 0 seconds to scan the new enemy targets. They were elite grunts for the dreaded Crazy Wolf Wang Dafu. That nightmare realization sent pure ice through her veins. a brutal confirmation that her stealth run was officially over. Just a few yards away, two scavengers triggered their ultimate fight or flight mode. Their expressions glitched between absolute shell shock and raw primal terror. Every single muscle fiber coiled tight like a spring, bracing to counter any lethal strike. They locked eyes for a split second, a telepathic confirmation that they were utterly screwed. Suddenly, a distorted loudspeaker echoed through the ghost town, a creepy automated loop begging for scrap metal, busted screens, dead washing machines, and literally any piece of junk tech that could be crafted into survival gear. The driver gripped the wheel, flashing a sketchy smirk that failed to mask his greedy, loot-gobbling nature. He cruised the dead zones, scavenging the corpse of a fallen civilization. Right down the block, a fully geared camo soldier locked onto this bizarre sight, completely mind-blown. While cold sweat dripped down his neck, heavy-duty machinery and home appliances, the basic building blocks of their past lives, were now just cheap currency in the wasteland. The soldier wiped his drenched forehead. Eyes wide with sheer panic, he couldn't deny the waking nightmare unfolding around them. Suddenly, a blood-curdling shriek shattered the heavy dread. The lurkers, previously cloaked in absolute darkness, erupted from the abandoned concrete ruins, their savage roars violently vibrating across the cracked pavement. Zero doubts remained. The threat was breathing, lethal and starving. Survival mode hijacked his brain instantly. Pure adrenaline erased every other fear. The roaring engine was a massive mistake, instantly pulling the undead swarm right to their exact spot. Things tanked fast. Blasting that megaphone, scrap collector audio acted like a ringing dinner bell for a massive rotting horde. And piercing through that sea of approaching monsters, a terrifyingly familiar silhouette towered above. The exact same mutant titan they battled before. Its colossal presence meant their simple loot run just warped into a desperate, bloody brawl for their lives. Holding this ground was literally a death wish right now. Their getaway ride, their literal lifeline, was already swarmed by shadowy scavengers lurking nearby. Plus, an endless tidal wave of infected outside the zone stacked lethal odds against them. No time to pray for a miracle. They had to ghost out immediately. Exchanging one silent nod, the squad initiated a stealth retreat. They crept with agonizing precision, holding their breath to dodge any fatal aggro. Every single footstep was flawlessly calculated to vanish from both human raiders and wandering freaks outside. They snatched their survival gear with lightning speed, completely aware their safe house just turned into a slaughterhouse. They were hunted prey now, and lingering meant game over. Dawn barely cracked, bleeding a soft glow across the sky. As our guy stepped onto the balcony, he stretched lazily, inhaling that crisp morning breeze. Soaking in the fresh sunrise, he savored one brief slice of absolute peace before the brutal grind restarted. Down below, a familiar voice shouted up. He tossed back a casual nod, locking in for today's chaos. Instantly, the chill vibe flipped into pure action mode. The sharp metallic grinding of a spinning bike chain shattered the silence, kickstarting their new supply run. White sneakers stomped the pedals, launching him down the asphalt. The ghost town was drowning in a suffocating dead silence, completely drained of its former pulse. He pedaled with extreme paranoia, dodging anything that could trigger loud engine noises. Popping a loud engine equaled instant respawn screen, guaranteed to pull every shadow-lurking mutant straight to his coordinates. Up ahead, abandoned electric scooters sat completely frozen like artifacts from a safer timeline. Despite how tempting a motorized ride looked, he knew stealth was his supreme weapon here. This mission was critical, escorting Wan Kai to the water plant for hardcore tech diagnostics. One rookie mistake or clumsy sound would hard-wipe their entire squad and nuke the mission. But right then, as he was about to pedal off his gut, screamed stop. The vibe instantly shifted. Hunter instincts triggered, he whipped his gaze toward a brutalist apartment facade. High up in a dark window, a creepy silhouette pierced the gloom. Someone held a massive sign shattering the dead urban wasteland's vibe, silently begging for an immediate rescue. A visibly terrified little kid was flashing an SOS cardboard drop, claiming a whole squad of teen girls was still trapped inside that hellhole. Boom. A chill scavenging run just mutated into a massive red flag and a highly probable combat zone. Our guy slammed the brakes, rubbing the back of his neck in pure, unfiltered confusion. Eyebrows heavily knitted, his skeptical gaze swept the menacingly empty concrete jungle ahead. Trying to crack this bizarre puzzle, one glaring question kept stabbing his brain without any rational logic. Why was this random kid heavily pushing the fact that teenage girls were stranded up there? That wasn't just typical survivor chatter. Underneath those scribbled words lurked a desperate vibe that triggered his goosebumps. This felt way too forced. It radiated serious trap energy, like a coded warning he could not crack yet. Dark suspicion flooded his veins, forcing him to totally second-guess the kid's silent plea, and whatever sinister motives were pulling the strings upstairs. He completely paused, deeply baffled and low-key annoyed. Questioning their true motives, he tightened his grip on his heavy blade, instantly crushing any lingering hesitation. He glared at the massive fortress ahead, dead set on unraveling this twisted mystery completely solo. He stepped into the shadows, calculating his every move before making a single, reckless mistake. Our main character finally reached the 7th floor of the Henji complex. Stepping into the hallway, a completely brutal bloodbath greeted him. Mangled corpses littered the cold floor, the undeniable aftermath of absolute carnage. Scanning the gore, major red flags went off. Seeing this insane pile of slaughtered zombie bodies, there was zero chance a bunch of random kids wiped out this massive apocalyptic horde all by themselves. Totally unfazed by the lurking danger, he marched straight to a battered door and knocked loud. A terrified kid peeked out from the pitch-black abyss inside, desperately begging our guy to enter first, because he was shaking with fear. Keeping his cool, he tried to calm the boy, swearing that even in this hellish apocalypse, kind survivors were still out there fighting. But deep down, his danger sense was screaming. In this cursed world, weird vibes always meant a deadly trap was waiting. He knew instantly this innocent little kid was definitely hiding something wicked. He called out the bluff right away, telling the brat his fake acting was totally pathetic, and asking if he really thought this sloppy, staged little setup would actually fool a veteran. Totally busted but still playing the victim, the kid kept forcing out those pathetic fake sobs, while creeping dangerously close. But the absolute second he stepped right into prime striking range, that innocent face twisted into a sick, triumphant smirk. Thinking his helpless prey was finally locked inside his deadly snare, the psycho kid dropped the scared act entirely and lunged, screaming with pure murderous intent. The lunatic was already picturing the gruesome aftermath in his head. Our hero bleeding out against the security door, staring back in utter crushing despair. A bloody fantasy fueling his sick thrill. The room instantly choked with thick, heavy tension. You could practically cut with a knife. Lin Fan just stood completely still, watching his attacker with chilling calmness, completely unbothered by the deadly strike, with a tone showing zero fear and total casual boredom. Lin Fan casually asked why he was ruining his jacket. The attacker stumbled back, gasping eyes completely wide. His shaking dagger hadn't even scratched Lin Fan's skin, even though the razor-sharp blade pierced cleanly. Right through the heavy fabric, the kid stared in pure shock at the exact impact spot, begging to see blood or a fatal wound. But nothing Lin Fan's skin was absolutely flawless. It was exactly like slamming a cheap toy against an unbreakable fortress of solid titanium steel. Suddenly, a glowing system panel materialized right before Lin Fan, hiding a god-tier truth the kid couldn't fathom. This wasn't normal human durability anymore. This was a transcendent, absolute barrier of pure, unstoppable defense. His crazy system stats proved one simple reality: mortal steel could never leave a single scratch. The punk backed away rapidly, his face twisting in raw panic, as his pathetic reality entirely shattered. That deadly knife felt like a useless plastic toy now. Lin Fan's overwhelming aura needed zero words. His mere existence was an insurmountable wall, crushing the boy's hopes. The air felt dangerously, suffocatingly heavy. Clutching his dagger in pure desperation, the kid was completely cornered by a terrifying truth he couldn't deny. Lin Fan's casual question wasn't just curiosity, it was a brutal combo breaker, destroying his entire fake act. Completely exposed, the brat couldn't even hide his massive shock. His carefully masterminded little death trap crumbled instantly against our main character's sharp instincts. The whole hallway sank into a crushing silence. Out of nowhere, 3 massive thugs cornered Sun Xian, boxing him in with raging lethal hostility, radiating pure, malicious intent. One of the goons, his face twisted in ugly, raw, seething frustration, sneered at Sun Xian's pathetic failure to get the bloody job done like he promised, viciously roasting him for botching the hit and letting their main target survive the deadly ambush. But Sun Xian didn't even flinch at their barking. Suddenly, a heavy metallic bloodlust flooded the air. He simply closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as a wicked, barely there smirk crept across his face. The heavy, sickeningly sweet scent of fresh blood choked the room. A suffocating, unnatural pressure crushed the atmosphere. His fingers instinctively locked around his sword hilt. He instantly realized this bone-chilling aura was not coming from the random goons standing right before him. His gaze snapped toward a nearby room. That sickening energy was bleeding straight through those walls. Suddenly, a violent shockwave of pitch-black energy exploded outward. The sheer magnitude left him completely frozen in shock. The heavy metal door groaned open, exposing a mind-bending nightmare that completely defied all human logic. The space was a literal slaughterhouse. Mangled limbs and shredded remains were scattered across the floor, a gruesome showcase of endless slaughter. The sickening truth smashed into him like a freight train. His eyes widened in pure disgust pupils, dilating with explosive rage, as the twisted reality finally clicked. These monsters had been feasting on humans this entire time. A violent shudder ripped down his spine. making his shoulders tremble as pure fury hijacked his mind. Absolutely inhuman, he choked out, entirely sickened by this cruelty. His white-knuckled grip on the doorknob shook violently, not from terror, but from an ice-cold, hyper-focused, lethal rage. Murderous intent poured from his very soul. His gaze burned crimson, completely devoured by a terrifying thirst for absolute vengeance. From the shadows, a weak, trembling voice echoed, a desperate plea. Pure primal dread choked the stale room air, but our main guy, he didn't even flinch. His eyes were locked dead onto the nightmare ahead of him. Begging fell on deaf ears as the tension absolutely peaked. Cut to the dead of night. We are at the massive Shanshui estate right in the heart of Huan City. The vibe here is totally toxic. A sweating lackey delivers a grim report to the boss. Their master plan to kite the zombie horde completely flopped. The targets managed to slip right through their fingers. The scout breaks down his stakeout. He had been camping in a car all night, just watching and waiting. He explains that once the noise died down, the undead mobs basically lost aggro and started shuffling away. But then out of nowhere, the scout spots a ride rolling out. He calls it an absolute steel beast. When he tried trailing this mystery rig, the crew inside totally spotted him. But instead of flooring it in panic, the beast slammed on its brakes, letting the infected swarm them. That flex showed absolutely insane levels of confidence. They fully trusted their armored tank effortlessly, shrugging off the trash mob zombies clawing at their ride. After failing the tail, the massive gear gap hit hard. Breaking down the grim reality of their current setup, they admitted their basic sedan was absolute trash. It stood zero chance of surviving a full zombie encirclement. That weak metal shell meant if they got cornered, the car would get instantly shredded to pieces, and the swarm would violently rip them out. Facing this massive gear check, their only real play was falling back and shaking off their pursuers. But even though they were raging over the targets, escaping, a sick obsession sparked. They desperately wanted that OP steel beast to literally own the apocalypse. The tension spiked when Wanda Fu, a total savage known as Crazy Wolf, dropped some heavy extra intel. His report flashed a massive warning about a mutated freakish zombie hiding right inside the main horde. He described this monster as an absolute unit, literally built like a walking mountain. It packed god-tier strength. Its destructive power was off the charts, easily crushing cars into scrap metal. With just a casual swipe, it was literally tossing multi-ton vehicles around with its bare hands. This was a completely undiscovered mutant variant. The scene snaps to a super heavy standoff between two guys. One dude was literally on his knees, staring up at the boss, begging to confirm some life or death intel. The man in the white suit stared down at him, dropping a response packed with ice-cold absolute certainty. The boss mentally flashed back to the world before the system crashed. He remembered that so-called peaceful era, not as a golden age but as a total prison. Back then he saw himself as a pathetic, low-level parasite, a shadow dweller surviving purely on the mercy of a mega-powerful government that could crush him like a bug. That old version of him felt tough bullying NPCs, but in reality he was just a meaningless ant, compared to the ultimate freedom this global collapse gave him. Snapping back to the harsh present reality, he unleashed his dominant aura over the crew. His strategy was ruthlessly calculated. The only goal now was pure survival, using straight-up brute force. He laid out the ultimate mission to grab heavy firepower and build an impenetrable fortress. He promised his loyal dogs protection and fair loot, but only if they bowed down to his every command. Finally throwing his arms wide to hype up his massive ego and conviction, the boss painted an epic vision of domination. He would turn this apocalyptic nightmare into a stepping stone for total supremacy. Eyes blazing with fierce resolve, he ordered them to rally behind his flag, not just to survive, but to claim this broken world as its absolute kings, and rule this shattered era. Intoxicated by the promise of unlimited power, the lackeys dropped all their initial hesitation. Their doubts completely vanished instantly, replaced by an insane cult-like devotion. No more words were needed. Their loyalty exploded into a massive, unified battle cry. It was an absolute declaration of die-hard, blind devotion, swearing to follow their boss straight into the abyss if necessary. Suddenly, the dead silence of the night shattered. A deafening, massive explosion absolutely rocked the city's foundations. An unnatural, sick orange glow lit up the skyline. Huge flames erupted from the industrial zone instantly, swallowing massive factories whole. Watching from a nearby window, a jaw clenched tight at the absolute chaos unfolding. That thick pillar of black smoke totally confirmed his worst fears. It was the industrial sector, a massive choke point. Back inside the room, pure panic had completely taken over the little ones, Mung, and Lili. Terrified by the shockwave rocking the building, they burst into uncontrollable, agonizing sobs. Their piercing, desperate wails sliced right through the heavy room like jagged blades. Our main character closed his eyes, sensing the deadly reality escalating with every ticking second. Those crying infants weren't just heartbreaking, they were a literal death sentence in this ruined world. Every sound acted like a beacon for the apex predators. He knew deep down that those echoes in the darkness would summon the undead horde, lurking just outside. Without a single word, he spun around, secured his heavy blade, and marched straight toward the exit, ready to crush whatever nightmares waited beyond the door. The older man locked eyes with the kid, asking point-blank how he planned to handle the creepy undead mob swarming their perimeter. Behind the barricades, the monsters growled viciously, practically radiating pure, unadulterated danger. Reading the room, the boy decided the only logical move was to slaughter them all, preventing future disasters. Seeing the kid's ruthless drive, the older man instantly jumped on the opportunity. He asked him to run a quick supply errand right after wiping out the surrounding monsters, since the stash was miles away. To sweeten the deal for this side quest, he offered a clean 200 payout. They sealed the contract with a crisp nod, skipping the small talk. The car keys tossed through the air, an unspoken baton pass kicking off their desperate escape. The getaway ride was fully fueled and ready. Just another puzzle piece in this freshly spawned nightmare mission. Moments later, the chaos spiked from 0 to 100. The air actually screamed as a razor-sharp blade slashed through the void, trailing a gorgeous arc of absolute carnage. The infected target never stood a ghost of a chance. One flawless, lethal strike ripped clean through its rotting flesh. Way before its dead brain could even process the hit, the suffocating battle tension vanished just as fast as it spawned, leaving behind nothing but the icy silence of an instant dominant victory. This world-shattering apocalypse seemingly dropped out of thin air, leaving our road trip crew completely in the dark. Because the core trigger remained a massive mystery. Those basic Hollywood theories about random virus leaks, they definitely weren't buying it. Standard biological science totally failed to explain how these freaks somehow sustained their endless hunger despite the massive shortage of living human prey. The heavy chat inevitably drifted back to that fateful day when Yang Hui finally went into grueling labor. Right then, they witnessed pure nightmare fuel, proving this was way darker than any regular sickness. A fully mutated variant screaming its lungs out just to summon its twisted brethren. That clash didn't feel like a standard plague. It felt like terrifying proof of some bizarre, hyper-accelerated undead evolution. The car's vibe was suffocatingly tense, carrying that heavy trauma only true doomsday survivors can really grasp. Staring at the wasteland outside, they debated the true origin of this world-ending calamity. One guy, frowning hard with deeply suspicious eyes, finally shattered the heavy quiet. Flexing his critical thinking, he completely trashed the mainstream narrative. There was zero chance a simple bug caused this total societal wipeout. His gut screamed that something way more sinister, something highly intelligent, was actually pulling the strings. But our boy, radiating unbreakable resolve, completely ignored those wild conspiracy theories. To him, the math was simple. The system crashed, and the only goal was surviving while taking out the trash. He fully believed he would eventually massacre every single walker on this cursed planet. He pictured a distant tomorrow, where wiping out this monster threat would finally let humanity rebuild. However, his buddy instantly dragged him back to Earth, crushing that naive hope with Wan City's terrifying population stats. Boasting over 10 million souls, the sheer numbers were devastating. The living were just a tiny speck, drowning in an infinite sea of walking corpses. That grim reality check killed the debate instantly, proving survival demanded more than just raw power. They had to accept the suffocating scale of this nightmare. Pulling up to Shinfen Market, they intentionally shattered the eerie silence for a tactical play. Knowing exactly what lurked in those dark alleys, the co-pilot ordered him to mash the car horn. The strategy was brutal but genius, weaponizing the noise as perfect bait. Our hero, chillingly calm, cracked his knuckles and stepped out. The mission was absolute, knowing the freaks haunting this block weren't your average mobs. The Wanderers weren't just mindless monsters. They were apex predators, lurking in the pitch-black shadows of suffocating alleyways, waiting for the perfect ambush. Honking the car horn was a massive gamble designed to drag these freaks out of hiding, forcing them onto an open battlefield. As the horn's deafening blast echoed, our main character stood dead center, facing the nightmare horde. His eyes locked onto the infected swarm, blocking their only escape route. The objective was crystal clear: wipe them out. Protecting their ride was priority one. He ordered the driver to circle the perimeter, setting up the ultimate kill zone, keeping his squad completely out of harm's way. Suddenly, his blade sliced through the air with surgical precision, leaving a blinding flash. His god-tier speed was totally inhuman. The monster didn't even process the threat before its head was completely severed. A glowing system panel popped up in his vision with ice-cold efficiency. Target annihilated. Plus, 1 point added to his stats. The camera pans up to a second-floor market shop. What was supposed to be a safe house for desperate survivors, instantly transformed into a front-row seat for pure insanity. Hiding in the pitch-black shadows, a random survivor peeked through the blinds. His jaw literally dropped as he watched the absolute bloodbath unfolding right below him. Pure terror mixed with absolute shock at the trail of chaotic destruction this mysterious beast left behind. Meanwhile, inside the van, one guy sat completely frozen, his brain totally short-circuited after witnessing that god-level flex of raw, unfiltered power. He just couldn't process it. He realized that if the world was still normal, this insane combat prodigy would have totally dominated as the world's absolute top-tier military commander. His combat skills were just ridiculously overpowered. It seriously reminded him of that edgy internet meme about global power scaling, like some unspoken treaty between enemy nations, swearing never to deploy this walking cheat code unless the enemy literally dropped nuclear warheads first, leaving us utterly hyped. This heavy, mind-blowing cliffhanger officially wraps up the insane first season of this epic masterpiece.